Well, it kind of is actually 2 months, isn't it? In the summer.
It's a long time in drag racing, isn't it?
I've been on holiday. You've done huge amount of lifestyle events. You've Bug Jam.
Yeah.
Where else have you had? Loads, anyway. Loads.
Green light. Just.
And the FIA Championship is another 2 rounds down since then as well. Actually, 2 rounds down in the last month, let alone since then anyway. So this is just a buy run. We don't match race passengers just yet. How cool would that be? No, it wouldn't, would it? Forget I said that.
Everyone says the 2-seater needs to run in the class simply because the drive is really good.
It has done.
Has it?
Well, not this one, but the one that Suzanne was driving years ago. I reckon it was about 2001. She had her Supercomp car here, crashed it in testing, and then the other car she was slated to drive for the weekend was the double dragster from Sweden, and she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a 2-seater?
Yes, and he does it in Pro C as well.
Yeah.
There you go. So it's a perfectly doable thing. 789 at 169.
That's a great run. 789, 169. That's the tailwind.
Yes.
Well, I just spoke about that because I felt like I've just ridden up a mountain, just riding down here on a push bike from the top end. So I predict breakouts and PBs galore today. We've got we do have heads-up racing. Obviously, we've got Street Eliminator and Comp as well today. So a massive field of Pro ET. First pair, Chris Orthodoxer and Hans van der Spek. Now we've got over 50.
We've got 51 entered.
Okay.
We know what's got to happen to activate the 64 car ladder.
50?
It has to be 50.
Okay.
And now, obviously, everybody's talking about it. So we take it at the moment. They are going for a 32 car field, unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates the 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay. Hans van der Spek 10:34 with the truck. 10:48 and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right. Bump spot prediction.
If
it's a 32, I am going to go with 02 this time round. I think it is going to be that tight.
If we get all Q rounds in, I'd say 03, but only because I want to be different.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, Tom's either going to go 01 or 04.
I was going to say, I'll split the difference. I'll go 025.
Oh, okay.
There you go. How was that?
Yeah, but I didn't put a digit on the end of a 2, so.
Okay, Chris Waterhouse having his first dabble in Pro ET, I think. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Al Platt. Now, the last I heard, Al Platt's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah? Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 1071 at a stupidly ridiculous 151. So that's going to be rather light. $11.73 for Al Platt. Now, I said breakouts the law. Please don't make me look more stupid than I already do. Come on. Okay, so yeah, the bump spot we're talking about is if it's 32. I mean, we can still have a third top. We can have a top 32, can't we? No matter what they run. So, okay, one of the McClure clan. That's Johnny down there with Thunderstruck in the Kestrel Lane against Vic Parsons with the Belvedere.
973 for Vic, my goodness me.
I was guessing that's quick. Well, he actually runs in Supergas as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
so
but 973, I mean, that is pushing it.
Is it?
So that's tailwind and everything, and he's taken everything into consideration for that number. Wow, if he hits that, that's a PB.
And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down, you never know.
Oh, it was just Johnny that got the 73. What a breakout. Now that makes Johnny the quickest McClure again, because it's been swapping between Johnny and Susie. It's unbelievable.
Susie's got to go some to take some back, but she does have the car to do it, funny enough. Well, next up for the fastest McClure in the house title, if there is one, Jack in the Kestrel Lane, 1181. And Warren, normally stuck in about the 9.0s or the 9.1s, has a pretty damn good chance.
He switched to methanol.
Ah.
And the car loves it, and it's just running 8.9s. Well, let's see if he can do it now, but it's transformed the car.
This will be an 8.7 then.
Well, the car at the minute is currently full of smoke. Look through the back window.
You don't need to see where you're going.
No, it's only a straight line.
Feel. All done by feel. If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, that people can't see what they're doing, and it still works.
86.
And both breakouts on either side of the racetrack. I think the news is, folks, dial optimistically.
Yeah. All right, Laura Bainton, Anthony Mitchell.
I love this
pair.
time of the weekend when you get all that sort of stuff rolling in.
Is that Freddie?
That's Fred.
Who's he
Right in
coming
front
with?
of him is Stian
Dave?
Rosanis, and right in front of him is Dave Vector as
Who's
well.
that? That's the...
That's Hammer Motorsport team from Norway. That's Stian with the Willis.
Stian Sanders, yeah. Wow, that is a proper convoy.
That's how it's done.
A proper convoy.
So, Anthony Mitchell and Laura Bainton. Laura was here testing yesterday. Noticeably, that dial-in is quicker than what they were testing at yesterday.
Anthony Mitchell. Right, well, he's definitely qualified.
Yeah.
75 with a 6, takes the #1 spot. Excellent job.
Good news, Anthony. That might still be in the top 10 come Saturday. Might be. I did say might.
Yeah.
Oh, and Peter Kunk as well. There we go. See, they've all just turned up at the same time. I remember when I
Must
used to
have come
come
on
to
the
this,
same boat then, haven't they?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they've come the same way at the same
Yeah.
time and all travelled together. I remember that used to happen all the time in the old days with this event 40 years ago. And they all used to get a convoy of Swedes turn up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
1370. I don't know what the issues were there. They obviously, because that car will run 10.3, 10.4, that Capri.
Okay.
So there's obviously some issue there. Don't know what it is. We'll find out later on.
Well, for Mark Huxley, 0.36, sorry, that might get him qualified. You never know. I know we're sounding quite flippant about this, but we see how this goes a lot of the time, don't we?
Just wait, I think.
Yeah, just wait. Tom Herbert, is this his first go in Pro ET as well? Whole bunch of VW racers turned up this weekend. Had a bit of a double header with VW,
Comp.
Action last weekend. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
And Sean Law, 866 for Sean.
Interesting headers he's had developed. They're pushing the pipes out to the side now.
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh, wow! 11:31 for Tom. He stays 7. Sean Law with about a breakout of half an hour. Excellent run. Wrong.
Where did that come from?
All I say is excellent run, wrong class.
Wrong class.
Yes, because too quick for Pro ET.
Truth.
They've now got to slow it down. Unreal.
Dramatically. Wow.
Yeah, we never know. Might fancy
that
Sabbath
might be his
Super Pro.
last run in Pro ET.
Yes.
So he could shift to Super Pro now.
Is it a choice thing, or do you have to?
I don't know.
Okay.
You can always slow your car down.
I've seen
Yeah,
it like
of
that
course,
before.
Lee Huxley, Simon Innes, 2 real bad dudes when it comes to Pro ET racing. 10.63. That's a good 1/10 of a second quicker than usual for Simon Innes.
Right.
And Lee Huxley with an 8.70. Lee doubles up actually sometimes running Super Pro as well. .862 for Lee and a 10.63 with a 1 on a 63 for Simon Innes.
Well, I
You're
was
new.
joking with him yesterday. I said, oh, well, let's have another perfect, shall we? That went far off. Wow.
That was a bit tasty.
Issues for Tom Watkins, unfortunately, see him driving back to the pits. He's got plenty more chances today, and the car's still driving.
I did notice that the entries went. They ticked up to 53, then back to 51. I think, or something like that, didn't they? Okay, Dave Rudd, Mr. Qualifying himself, 950, which is real quick for him. And also, Bill Wilson, who normally struggles to get in the 10s, dials a 1089.
No, this truck is hauling these days now. It is absolutely hauling, and Bill absolutely loves it. Once he had all the work done, he was a little bit frustrated, and I think it was torque converter that was the Achilles heel.
Go for it, was it?
Got that sorted, like, boom, flying now.
So the Rudds, Dave in the hot seat, and his daughter Kat guiding him into stage. After a fantastic year last year for Dave, he's had car's been a little bit inconsistent. I think it's been giving him fits, but hoping to end the year on a high note.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 0-1 for 965, 1103. They go 7 for Bill, 8 for Dave.
A little bit off what they were looking for, obviously. Oh, and even more. There we go. Johnny Lag and Tony Brinterson as well, rolling in. Worth turning up just to watch the trailers turn up. I don't know anything else.
That is so cool.
Well, we used to, in the very quick, really quick story, they used to have caravans in the middle of the pits. Do you remember?
Yes,
the
I do,
old
yeah.
static caravans. So I stayed in one of those one night. Some friends of ours had one. Opened the curtains in the morning, and there was a whole bunch of cars I'd never seen before just turned up overnight outside, and it was bloody brilliant.
I'm up in Pro ET pits, and I opened like the caravan window this morning, and there was like a black Camaro up there. Where's that come from?
Basically, you've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dial-in, there's a possibility. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh! Oh my goodness me. Susie McClure just goes 9:59. Oh boy, well, she's got the fastest McClure title well and truly back there.
Nice.
Big breakout.
For both.
Breakout's a pair there.
9:12 for Andy as well. So, Brett Featherstone with the Nova Scotia in the Kestrel Lane, 9:57 previous Super Pro, Pro ET champ even, against travelling Ronnie Mercer.
Yeah, on the last leg of his tour, he's back in the UK.
Well, he's still got 3 events here if you want. So he's got this weekend, Hot Rod Drags and National Finals as well, yeah.
So 9:57 then for Brett. 10:24 for Ronnie. .55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3 with a 25 on a 24.
That could even be top 20 one day.
Yeah, might just make
Might
it.
do it. Might do it. Okay, so Mason Griffiths, the car that you saw a couple of runs ago, the little appliance digger, that was his car. It may still be his car, actually, that used to drive anyway. With the Maverick 1160 in the Slick Tricks lane against one of those pesky Hall of Fame Huxleys, as they should now be known forever, in the Kestrel lane. I like that. Hall of Fame Huxleys. Sounds a little ring to it, doesn't it?
Whoa, both of them double O off the tree, but they're both red, but nevertheless, both trying to chop it down. £100. Perfect Light Money hasn't gone since Bug Jam, so that's built up to £100 this weekend. Perfect ET is reset to 50.
A breakout in the Kestrel lane. And a 12.56 from Mason, a little bit off pace, unfortunately. Will Clark, which is that I can't believe that car's still for sale. That's one excellent way to go budget racing, isn't it, Tom? Don't you think?
It's completely awesome and really consistent. I think Will's debut in this car, he won the event.
He's won in Hockenheim. He's won here numerous times as well. He's always there or thereabouts in the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out by
Wow.
a huge amount there.
That's
Wow.
got to be one of Will's quickest
I think
ever
you could
runs.
be right.
I think it is his quickest run.
Yeah, we're all looking at the computer screen, rather puzzled looks.
That's way too quick.
Way quick.
Okay, Tom Kay with the black belt, 10.02. Get ready for a 9.60. Taking on Marie Mills, 10.35.
I know Tom Kay is racing this weekend for Jack. I can see it on his roll cage. I know he's watching.
I think everyone is.
I think if I was Tom, I'd have changed my dial-in after seeing Will run 9.60.
Well, what do you do when it's like this? Do you dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need?
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been banging on. 10.02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate.
Oh, exactly.
10.0. We've had 3 bang-ons so far. 10.02 only gets number 3 with the 7. That was why. 10.27 breakout for Marie in the other lane. Okay, Don't Lift Dave Fulton, 9.15 with the Roadster against Dave Sherritt, who does 9.75. Days like today with the tail breeze have really got to help people like Dave Sherritt, don't you think?
Or hinder, depending on which way he goes.
Yeah.
I mean, we know the Dark Revenger is capable of going mid-9s, no problem at all, but he's obviously tuning it to go 9.75 here. Dave Fulton, as you say, well, let's see what he does.
A very lazy launch today. That won't be a 9.1. No. 9.76 with a 5 today, Sherritt. Nails the number 5 spot for the moment, but only for the moment. A 9.86, bit off pace for Dave Fulton that time, unfortunately. He's doing pretty well in the Supergas Championship as well, isn't he?
Yeah, second.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, it's only that pesky Roadster of Stu Doiney ahead of him, and there's only 50 points I think it was between those two.
It's
very
going to be
tight.
an all Roadster class from now on. Supergas. Right, a bit of American muscle against a bit of English. If you had an English version of a Copo, probably be one of them.
Yeah.
Well, about 30 years ago it would have been anyway, wouldn't it?
Now, don't forget Ruben's doubling up. He's in comp as well. He should go in the 8s here, I think.
Well, no, wheels up on the launch, which is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
I think that's on purpose.
Oh, nice.
9.03 150 gets him to number 6. Breakout for Chris Newsom, no surprise there, but only by 0.03 of a second. We're not going to get 51 cars in this session because 2 have towed back already. There goes JT as well.
All right, points leader and last year's champion, of course. Lee Morris with Green with Envy, Jagger E-Type, Darling 10.05, and my neighbour in the pits. And actually, I'm pitted between, my camera is between these two in the pits, actually. I've got Neil Watkins one side of me and Lee Morris the other. Neil Watkins with the pickup, 11.25, Darling for him.
Yeah, again, you've got to think a car like that or a truck like that that's got a real slab front. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11.29 for Neil. In at 8 at the moment, 400ths off, and Lee Morris too quick by about 600ths of a second.
Yeah, 9.96, good run.
Okay,
right.
Amy Watkins. Sorry.
Yeah. Took Steve Kelly for a passenger ride yesterday. You know, Steve that works with the team. He had a passenger ride yesterday. All he said was, I was watching, and I think Amy was a little bit late leaving the line. Alongside Tom Wrigley in the BMW, Amy just launched, and all Steve was saying was like, track, sky, track. And then, because obviously Amy had to back off because she can't go over 130 at the stripe, went 115. But Tom Wrigley with the BM, I think, went 160 the other lane. It just went storming past. Oh, it's brilliant. He absolutely loved it. There's Steve actually out the front of Amy there. That's the man who had the passenger ride yesterday.
Wonder if he's feeling a bit safer today.
Yeah, I think
with
so.
the dial-in board. 9.56. The dial-in board is my security blanket. Okay, 9.56 for Amy.
Nice.
Wow.
57 on a 56.
Well, that was... they probably did that because after Harrison smashed the dial-in board, when was it? A few events ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
like
shattered, didn't it?
thousandths of a second off. So, good first run for Amy. Well done. So, top 3 is still bang on.
All right, next up, John Bean and... no, hang on. Somebody in front of Jason already.
Josh Duncan. Ah, that's just... Is that Josh Duncan that used to have the very wobbly angle? Yeah, 100E, that was it, I think.
That's weird because he's looking for a car to buy, then all of a sudden this has appeared, so...
This was from back in the Pro Rover days. I think it went through Andrew Chilton's hands as well. It was a super mod car for a while. It's a really nice piece of kit. And it goes 935 at 131. Well, for now, he's in the show.
Yeah, well done, guys. Right, John Bean and Jason Pickett.
Didn't it nearly fall over a couple of events ago? It was the green 100.
He saved it.
Yeah.
It was just, wow, what a run it was. It's actually made the show reel on Santa Bond's Facebook page as well.
Yeah.
I was going, well, I was commentating, I was going, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That probably, he probably
I was
could hear you.
convinced it was going to go, but he saved it.
John Bean, 9 flat. He has been in the 8s, hasn't he? He has done
I
it.
tell you what, the amount of nitrous he just purged, he's probably laughing his head off inside the car now.
He's probably steamed it up because he was going.
Right, John Bean dialing in 9 flat. Jason Pickett 1030. Jason's got to back off at about 1,000 foot. He's got a new engine in that car, and it's creating a lot of power. Oh, but he's been pushed back.
It's only because I think there might be something they need to do with it on the track. They're going to let John Bean go. Right, will it be an 8? The answer is...
Yep.
And 150 as well. 896, 150 miles an hour. They are thrilled. They do not care, I don't think.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, quick up and down with the tractor, I think, in the Kestrel lane. Now, what's really weird as well is that the weather tomorrow is supposed to be like about 10 degrees hotter than this.
Yeah,
I think,
it's going to be, well, pick a forecast, but it's somewhere between 24 and 27 degrees tomorrow. Crazy.
Yeah. Nice and warm for tomorrow evening anyway, which is what we like the sound of anyway, isn't it?
Right, how many have we had through? That's the thing. Probably 30 odd, isn't it?
About that. Sorry, we're only laughing because of
This
go on,
35 we've had through so far.
We still got fair few left actually.
Yeah.
Although I can see Super Pro nudging round, so there's still going to be a few missing.
Yeah, so 13 of them have broken out.
I can see just the front of some of the Super Pro cars in the lanes as well.
And some of them on the screen as well. You can see.
Well, let's have a look in the lanes itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How can you stop it?
There's 8, 9, 10, 11. Still 11 to run.
That'd be 46.
That'd be 46.
And
2 went back to the pits. That's 48. We're close. We are close.
I think somebody might be signing on for a different class quickly so they can run it.
Yeah.
You never know. It's happened. Do you know what? One of the most bizarre stories like that, where we mentioned that, years and years ago, they used to run, there was a Swedish championship, and they needed 8 cars to run for it. And what Monica Roberg did was she crossed out the TF number, put another number on the car, and they idled it up and broke the beam so everybody else could race for it. That was up at Pittia when they used to have a Pro Comp championship. I mean, anyway, sorry.
Oh, another feature that we're going to be experimenting with this weekend is we have got, commentary cam or pit camera, a mobile camera, and if the camera, we've got to keep an eye on the live feed. And if the camera goes up to somebody, we can have a chat with them. So we're going to be experimenting with that this weekend as well. So another nice introduction for us to work with. Yeah, because just looking down in the lanes there.
It's when commentating on stuff on the racetrack just isn't enough.
Yeah.
So you have to go out and pester people in the pits as well.
Yeah, but we can get them from up here as well.
Oh, of course we can.
But no, we got a camera that's looking down into the pairing lanes at the moment that you can see on the live feed. And if you may be lucky, you might even see a race transport go around the back as well, because we've been keeping an eye on that. Yeah. But in the lanes, we can see on the left-hand side, you can just see the back of Matthew Dowdy's red Ned Nova there, still without a rear window. Hasn't managed to get a glass for that one yet.
I'm not surprised though.
And next to that is Doug McClure with the Slug Cess. Just seeing the whole family going super quick at the moment, but going very well indeed. Stevie Gates with the Camaro down there, also Don Scott next to him. Then we got JT down there, and then we are looking at some Super Pro cars there with obviously I'm trying to think. So that's John Atkins on the outside. So it'll be Tom driving this weekend. The King's Topolino's down there. Yeah, good mix of vehicles in the lane. So that is Super Pro that you're looking at in the lanes there. Joe Kellett at the back there, Jack Williams, the van with no name, Alan Dibwell suited and booted, John Sleeth there with the white pickup. But back to the track itself, and you have Billy Everett, Jason Pickett. So Jason, we know, dialing in 10.3. Billy Everett, dialing in 9.48. Jason, left lane, long right.
So Jason Pickett dials 10.30, 9.48 for Billy with the duster. So do you reckon this engine will go a lot quicker than a 1030 then, Colin?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Good. Yeah, it will go well into the 9s. It has done. But obviously he can't go quicker than 10 in competition. See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy's dashboard there. 10.75 Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 9.44 breakout. A bit too quick there. No, Jason, if you remember, the engine that was in the Cherry Bomb is now in Matthew Dowdy's car. So Jason's had a new engine built. It's a 400 cubic inch small block compared to the 302 that he had before. So yeah, it's a fair bit more powerful. But yeah, got new engine, new trans, new torque converter. Well, hasn't got the correct torque converter yet. That's on its way. Right, this is Frankie Taylor going alongside Nick Mugridge. Now, Nick second in the points in the Pro ET. And that is a bright old dial-in board on the back of the dragster there, 996. Frankie 1023. Now Frankie's had to tame the car down a little bit. She's got no wheelie bars on it. The reason for that is they were in the motorhome that, shall we say, disappeared without approval. Frankie breaks out. Nick Mugridge goes 10.04. On a 996, so he's the right side. So Nick goes 11, Frankie 36. Well, we're talking about Matthew Dowdy. Here he is. 11.08 dial-in for the Red Dead Nova. And it's Doug McClure with the 4-pop Slugcess. 11.37 dial-in for him. And 11.27. Doug breaks out by a 10th there. Right, Don Scott, Stevie Gates. Don looking for 9.70. Had an issue. The car would not start at all. But then when it did eventually get going, idle was a little bit out, so he drove around the pits a few times just to get the heat to it. Looks all right now. Stevie Gates, obviously a phenomenal start to the season. Won first time out this year and trying to be consolidating after that, but then had a DNQ to follow it. So it's been an up and down season for the Hailing Island Garage squad. '73 and a 72 on a 70 for Don Scott. Nice move there. Don goes straight in at number 7. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. And I think this is our last car in Pro ET. for this session. So that means he will be number 44.
So John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, so bump. Okay, so we got 28 cars on the right side. 29th after that have all broke out. So, so 29 to 40, so 15 of them have gone too quick. Top 10, let's see if I can get to that. Yeah, 04. So I don't. So if you look at like John Turner, who's just gone through, he's in 11th spot with an 04. None of us, from what our predictions, we don't think that number would even qualify. No. So that's how we...
Again, depending on the amount of sessions, that's the thing.
Yeah, sorry, for the top 32. That's what we mean by that. But yeah, Simon Innes, top of the pile, 0019 off his dial-in. Anthony Mitchell, great run for him. He's at number 2. Tom Kay, number 3. They're the 3 that have hit their numbers. Amy Watkins, number 4. Ronnie Mercer, number 5. Dave Cherrett, 6. Don Scott, number 7. Reuven Dawson, 8. Vic Parsons, 9. And Neil Watkins rounds out the top 10 in Pro ET. Right, get the plunger to stick in position. There we go. Right, Super Pro ET up next. Just a little bit of track prep going on. I'll tell you what, whilst they're doing that, a little bit of attention to the Kestrel Lane, and also the Bluebird is out there at the moment, just putting some extra stickiness down for our Super Pro cars so they can get a real good handle on the track. Just for a moment then, we'll hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back very, very shortly indeed when we continue the fun here at the European Finals.
Every night, you and I count a roll. Switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me
Okay, we are back. We are into Super Pro ET. Delighted that we have a guest in the town. We got Ron Bartlett. Ron, how are you doing, mate? Welcome aboard.
Very well, thank you, Colin. Thanks for the invite.
No, it's an absolute pleasure, mate. What do you mean, thanks for the invite? You invited yourself. Okay, so Ron Bartlett, driver of the sweet FA Ford 105 Anglia, and a very quick car indeed, has dipped into the sevens, but hasn't dipped onto the racetrack at all this year.
No.
But so you thought you'd come and annoy us up here instead of annoying us down on the track, is that right?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll keep you on your toes, Colin.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much indeed. But no, welcome to the tower, mate. Different view from up here, though, from what obviously you're used to seeing down on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you've got a bit of ribbing from a few people before you came up here, do you?
Yeah, a few have actually said, make sure I'm kind. So, you know.
Well, that won't last long. Joking aside, no, it's good to have you here, mate. Okay, so you've probably raced these two before. Tom Atkinson, I know you've gone alongside before. 844 dialing for the Cortina. Rob Brown with the slingshot. Rebel normally races in the Wild Bunch, but the last couple of seasons been mixing it up with Super Pro ET and doing a fine job of it as well. So this is Q1 then for Super Pro ET. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 842 breakout. Rob Brown, 865. Right, next up then it's the Morris boys sharing the driving this weekend. Colin Morris running the car in a Super Pro, and then Stuart will run it in a Super Comp. And he got the DKM construction pickup truck of Harley J. Derby. Remember the first time he drove this, just absolutely flew into the eights, didn't he? Yeah. Did not hang about whatsoever. So Ron, a quick question for you, not a full-blown technical one, but how much of a difference does a good tailwind make to your ET? What's your mindset on adjustment?
Tailwind in my car doesn't actually help. It
Right.
does make it a bit unstable at the top end. It should give you another couple of mile an hour. Depends on the shape of the back of the car. The bigger the car, the bigger the push.
Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's right, they're both former juniors actually. Colin Morris, 0-2 off the line, looking for an 850, gets 852, and a 975 there for Harley J. So into the number one spot there for Colin.
That's just as noisy up here as it is on the track.
It's hunting for fuel all the time. It's just the constant burble of it. It's great. Dave Russell, actually, the whole team were down at Carfest a couple of weeks ago, rattling everybody's fillings out down at the show. They were actually doing laps of the track down there. Had a brilliant time.
Yeah, I just seen Tim, who organised it, just walking round. Yeah. He said, next year? I said, yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah. We'll have you at one of them.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that off camera, so to speak. But no, two great events, very, very successful. Kent Johansson, a new one to me actually, the Oldsmobile Cutlass. 790 dialing. That's an awesome looking car as well. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line though. Goes 809. Dave goes to number 3. Now, John Sleeth. My goodness me, John in 760 heads up. I mean, I know you've dangled for 760, haven't you? Is that on your radar for next year? Obviously, you can run in Super Pro, but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the main reason we're building the coach, so we can take the car to Sweden. That's the whole point. I don't want to do van and trailer. I want to do that, do that tour.
Oh, that's awesome. And the 760 class.
Yeah.
Brilliant. But John Sleeth ran 2 760s, like bang on. It's unreal.
I raced with John and against John 30 years ago for the
Yeah.
Euro Challenge. I've always been right on it. He's good. He's technically clever and he's a brilliant driver. So it didn't surprise me.
But no, the class has really grown superbly well. I mean, watching the Scandinavians. I mean, what was it? Kev and Billy went out there, and typically they matched up in round 2, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I think the bump spot was 763, was it? For the class? It was insane. No surprise to see John Sleeth with the 760 darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 883. Breakout on the 888 darling. I wonder what the darlings are going to be for these two.
Great to see Ian back after a couple of years.
It's really good indeed. Going alongside Jack Williams. Jack had the interesting problem at the last, I think it was green light, we were running 760. He was the one that was going 758, 759, but he got it there at the end. But yeah, another couple of 760 cars. Oh, the insults coming in.
I thought that was appropriate, sorry, that's what I just showed that to you. Well, it's actually pretty inappropriate, but there we go.
No, totally appropriate.
Yeah, no, totally appropriate. Young Mr. Ian Brown down there. Great to see Ian back with the door car. The previous Pro Mod. Another great class for 760 heads up, as you can see on the window.
Side by side all the way up there. 58 and 61.
Wow, get it.
Interestingly, Jack's picked up exactly where he left off last time, breaking out by 200s. But Ian Brown, my goodness me, 761 with a 9. Take me up to the bloke.
Just very quickly, Rod, because obviously you're involved with it. It's a question I've been wanting to ask for ages. How long before it's a class, as in a class of big events, do you think? Because I know, obviously, that, there's a few rounds, and it is a newish class, but the interest is just kind of off the charts,
It's huge.
isn't it?
I think that's where it needs to go pretty soon, really, while people have still got that interest.
Yeah.
Because at the smaller events, it doesn't have quite the coverage, so it needs to be at the bigger events. It's fantastic, as you said, in Sweden, watching out there, and there's a few cars this year haven't come out, so I think next year is going to be very, very good over
It'll be a
it.
banner year for it.
Yeah.
Well, there's quite a few newer cars to the class and in drag racing full stop that have come along as well, which is great.
Yeah.
Really, really good. So we got Altered against Long Car. Super Gas into the lanes, please. Can we have Super Gas, please, into the pairing lanes, please? It's been so long since I've done it, so I forgot which one it was. Yeah. Bradley did well, no pressure, mate, in the number 1 car from last year, 8:53. Somewhat slower than usual against Phil Toppin. And when they get Phil Toppin's blown big block running right, that'll be in the 7s, I should think. Not going to be on that run, no.
I spoke to Bradley yesterday. That's a reason, really, just for him to get used to the car, to slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, the drone chute came out full fill, and then eventually the parachutes blossomed. So Bradley goes in at number 4 there. Nicely done. Kieran Astley with the Joker. Going alongside Mark Cassell with the ball breaker. Mark, another one of those that went down to Laverstock Farm a couple of weeks ago to do Carfest and was doing the static fire-ups alongside, well, they're having a bark-off, actually, best way to describe it, with Barry Giles, with the Giles and Hartley Dragster, a couple of Super Pro cars down there. And then they had the juniors as well for Ada Cassisi and Harley as well. And then Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird was down there as well. So it was a proper show. Really entertaining. So good stuff. Well done to everybody that went down to Carfest. Spreading the word of drag racing. $7.72 then, the dial in for Kieran, and Mark dialing in 8.36. Well, not the run that Kieran was looking for, but let's have a look at Mark. 8.48. Kieran goes 9.73. Looks like he wasn't getting any turbo boost then at all. All right, next up, it is the dragsters of the two former junior racers. It's Joe Kellett in, when Joe drives it should be the Drumming Man dragster, isn't it? But it's pretty much known as a Dolly Daydream car now. Going alongside Pete Walters, PB in testing yesterday, 7.3.
Yeah, I'd like to say congratulations to Julie for putting up with Richard for 37 years. It's their wedding anniversary today.
Oh, wow.
She's done very well.
Julie, you got less for murder. But no, they've obviously moved a little bit closer now. They live in Brackley instead of all the way down in the West Country, so a little bit more local.
Yeah, over the winter they've done a lot of work on the chassis, so it's tagged to 6 seconds now, hence why it's running faster. And there's a lot more in that engine if they want it. But
well, I think the big component that's changed, obviously, to help it at the moment is the supercharger, isn't it? Nice.
Yeah.
Like a good new blower on there. Yeah, but to take a 10th off your PB just on the test pass was sweet. So dialing in 7.28, which is obviously the quickest dial we've ever seen from Pete. I mean, Pete has run in the fives when he was licensing in Dave Wilson's Pro Comp car back in the day. But sticks with this one. Joe Kellett, 7.30. So these two are literally going to be side by side all the way down the track if they both run to form.
Two top drivers in the class as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, Pete gets the drop on the tree. I think Joe's got the better run, though. Oh, yeah, Joe goes 7.26, breaks out too quick. Pete goes 7.63. And there's Leah. Hi, Leah. Bless her. Right, next up, Nick Good. And Bailey Ashdown. I had a chat with Nick yesterday. They had a flat battery. Of all things in the car. They have a battery on the car and a battery in the rig, but the slave battery that they used to start the car just didn't have any oomph in it. Right. They went to turn it home and it went, just died. So obviously they put it back on charge, no problem at all, but it just caught them out a little bit.
He's another clever guy as well, Nick.
Yeah, been doing this a while, fair to say.
Yeah.
We only get to see Nick run probably twice a year in this car. Yeah. Brings it out for the main event in Euros.
I think so. I think trying to get the other car going is enough work. Trying to get two cars running at the same meeting is, I find it hard enough to do one car.
Yeah. Didn't you race Nick in a final
Yeah,
one year?
yeah,
You got him, didn't you?
yeah,
I remember.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Most of them I can beat, but most of them beat me as well.
Yeah, it's like the shortest
day.
car and the longest car in the field.
Yeah.
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 682 dial in for Nick. Bailey 808. Oh, Nick's pedalling.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all 698 still. Only 173 at the stripe. Bailey goes 806 on an 808. It's a breakout, but they're celebrating because that was a super run.
Yeah, Nick's car having a big wander at the
It
top
was.
end.
It was slow
He is-
control.
Dragsters tend to be pretty stable no matter what the weather.
Yeah.
Yours doesn't, obviously. Have you never felt... Serious question, though. Yours has got a completely stock silhouette, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, what we wanted to do with the car. Keep it exactly like that.
It's terrific, but is it lively at the top end as a result?
To
or
be
not?
fair, no, it's more lively at this end, which is better that way. You got more chance of catching it here than you have
Yeah.
when you're doing 170 odd up the top end.
Yeah.
Maybe it was designed because they knew someone was going to run sevens with it, when it was in the factory how many years ago?
Yeah. It's 60 years old in December.
There
Wow.
we go. And,
It's 4 months older than me.
well, you're streamlined as well.
Yeah, I
Ashley
know.
Bell, Bob Doyle. Bob actually starting the weekend with the nitrous on by the looks of that. That's a great looking run. Oh, wow. Way too quick.
Wow,
837 161. Where the hell did that come from? They don't care. They're happy.
Tracy's like, is that right?
I think I can see a trail down Ashley Bell's lane, though, unfortunately. Where the marshals are running out to, there is a rather... No, maybe not. They're checking it out. Now, one of the things I still can't get my head round, obviously, we've all been around long enough to know, a 6-second run in any sort of car,
There is a trail.
there is a trail. Okay, fair enough. Used to be the preserve of, like, blown dragsters, pro comp cars,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. You've got door cars that are bracket racing at 6 seconds.
I know. It's just how things move on.
How mad is that?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, when you think of the little car, when we built it 20 years ago, I never thought I'd be running sevens in it, really. It was built to do super gas.
Was it really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and...
So everything got out of hand then, did it? Is that
well, you want to go a bit quicker every time, don't you?
That must, do you know what? I've always thought that must be the really hard thing with bracket racing, is that you want to be competitive and win, but you want to go quicker as well.
I think the thing which pushed us was obviously Paul Dale, because he was running the...
Yes.
That's what pushed us to put the gas on it and try and be the quickest 105E. Probably
I can't remember it wasn't mentioned that first. It might have been one of us.
you
Yeah.
probably-
Anyway, it could be our
Yeah.
fault, that one. Anyway, go on, sorry.
But with the bracket racing, it is about being consistent, not
Yeah.
the fastest. And when it was running 820s without the gas, the car was, ultra consistent. And then we try to go faster, and we've sort of made a consistent car not so consistent.
You find the weaker bits, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, we've had it apart and everything seems okay, but we've got to make the car go straight, because off the line, you've watched it from here, it sort of goes up and right, and when I'm in the right-hand lane, that's quite worrying, because obviously the wall. So the car's going to be stripped,
Yeah.
everything's going to be replaced and that for next year. And if I want to be serious in the 760 class, I've got to up my game, because as you said, they're all running 760s and I'm 2 or 3
So,
cents away.
again, from a layman's terms, what's the difference between the car running 820s and to try and nudge it that much quicker and faster? What do you have to change? What do you have to do? Because it doesn't sound like a lot of time, but when you get to incremental gains like that, when you're already there, it takes probably an awful lot to get it that much further, doesn't it?
Well, we put about 200 horsepower of gas in it, and it ran it at 7, so it wasn't really handling. So, like clever guys we are, we put another 100 horsepower of nitrous in it to try and get it faster, which didn't really help.
Fair enough.
But it's setting the car up for one class or another, and we've tried to set the car up for both. It's not for naturally aspirated and the nitrous. You've almost got to let the car be, I wouldn't say docile without the gas, but then when it's on the nitrous, then it's pulling hard. we didn't really set it up there. And we I wouldn't say myself and Simon lost our way with the setup, but we were changing a lot of stuff in the forelink and that to try and get the car to launch properly. We've just got to, I think it's a good idea having a year out and just having a look at the car, stripping it,
Doing it slowly.
And getting it done right. Obviously, I'm going to use Jeff Hauser, he's local. I've used him over the years, so Jeff's going to help as well set the car up. We're going to try and put a bit more power in the car and actually aspirate it, so I haven't got to put so much nitrous through. Because
you resisted that nitrous for a long time, didn't you?
You've hit the nail on the head loads of times, Darryl. You can't bust it, can you? You know, when you start putting more power through it, you just find the weakest link.
Always. Yeah, it does find. I mean, not that the cars are built to have weak links, but when you just start finding the limits of what you've got, and when you're pushing it, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. So it is about, you know, most of us in the class are working class guys. It's how much you can throw at it to get it to be consistent. So, yeah.
So in its current form, do you think it will get to 760s? Because obviously it's sort of like the class was conceived as something everybody could join in at, and all of a sudden, wallop, the top 5, 8, 10 are into 760s, no problem every time, you know?
I actually think I think if you want to run properly in 760, the car's got to be able to do a 750 because of the weather conditions and the rest of it. Yeah. And I do actually think it'll run the numbers. I think it'll run an 8. It's run 8.1s natural aspirated. I think it'll run 8 zeros with we're doing the cam change and a few other bits.
Okay.
So if we can get 8 zeros.
So that's what I was getting at. So so a cam change is one of the things that you're
going to
do.
Yeah. So a cam change. We've got a few other bits and pieces. And I'd say with a 250 shot, with the car handling properly, because it's no good how we're driving it or how I'm driving it. I think it'll run the 760. You know, I've not gone this route to come nowhere with the car. I want to try and be competitive, but it's difficult. But I mean, I'm lucky, as you know, you guys. I've got Simon who helps me, who's a really clever lad, and I think every team here has got somebody in there. Yeah. You know, which is clever, and I've got Simon. So it's his fault if it don't.
Why is the burning question I always have is why has no one ever had you a sticker made saying Harry Potter's dream car and put that on the back of it, really? Because you know, flying anglies are one thing, but 171 miles an hour ones are much better. Silliness aside, what Mark Turner did as well. So they were doing what you're doing effectively, chucking nitrous in it, and they thought that the best way to then do it was put a blower on it.
Yeah.
And they've been proven right because, for them anyway, at least, I know not for everybody, but they put the blower on it and it's just turned it into a...
Well, funny enough, they're tuned in because they've just sent us a message.
Oh, fair enough.
And no, it's kind with the strap line at the end. It basically says 760 needs to be at the big events next year. Lots of love. Your 2024 760 champion.
Yeah, right.
And we're off to Sweden next year as well. So obviously it's on the radar for everybody. Obviously, Kev Jenkins went out there. Billy's gone out there. You're going out next year. The Turners are going out next year. But what we need is to bring that lot over here.
Absolutely.
Well, 760 or Pro Street as it is over there, it's very, very... I must admit, put my hands up, I was always a little bit sceptical about it because the big difference between Scandinavia in general, or the Nordic countries if you prefer, and here, is their door slammer ecosystem is vastly different to ours. There are loads of old Pro Stock cars, old Comp Eliminator cars. They're just... the place is teeming with cars that can do that, that can run that, and with no stress, and they saw like 24 car field or whatever at TEP. They have big fields at almost every event they go to, and it's super competitive. The fact that they qualified for a 16 car field as well, and the bump with 763 is a bit nuts to say the least. Isn't it?
I mean, we're an underdog against some of them. As you said, them cars are 6-second cars, and they're like backing it off to run the numbers.
They are. Well, there's interestingly, funnily enough, but however, I'm more so happy to be proved wrong that it's working, and it's worked, and it's working, and the participation is growing greatly. The other thing that they do over there, and I'm not suggesting this is another class for God's sake, but they have Super Pro Street as well, 680.
Okay.
And that's where an awful lot of the old promo... I don't even know whether they still run it. When I used to go over there a while back, they ran it all the time. They definitely ran it in Finland. But Super Pro Street was a 680 class. Imagine how fun that was. There you go. Try and get to that one. Go on, Colin.
But we don't. What we don't want to do though is dilute Super Pro, and that's the thing, because cars have got. If you flood a class or have a new class that comes on, it could pull people out of another class, and that's what we don't want to affect.
But at the same time, I totally get why they want to do it.
Oh,
because
so do I,
everybody
yeah.
wants to run in a heads-up class.
Yes.
Instead of, I mean, is that been was that? Have you? Please forgive me for being stupid. Have you run in 760 yet? You
Yes.
have, haven't you?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah,
So is it It's completely different leaving with the person in the other lane and on a Pro Tree as well.
It's better for my car. If I leave, I can get really good lights on a Pro Tree.
Okay.
With the car, it reacts.
Well, you
very
weren't exactly that bad at sport. Sorry.
quick. I have my moments.
yeah.
But if I leave, it's a bit more difficult with the sportsman tree with the car. I have to really time. I have to be right on it. If my head's not with it, I red light
Okay.
or I'm slow. Changing bits and pieces on the car has made the car, as I said earlier, not so consistent.
I've got to say this: the amount of times that me and him have sat, you can't see it because you're down there going that way, right? But the amount of times me and him have sat there and watched you run, and you leave the line, and it's like a 0-1 or 0-2, and we both look at each other and go, God, that's so close. Seriously, that is so close.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry, back to the point. Leaving heads up is better for the car and for you, really.
I think so, and it's going back to what Colin said, really, with the Super Pro. I mean, that is still a fantastic class, as good as 760s, like taking over a little bit, and certainly with me with the car and where we're going with it. This is still fantastic, and without like Rich and Julie Waters who sorts it all out, it really is good, and a mix of cars as well. And when you've got Sid racing and you're going through the traps without the gas and it comes past you about sort of 80 mile an hour faster, that's different.
But it's good. Yeah. Anyway, bottom line, it's a great idea.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's something that I hope grows and grows. And the really good thing is as well for me, Pro Mods for many years have always been some of my favourite cars. And the fact that he's bringing a whole bunch of not legal Pro Mods out anymore, and some of the original Pro Mod cars, with obviously Dave's car, with Ian Brown, who we just saw out there as well. Some of the more of those cars out. Fabulous. Yeah. That's it.
You touched on Mark with the supercharger, the blower. Frank and Cliff Griffin, obviously Outlaw Angle.
Yeah, they
retired.
Well,
like my mates and Frank built my car. When they retired, I had the option of the engine at the time. Yeah, but I hadn't. Yeah, it'd have been the right money to me as well. But I hadn't done what I wanted to do with the motor I've got in the car, and I sort of wanted to still pursue what I had.
Yeah.
But now, if it was the timing now, it'd be.
Yeah.
Now would be the time.
Oh no, we'd have a blown angle. Is
I
what
thought it
you're
was a
saying. There we
tractor
go.
pulling engine though, wasn't it? In that car.
One in Cliff's one was, but Frank's was.
Right, no, yeah,
Frank's
yeah.
one was
Sorry,
a
yes,
Hemi,
it was
wasn't
Cliff's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
apologies, yeah.
But Cliff ran 760s in a car which was £300 heavier than mine. No issues. So
Was it a 392 Hemi? Was it or something
Yeah,
like
it
that?
was, yeah, it was,
I remember that.
yeah.
I remember watching that every time run at Avon Park. Sorry, I'm still going to call it Avon Park. Standing back and thinking, I'm not going to get too close to photograph that because it's going to be with me on the other side of the barrier very shortly.
Yeah,
But
that's Frank, yeah.
so that's but is nitrous tunable to run? Because I always thought the great thing about nitrous is it produces its own air. So what you said about weather conditions, because Denver in the US, when Pro Mod cars went to race there, the nitrous cars always had a massive advantage because they bring the air with them effectively, don't they?
Yeah.
So on hot days, does it make that much difference?
We always tune.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but I just wondered. That was all.
It shouldn't do because, as you said, you're putting your own
Air in
oxygen
it,
in it, so it shouldn't do. But we did run the car reasonably safe. We were happy with the 7s last year, so we could have tuned it out to go a little bit quicker to sort of adapt for the air. But it was just about getting the 7s really and trying to take the record, which unfortunately Mr. Dale holds now.
See, blown car. There we go.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, blown small block. That doesn't quite sit. Yeah, anyway, you can't have that. Sorry, I'm only joking, Paul.
That way, I mean, hinting on what you and Paul were doing, because you had that best of 3, which was, I'm going to state this was probably one of your best weekends at the track ever. Not only for the racing, but what you actually did by doing a passenger ride as well, when you had Summerdale in the car, didn't you?
Yeah, it was. I knew Paul was faster than me, so I
Yeah.
had to beat him off the lights. And because I run regular championships, I had to make sure I did that bit right. But the pressure of taking his daughter down the track. But Paul said to me, make sure you do a proper burnout, launch a car, do that, because if you don't, she will give me a...
Yeah, give you a hard time.
Yeah. And I got to the end of the track and looked over to make sure she was all right, and her face was just beaming. I thought, mission accomplished.
No, it was a lovely moment because I was in the tower for that.
Yeah.
And that was proper special. I mean, it was two guys that just want to beat each other up, being the quickest 105Es, and then you did that for summer. It was really special.
Be honest, it's me and Paul are best mates.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But on the track, we obviously give each other a bit of stick.
Of course you do.
But fair play, he's really run the numbers. He's hurt the motor.
Yeah.
He has to hurt it, so he's going to have to rebuild. And that's the problem when you're pushing the cars.
Finding the limits,
Yeah.
finding what links, all that sort of stuff. Isn't it? I think what you said about beaming afterwards. I think from being here a while, that's called warmth of survival. That is. It just sort of it seeps through your body, and you go,
Yeah.
"I made it, fantastic."
I've really enjoyed doing the passenger rides, and I've had a few people say, if you're going to do it again.
You've offered to take me up there
Yeah.
as well at some point. I will take you up on it eventually.
Yeah.
I remember like journos turning up here to go in Gordon Appleton's Pro Mod, sitting in the passenger seat in that, thinking you've no idea how brave you are. You really don't know how brave you are to do that, because I don't. I'd probably do it because it'd be a chance in a lifetime, but it's every other thing in me says that's a terrible idea.
I'm not
And nothing against Gordon. I just mean
Yeah.
I just know what goes on.
I'm not a very good passenger or anything. I hate flying. Even though I go, I hate it.
Yep.
And passenger in cars, just in general, I'm not very good.
It's very much the same as when people watch you run, especially with your car as well. They probably say, "Wow, that was wild, that was fun." She had her Supercom car here, crashed it into this thing, and you're the one. And then the other car she was selected to drive for the weekend was the double
I'd say
dragster.
probably when we did the best of three, me and Paul, the second one when it really went quite close to the line, to the middle. And I know you and I think it was John was commentating. I should have come out of it, but I was racing.
There you go.
But afterwards, I thought, I know better. I should have come off that.
Yeah,
really.
that's the racer in you.
This is something I said many times before, but my first ever race in an alcohol car, my brain was going, Jesus, this is fast, and my right foot's going, no, it's not. This is fine. This is great. My right foot, there was wild horses could not drag my right foot in that direction because I couldn't see the guy in the other lane. Exactly that, yeah.
I think every race is the same.
Yeah,
If you're not like that, then it's not the sport for you. Really.
Red mist, whatever you want to call it, it's definitely that. But anyway, apologies for the delay, folks. Serious cleaning up on the Kestrel aisle up at the top.
Yeah,
end
that was
there.
a bit more than we thought, actually. We knew that the top end was affected, but they've got everything working up there. You've got both tractors, sweepers, the dust, everything. So, yeah. And not only that, there was a couple of spots in the air, but they've seemed to have dissipated, thank goodness.
Yeah, they're all round London and down that
Yeah.
way and home. Currently washing my car for me at home, so that's good. But anyway, we'll hand back to Nitro FM just for a few moments, if that's all right. We're still going to be probably a good another 5 or 10, something like that. So we've got 4 days of this to do. Yay, says everybody. But yeah, Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, we'll be back shortly. Thank you. And she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a two-seater?
Yes,
ran
and he does it in
Yes.
Pro
Yeah.
C as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's a perfectly doable thing. 789
Wow.
at 169.
32-car field, unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates to 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay, Hans van der Speck, 10:34 with the truck, 10:48 and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right, bump spot prediction.
Dabble in Pro ET, I think. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Al Platt. Now, the last I heard, Al Platt's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah? Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 1071 at a stupidly ridiculous 151. And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down. You never know.
Oh. 77. Oh, it was just Johnny that got the
Wow.
73. What a breakout.
If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, so people can't see what they're doing, but it still works.
86.
Yesterday, noticeably, that dial-in is quicker than what they were testing out yesterday.
Anthony Mitchell.
He's turned up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
Should the pipes out to the side now?
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh, wow! Super road roll. .862 for Lee and a 10.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 0-1 965, 1103. They go 7.
You've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dial-in, there's a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
So 957 then for Brett. 1024 for Ronnie. .55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3.
Ring to it, isn't it?
Whoa, both of them double O off the tree, but they're both red. But nevertheless, both trying to chop it down. £100.
Well, he's there or thereabouts in the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out by a huge amount there.
That's got to be one of Will's quickest to do when it's like this. You dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need.
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been bang on. 10:02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11:29 for me. Okay, 9:56 for Amy.
Nice. Wow. 57 on a 56.
Well, that was they probably did that because after Harrison. Right, will it be an 8? The answer is
Yep.
and 150 as well. 890.
See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy McClure there. 1075 Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 944 breakout. Disappeared without approval. .10.11, Frankie breaks out. Nick Mungrich goes 10.0. .11.14 and 11.27. Doug breaks out by a 10th there. Garage squad. .73 and under 72 on a 70 for Dom.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8:42 breakout. Rob Brown. Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's right, they're both former juniors actually. Colin Morris, 0-2 off the line, looking for an 850. Gets 852 and a 975 there, Mark. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line, though. Goes 809. No surprise to see John Steve with the 760 darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 8.
See on the window.
Side by side all the way up there. 58 and 61. Wow, get it.
Not going to be on that run, no.
I spoke to Bradley yesterday. That's a reason, really, just for him to get used to the car.
Well, not the run that Kieran was looking for, but let's have a look at Mark. 8:48. Kieran goes 9:73. Looks like he was. Well, Pete gets the drop on the tree. I think Joe's got the better run, though. Oh, yeah, Joe goes 7:26, breaks out. 2-2 dial in for Nick. Bailey, 8:08. Oh, Nick's pedalling.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all 698 still. Only 173 at the stripe. Bailey.
Well, you're streamlined as well.
Yeah,
Ashley Bell, Bob Doyle. Bob actually starting the weekend with the nitrous on by the looks of that. That's a great looking run. Oh, wow. Way too quick.
Wow,
8:37. She had her Supercomp car here, crashed it in testing, and then the other car she was slated to drive for the weekend was the double dragster from Sweden. And she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a two-seater?
Yes,
he ran
and he does it in
Yes.
Private C as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's Perfectly doable thing. 789
Wow.
at 169.
32 car field, unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates to 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay, Hans van der Spek, 1034 with the truck, 1048, and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right, bump spot prediction.
Dabble in Pro ET, I think. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Albat. Now, the last I heard, Albat's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 1071 at a stupidly ridiculous 151. And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down. You never know.
Oh. 77. Oh, it was just Johnny that got the
Wow.
73. What a breakout.
If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, so people can't see what they're doing, but it still works.
86.
Yesterday, noticeably, that dial-in is quicker than what they were testing out yesterday.
Anthony Mitchell.
He's turned up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
The pipes out to the side now.
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh, wow! Super road well. .862 for Lee and a 10.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 01 for 3. 965, 1103. They go 7.
You've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dial-in, there's a possibility. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So 957 then for Brett. 1024 for Ronnie. .55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3.
Ring to it, isn't it?
Whoa, both of them double O off the tree, but they're both red. But nevertheless, both trying to chop it down. £100.
Well, he's there or thereabouts in the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out by a huge amount there.
That's got to be one of Will's quickest to do when it's like this. You dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need.
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been banging on. 10:02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11.29 for me. Okay, 9.56 for AB.
Nice. Wow. 57 on a 56.
Well, that was they probably did that because after Harrison. Right, will it be an 8? The answer is
Yep.
and 150 as well. 890.
See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy's dashboard there. 10.75, Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 9.44, breakout. Disappeared without approval. .10.11, Frankie breaks out. Nick Mungrich goes 10.0. .11.14 and 11.27. Doug breaks out by a tenth there. Garage squad. .73 and a 72 on a 70 for Dom.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 9.64.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8.42 breakout. Rob Brown. Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's where they're both former juniors, actually. Colin Morris, 0.2 off the line, looking for an 8.50. Gets 8.52 and a 9.75 there, Mark. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line, though. Goes 8.09. No surprise to see John Steve with the 760 darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 8.
See on the window.
Side by side all the way up there. 58 and 61.
Wow, get it.
Not going to be on that run, no.
I spoke to Bradley yesterday. That's a reason, really, just for him to get used to the car.
Well, not the run that Kieran was looking for, but let's have a look at Mark. 8.48. Kieran goes 9.73. Looks like he was. Well, Pete gets the drop on the tree. I think Joe's got the better run, though. Oh, Joe goes 7.26, breaks out. 2.2 dial in for Nick. Bailey, 8.08. Oh, Nick's pedalling.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all 6.98 still. Only 173 at the stripe. Bailey.
Well, you're streamlined as well.
Yeah,
Ashley Bell, Bob Doyle. Bob actually starting the weekend with the nitrous on by the looks of that. That's a great looking run. Oh, wow. Way too quick.
Wow.
8.37. had a Supercomp car here, crashed it in testing, and then the other car she was slated to drive for the weekend was the double dragster from Sweden. And she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a two-seater?
Yes,
he ran
and he does it in Pro
Yes.
C as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's a perfectly doable thing. 789
Wow.
at 169.
32 car field, unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates the 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay, Hans van der Spek, 1034 with the truck, 1048, and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right, bump spot prediction.
Saddle in Pro ET, I think. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Albat. Now, the last I heard, Albat's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah? Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 1071 at a stupidly ridiculous 151. And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down. You never know.
'77. Oh, it was just Johnny that got the
Wow.
73. What a breakout!
If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, so people can't see what they're doing, and it still works.
86.
Yesterday, noticeably, that dialing is quicker than what they were testing out yesterday.
Anthony Mitchell.
He's turned up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
Should the pipes out to the side now?
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh, wow! Super low as well. .862 for Lee and a 10.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 965, 1103. They go 7.
You've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dialing, there's a possibility. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So 957 then for Brett. 1024 for Ronnie. .55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3.
Ring to it, isn't it?
Whoa, both of them 00 off the tree, but they're both red. But nevertheless, both trying to chop it down. £100.
Well, he's there or thereabouts in the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out by
Wow.
a huge amount there.
That's
Wow.
got to be one of Will's quickest to do when it's like this. You dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need.
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been bang on. 10:02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11:29 for okay, 9:56 for AB.
Nice.
Wow.
57 on a 56.
Well, that was they probably did that because after Harrison. Right, will it be an 8? The answer is
Yep.
Yep.
And 150 as well. 890.
See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy Jack there. 10.75 Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 9.44 breakout. Disappeared without approval. .10.11, Frankie breaks out. Nick Mugridge goes 10.0. .11.14 and 11.27. Doug breaks out by a tenth there. Garage squad. .73 and a 72 on a 70 for Don.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8.42 breakout. Rob Brown. Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's where they're both former juniors, actually. Colin Morris, 0-2 off the line, looking for an 8.50. Gets 8.52 and a 9.75 there. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line, though. Goes 8.09. No surprise to see John Steve with the 760 darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 8.
See on the window.
Side by side all the way up there. 58 and 61. Wow, get it.
Not going to be on that run, no.
I spoke to Bradley yesterday. That's a reason, really, just for him to get used to the car.
Well, not the run that Kieran was looking for, but let's have a look at Mark. 8.48. Kieran goes 9.73. Looks like he was. Well, Pete gets the drop on the tree. I think Joe's got the better run, though. Oh, yeah, Joe goes 7.26, breaks out. 2-2 dial in for Nick. Bailey, 8.08. Oh, Nick's pedalling.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all 698 still. Only 173 at the stripe. Bailey.
Well, you're streamlined as well.
Yeah,
Ashley Bell, Bob Doyle. Bob actually starting the weekend with the nitrous on by the looks of that. That's a great looking run. Oh, wow. Way too quick.
Wow,
8.37. had her Supercup car here, crashed it in testing, and then the other car she was slated to drive for the weekend was the double dragster from Sweden. And she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a two-seater?
Yes,
ran
and he
in.
does it in Pro
Yes.
C as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's a perfectly doable thing. 789
Wow.
at 169.
Everybody's talking about it. So we take it at the moment they are going for a 32-car field, unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates the 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay, Hans van der Spek 1034 with the truck. 1048 and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right, bump spot prediction.
Okay, Chris Waterhouse having his first dabble in Pro ET, I think. Here in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Al Platt. Now, the last I heard, Al Platt's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 1071 at a stupidly ridiculous 151.
He's done everything, and he's taken everything into consideration for that number. Wow, if he hits that, that's a PB.
And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down. You never know.
Oh. 77. Oh, it was just Johnny that got the
Wow.
73. What a breakout.
You don't need to see where you're going.
Oh, it's only a straight line.
Feel. It's all done by feel. If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, so people can't see what they're doing, and it still works.
86.
That's how it's
He's a
done.
proper convoy.
So, Anthony Mitchell and Laura Baton. Laura was here testing yesterday. Noticeably, that dial-in is quicker than what they were testing at yesterday.
Anthony Mitchell.
You just get a convoy of Swedes turn up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
Interesting headers he's had developed. They're pushing the pipes out to the side now.
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh, wow! Lee Huxley with an 870. Lee doubles up actually sometimes, running super low as well. $862 for Lee and a 10 fits, but hoping to end the year on a high note.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 0-1 965, 1103. They go 7.
Basically, you've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dial-in, there's a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
So 957 then for Brett. 1024 for Ronnie. $55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3.
Sounds a little ring to it, isn't it?
Whoa, both of them 00 off the tree, but they're both red. But nevertheless, both trying to chop it down.
In the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out
Wow.
by a huge amount there.
That's
Wow.
got to be one of Will's quickest to do when it's like this. Do you dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need?
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been banging on. 10:02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11:29 for me. Okay, 9:56 for Amy.
Nice.
Wow.
57 on a 56.
Well, that was. They probably did that because after Harrison. Right, will it be an 8? The answer is.
Yep.
Yep.
And 150 as well. 890.
See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy Dashboard there. 10.75 Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 9.44 breakout. Disappeared without approval. .10.11, Frankie breaks out. Nick Mungrich goes 10.0. .11.14 and 11.27. Doug breaks out by a 10th there. Garage squad. .73 and a 72 on a 70 for Dom.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8.42 breakout. Rob Brown. Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's right, they're both former juniors actually. Colin Morris, 0-2 off the line, looking for an 850, gets 852 and a 975 there. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line though. Goes 809. No surprise to see John Steve with the 760 darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 8.
See on the window.
Side by side all the way up there. 58 and 61. Wow, get it.
Not going to be on that run, no.
I spoke to Bradley yesterday. That's a reason, really, just for him to get used to the car.
Well, not the run that Kieran was looking for, but let's have a look at Mark. 848. Kieran goes 973. Looks like he was. Well, Pete gets the drop on the tree. I think Joe's got the better run though. Oh, Joe goes 726, breaks out 2-2. Dial in for Nick. Bailey 808. Oh, Nick's pedalling.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all 698 still. Only 173 at the stripe. Bailey.
Well, you're streamlined as well.
Yeah,
Ashley Bell, Bob Doyle. Bob actually starting the weekend with the nitrous on by the looks of that. That's a great looking run. Oh, wow. Way too quick.
Wow,
837. She had her Supercomp car here, crashed it in testing, and then the other car she was slated to drive for the weekend was the double dragster from Sweden, and she ran it in competition.
Didn't Gerd Haberman have a two-seater?
Yes,
he ran
and he does it in Pro
Yes.
C as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
There you go. So it's a perfectly doable thing. 789
Wow.
at 169.
Everybody's talking about it, so we take it at the moment they are going for a 32 car field unless you get the 50th car go down the track and put a number on the board. It then activates the 64.
That might happen by Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
You reckon? Yeah. Okay, Hans van der Speck 10:34 with the truck, 10:48 and 11.90 for Chris Orthodoxy.
Right, bump spot prediction.
Okay, Chris Waterhouse having his first dabble in Pro ET, I think. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Al Platt. Now, the last I heard, Al Platt's car was actually up for sale.
Still is.
Is it? Yeah? Okay. Well, good looking run for Chris Waterhouse. It won't be a 9. It's a 10:71 at a stupidly ridiculous 151.
He's done everything, and he's taken everything into consideration for that number. Wow, if he hits that, that's a PB.
And maybe getting rid of breakfast before he comes down. You never know.
77. Oh, it was just Johnny that got the
Wow.
73. What a breakout.
You don't need to see where you're going.
Oh, it's only a straight line.
Phil. All done by Phil. If you look at it this way, most people are created in the dark, so people can't see what they're doing, and it still works.
86.
That's how it's
He's a
done.
proper convoy.
So, Anthony Mitchell and Laura Baton. Laura was here testing yesterday. Noticeably, that dial-in is quicker than what they were testing out yesterday. Nine.
Oh, Anthony Mitchell.
You just get a convoy of Swedes turn up all at once. Great. Mark Huxley with a 974. That's pretty quick for that Corolla. And Freddie Thompson. Not bad.
Interesting headers he's had developed. They're pushing the pipes out to the side now.
I don't think has Tom ever run against a long pointy car before. Oh! Wow! Lee Huxley with an 870. Lee doubles up actually sometimes, running super low as well. 862 for Lee, and a 10 fits, but hoping to end the year on a high note.
Well, Mr. Qualifying goes to 1 965, 1103. They go 7.
Basically, you've been sleep thieving
That's
again,
it,
haven't
yeah.
you? You've been out nicking cars.
Right, let's see if Susie can take the low ET back for the McClure clan here.
Looking at the dial-in, there's a possibility. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So 957 then for Brett. 1024 for Ronnie. .55 breakout for Brett. Ronnie.
Nice.
Oh yeah, goes to number 3.
Sounds a little ring to it, isn't it?
Whoa, both of them double O off the tree, but they're both red. But nevertheless, both trying to chop it down. £100.
In the championship too. Against Bob Molan. Best thing to come out of France is the Olympics. Not Bob, obviously.
47 and 69. Will breaks out by
Wow.
a huge amount there.
That's got to be one of Will's quickest ever. When it's like this, you dial really safe, as in way quicker than
First
you need.
one I would, yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've done it. A couple of people have been banged on. 10:02 with a 7. See, that's why they race and we commentate. Having a tailwind is going to help. Hard to sort of quantify how much, but it can't hurt, let's put it that way. So Lee Morris way out in front and breaks out. 11:29 for the... Okay, 9:56 for AB.
Nice.
Wow.
57 on a 56.
Well, that was... they probably did that because after Harrison... Right, will it be an 8? The answer is...
Yep.
And 150 as well. 890.
See the gear shift light coming on there. Billy Jackpot there. 1075 Jason Pickett, nicely judged. Bill goes through 944 breakout. Disappeared without approval. .10.11, Frankie breaks out. Nick Mungrich goes 10.0. 11.14 and 11.27. Doug breaks out by a tenth there. Garage squad. '73 and under 72 on a 70 for Doug.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8.42 breakout. Rob Brown.
Stopping over there, I think.
Oh, these links just get so good, don't they? I know, but you tried and you sort of succeeded on that one, but well done, mate. Okay, just give everybody a little bit of an update. Okay, the track crew are still keeping on top of the situation on the track at the moment. They're just trying to keep it nice and dry. There is a couple of tiny spots in the air, but it does seem to be dissipating. The teams in the pairing lanes have taken the covers off the cars and the drivers are back in them, so they're pretty much ready to go. We got Matt Peters and the Dubois Milwaukee Pontiac in... well, they're the next pair to go. It'd be Patrick in Super Pro, but we're just waiting for the go signal basically, and everybody will suddenly get back on station. But it's just hanging in the air at the moment, so it could be like a couple of minutes. It could be a bit longer. So we're just like watching the track crew, but you know, they're on the start line, but there's still the tractor doing its stuff out there at the moment. So that's the current situation. I've got Super Pro in the lanes. I've also got Junior Dragster down there as well. They're all in their cars, very, very eager to get their first qualifiers in. We have got phenomenal camera coverage this weekend as well. There's lots of new cameras that are covering various aspects of the event. We've got the one that's on the back of the grandstand, sorry, on the back of the pairing lane, so we can actually look down in there. We've got our remote camera at the moment watching the setup in Dave Vector's Pro Mod pits. And so they're getting themselves set. Great live pictures, actually. Those of you tuned into the live stream. Great live pictures from Dave Vector's pits. I haven't seen... Well, Dave is around. I haven't seen him yet. But obviously Dave in this phenomenal battle for the championship this year. There's 4 drivers in with a shout of the Pro Modified FIA Championship this year. Now, Dave has been into the 5.7s this year with the Camaro, but setting his stall out yesterday in testing, Andre Arnova went 580 at 250 with the Mustang yesterday. So has he stolen a march on the field already? Has he set his stall out early? Has he gone too quick too soon? We'll soon find out, as tomorrow we'll see qualifying first 2 sessions of the 4 scheduled for FIA Pro Modified. And of course, all of our pro classes will be running tomorrow. Today is a sportsman day, as we all well know. Looking at the wind turbines, my goodness me, they are rotating at a fair rate or not, so it's still a proper wind out there. But yeah, the Pro Mod teams, we saw them arrive earlier on today. Some of them obviously here, obviously Andre were tested yesterday, but quite a few Pro Mod teams have arrived today. Dave actually arrived yesterday, but obviously just wanted to relax after the journey, so they're setting up their pit area today, get the car ready, and they will be on track tomorrow. But is this the year that Dave Vector lifts the Pro Modified crown, or there's a 4-way battle for that championship, and all will pan out because one of the 4 will take the championship trophy on Sunday night here at Santa Pod for the banquet. So that's what they're all gunning for. Now then, if the camera crew looking right underneath the front of that car, I wonder if you can find Dave. I wonder if he's about somewhere. But yeah, all pretty much set. Daryl's actually gone walkabout with a radio mic, so he's not far away. We're going to do a little bit of testing on that system today, and we'll see where Daryl pops up eventually. But yeah, we're still got this little bit of mist in the air, and that is what's causing us not to be able to run at the moment. So that's why you're not seeing anything on the track at the moment. If you are south of, shall we say, Milton Keynes, Bedford, it's horrible down there, as in the weather is not very kind at all. Very pleasant part of the world, but it's just horrible weather-wise. We are right on the edge. I've had a little tap in my ear.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Daryl is around. So where are you, mate?
That's all right. I'm just skipping around a pair of lanes. That's all. Don't worry about it. Just testing things out for the rest of the weekend.
No, apparently your signal's very strong down there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm currently in the toilet, so it's great. Not really. I'm just walking past all the cars. I'm coming back. But, yeah, it's nice to see everybody and get reacquainted with a lot of faces that we haven't seen for a while.
Just one sec. TV camera crew, can we focus on the pairing lanes, please? From the top?
Well, it's raining again, unfortunately.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but I think you were just about ready to go, but I can still feel there's light, tiny
I can see you now. I found you.
Teeny weeny spits and spots in the air, so... it just
Just
needs-
ask that bloke you're just walking by, how is he?
I'll get it. So he's concentrating on his little girly junior extra at the
right, fair
moment. So
enough, yeah.
it's all right. I did talk to him as well. But
Okay.
yeah, anyway, as long as you can hear me, Phil, then that's good.
Really clear, actually.
Awesome.
Very, very clear indeed. So that's all good. No, we're looking at live pictures from Dave Vector's pit, actually. There's Holly down there having a good old chin wag with the crew. We'll find Dave. See if we can get a live hookup with Dave Vector. That'd be pretty cool. Right, Mr. Cameraman, have you got a microphone handy? Right, okay. Oh, right, okay, so we haven't got a mic range at the moment up in the pit. So, okay, so we're just looking at the live pictures. So, again, that's why we're testing it today, to make sure that we've got everything set up for tomorrow and Saturday. So, but at least we know that Daryl's mic works really, really well at distance, which is very, very good news indeed. So, I heard that very, very clear. That's very good indeed. But unfortunately, we do have this sort of pesky little... misting, rainy droplets appearing. It's not flooding anything, but it's just in the air. And as we all know, that we cannot run with any moisture on the track of any shape or form whatsoever. Too dangerous with high horsepower cars and bikes. It's a big no-no. Okay, so we'll hand the airwaves back over to Nitro FM 96.2. I thought we were really, really close to get going then, but unfortunately the man upstairs had another idea about that. So Nitro FM, take it away, and we will be back with you soon.
echt veel groot gebruikt om eruit te krijgen. Ik ben verkeerd geworden. Dat zijn al kennen kloppen dat de liefde straks. Doe je voor en achter?
Ja.
Staat het dicht, hè?
Staat er nu. Hier zie je 28.
Ja. En wat is de pijpdikte?
28,4.
Ja. Ja, dus een strakke passen. Ja, dat vertelt nog genoeg. Dus die is nauwer geworden. Zeker de grond raakt het niet. Ja, dat is duidelijk. Dan moet hij die iets verwijderen. Die wordt maken. Ja, ik denk zelf gewoon hier even de pijp hebben erin steken. En dan wordt het snel mee blijven nemen. Of die man.
Ik denk dat die omhoog zou komen.
Ja, kijk dus.
Van boven krijg je nooit kracht.
Nee. Ja, dat is omhoog geschoten. Dus moet eigenlijk die naar beneden doen iets. We hebben al gevonden. Die bek staat er nou. Had ik net gemeten. Dus iets waard gemaakt. Ja, maar we straks of andere dingen gaan leggen. Dan gaan we gewoon erop doorkrijgen.
Ja, daar is wel spullen voor.
Pak jij dat op? Dat is thuis of niet?
Ja, ergens.
Wij leggen die in die polyester of niet?
Ja. Special glue.
Can you hit?
Garage Squad. '73 and under 72 on a 70 for Don.
John looking for 9.60. What's he got over the stripe? 964.
Right, so that puts him number 11. Right, good looking pairing. Tom should get there first with 8:42 breakout. Rob Brown. Spot the ex-junior racer. Well, that's right, they're both former juniors actually. Colin Morris, 0-2 off the line, looking for an 850, gets 852 and a 975 there. Well, Kent will still get a number on the board. A little bit keen to get off the line though. Goes 809. No surprise to see John Steve with the 760 Darling, to be fair. And he goes 762. Go to number 1. Callum goes 8.
See on the window.
The further down it goes, the more
start filming when I can't get the thread in.
There we go, nailed it.
They're quite persistent, yeah.
Okay.
Well, get this back on and then that's we can put around sandwich, please.
On the window.
Side by side all the way up
yeah,
there.
sort of.
The Glue 58 and 61.
Wow, get it.
Pilots or drivers or whatever you want to call them are all back in their cars, eager to get going. All of our junior dragster drivers are pretty much in their cars ready to go as well. So we are once again very, very close indeed. Just looking behind me to see that Matt Peters and Patrick Devois pretty much getting themselves set to go as well. The Bluebird just going back into position. Just been having a look at some of the images coming round from the pits as well, actually. There was a good feed of the Slick Tricks Racing Top Fuel Dragster of Suzanne Callan in the pits, and I was just about to jump in and do some voice. Oh, there we go. We're back with the Slick Tricks team doing a huge amount of setup work. They are obviously not due out until tomorrow. So, yeah, they're getting that car all set up at the moment, and team working very, very hard indeed. Now, obviously, Runa's got two cars running this weekend. Suzanne's car that you can see there, and also, of course, the Maltese Lion, Duncan Micallef. He's on the other side of the garage there. Duncan's car Well, it's all nice and cosy with its cover on the engine and this and that, but all the work happening on Suzanne's car. Morning, Suzanne. Or afternoon as it is now, actually. So, yeah, Suzanne, very, very eager to get straight back on it tomorrow and into the 3-second zone. Just having a look at Laurie Bamford working on the back of the car there. Now, the engine is sort of basically stripped down at the moment. As you look at the cylinder heads there. And it doesn't actually take them that long to put it all back together. They're used to tearing these cars down in high pressure circumstances as well. The turnaround time for these cars can be like an hour and a half. Sometimes they really do have to thrash to get the cars turned around. But yeah, a good hour and a half. In the States, they thrash like mad. They actually start stripping the cars down as the cars are being towed back to the pits. But yeah, clutch setup as well, very, very important on these cars as well. And of course, everything torqued to the right settings as such. I'm no mechanic, so I'm not 100% certain on what every single bit of that thing does. But nevertheless, a nice insight into the pits there of the Runefield Motorsports team getting the top fuel car set up. But it is time now to go back racing. Engines fired up. As we turn our attention back to the racetrack, it is Patrick Dubois with the Pontiac going alongside Matt Peters with the Dragster, joined once again by Rocket, as we all know him. Of course, that's Ron Bartlett, also Darryl Bradford, and Thomas Cook-Abbott is your team for Super Pro. So you've got 4 for the price of nothing. As we continue, finally, Super Pro round number 1.
Well, I've time travelled back to 10:30 this morning, so I'm 2 hours younger than I was because
Yes.
we're still in Super Pro.
Yes.
Yeah, is that right?
There we are.
Excellent stuff. So, Dorcar Dragster up next. Patrick Dubois from Valence in southern France has just been told to shut off.
No. Oh, it's just hanging in the air, isn't
Pesky weather.
Yeah, it's spitting again behind us. Well, at least they didn't go into burnouts, thank goodness for that. But yeah, just looking on the back window here, it's just coming from behind us at the moment. So yeah, a couple of spots, but it's enough to stop the action once again. Oh, ultra frustrating.
I've got a great way to solve this, Ron. Go and get some more chips. Sit down and eat them. When you put the first chip up to your mouth, we'll start. All right? It will happen.
Oh, that's all right. So the camera crew go straight back to Rudefield's top fuel pit as we look back in there again. So as we've got nothing going on the track, let's stick with the top fuel team. Darryl, I mean, he's taking his cans off now. But yeah, so it's basically setting the car up. Having a good look at the brakes. Also got to make sure that everything is absolutely pristine, clean as well.
Well, yeah, it's easier. If things are nice and clean and tidy, it's easier to spot a leak or a problem, isn't it? So that's a rear end of a top fuel car. The ring and pinion in there are 12 inches. They're basically bulletproof, or they're supposed to be bulletproof. However, Steve Torrance decided to tear one to shreds just a few weeks ago and made a real mess of one. Nothing on a top fuel car is ever bulletproof, but the rear wheels, the brakes and the discs, those are carbon.
So it's a carbon disc, isn't it?
It is a carbon disc, and carbon's a real funny stuff. It works very well, but only when it gets up to temperature. And on a lot of cars, especially door cars, they can be quite lethal because you go through the finish line, get on the brakes, if you haven't got the chutes out, get on the brakes, and there have been a number of crashes over the years where nothing happened. All of a sudden, just literally like that, they get to temperature and they grip, which just completely locks up the rear end. What a lot of people do, Andy Robinson is the easiest example of this, but what a lot of people to see, because he's got brake lights on the car. If you notice when he does a burnout,
these
the
brake lights are on.
The reason the brake lights are on is because they hold the brake to get them up to operating temperature. Because when we change from steel to carbon brakes on our top fuel car, I was used to how it was, and the first time I went to stage, I didn't do that. And the first time I went, nobody told me, no one mentioned it. First time I went to stage, I didn't, shall we say, which was a bit annoying after going through all that effort. But yeah, that's the trick, just to warm those big old brakes up. They also do an awful lot in holding. Slowing the car down at the top end as well. But yeah, that's a 12-inch Chrisman rear end in. I think they're something like they're a huge amount of money. I think they're something like $15,000 or $20,000. Those. However, the good thing is once you put one in, you shouldn't really, other than maintenance and checking, you shouldn't need to do much else with it. Now, I'm not sure, you can see the crew guy there working on the clutch as well.
But yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
I'm not entirely sure whether Runa runs a 5 or a 6 disc clutch in there. The reason for a 6 disc these days, it tends to be preferable because the amount of horsepower these cars kick out.
Oh, there we go. Can we count them?
I'm glad, yeah, the amount of fingers. So that's the pressure plate on the clutch. So when the driver nails the throttle, there's a bunch of timers that are preset, and the clutch comes in as stages as they go down the racetrack. It does actually. Oh, Rune is very delighted to see us.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
It comes in stages, and from the outside, it looks like how many discs? That's a 6. No, that's 5.
5 discs.
Oh no, 6.
6. It's a
Sorry,
6.
Yeah. Floaters. Yeah, with the floaters on that, so that is a 6-disc clutch. Well done. That's just giving that away. That's why you're not allowed to walk into anyone's trailer usually. But from the outside, it looks like a smooth but really quick acceleration. When you're in the car, each one of those stages coming in is like another boot in the chest, basically. It's just a wonderful feeling. Honestly, any fuel driver or ex-fuel driver, when you say when the clutch locks up, watch all the hairs on the back of their fingers and neck stand on end, because it's just the most amazing feeling.
Now, the clutch is preset by the tuner.
That's it.
And it's fully locked in, what? 1.2, 1.5 into the run? What's the window?
One before the finish line, more like.
Okay.
The real giveaway is the amount of clutch dust. So if you notice the amount of clutch dust that hangs in the air after they run, it's almost all the way down. Now, that's one of the questions I'm going to be itching to ask, because we've got Terry Haddock here this weekend. I think we've got a couple of other US tuners, US crew chiefs here. Now, not a lot of people know this, but believe it or not, the top fuel cars and funny cars in the US, they're limited. They've actually got rev limiters on, okay? And it's done via the mag, so they keep the RPM down if it gets to a certain point. And it's kind of a race to the limiter, if this makes any sense. So that's why they always run about the same speed, and they don't put on that much speed between half track and 1,000 foot, because the limiter keeps them there, if you see what I mean. And it's where that limiter comes in. In the early days of them running limiters, they used to blow them up all the time, because the trouble is the engine would be really happy, hit the limiter, and with nitro, it's not a good idea to limit anything. It hit the limiter, and then it all go horribly wrong and just disassemble itself. It really would drop cylinders and go bang and all sorts of stuff. But they've worked out a way to keep them alive till 1,000 foot. But yeah, if you let them go to the quarter mile now, they wouldn't run really that much faster than they do, if any, faster than they do now, quite honestly. Talking about one-to-one, I haven't seen a drive shaft graph, excuse me. I know someone very well who has got one, but I think it's probably about 3 seconds in. So it's around about half track, so it really, it's a long way down. So that clutch is absorbing an awful lot of power that the car's putting out. Let's say what it is for the majority of the way down the racetrack. So it's not how much horsepower you've got, it's how you use it. And that is by far one of the most important components.
I was going to say, it is the... Because obviously it's a direct drive. There's no gears. It's all on the clutch.
Imagine trying to shift. Sorry.
Well, you can't.
They used... Do you know what? You know when Eddie Hill ran the first 4-second run back in 1988 in April at the Texas Motorplex? That was a 2-speed.
Yeah.
So I couldn't believe it when I saw it. So there's an in-car shot of him leaving the start line, nailing it, changing hands, punching a button, and running a 499.
Yeah.
Now, no, sorry, that's just mad to have to do that. And also, what 2-speed on the planet can put up with that? You know, and a lot of people have tried direct drive, which means there's no gearing, nothing at all. Before, but the first one to really get it right was Gene Snow and his crew chief Chris Eckert. But what they did, being racers, they're quite clever. the car ran like a bandit most of the time. It ran really well. But what they did was they pretended they kept chucking bits out of it because they said, oh, it's really hard on parts. It really is.
Right.
In reality, it weren't at all.
Yeah,
it was absolutely fantastic. But they didn't want everyone else going, oh, we'll do that too then. You know? It's just it's like one of those great cat and mouse games. And
it happens in all forms of sport.
It does.
Really
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Yeah.
So, anyway, those are all the clutch levers and the springs and the pressure on them as well. All of it can be adjusted. It's a never-ending mousetrap. That is what you're looking at right there. Really is a never-ending mousetrap of ways with things to go right or wrong, as the case may be. And the other thing as well to bear in mind is that even if you get the clutch setting perfectly, if the temperature on the track's changed slightly, you smoke the tyres. If it's got colder, you shake the tyres. If you don't get the acceleration curve right, it shakes the tyres. All of those things. So yeah, I wouldn't be a fuel tuner. Well, I couldn't be, but it's an incredibly difficult job. Very, very difficult.
Is it harder to tune? I can't think of the right word, but I'm going to use setup. I think is the right word. But is it harder to tune the clutch than it is the engine as such? Because the engine is just delivering power.
Kind of, but you still got okay. The thing is,
but you've got your rev limiter, which is limiting the revs.
But you still got to tune. The thing is, they still have to tune around the rev limiter.
Okay.
So they still have to keep the engine happy with the rev limiter in place. So it's a lot of it is, okay, do you slow the car down? If you slow the car down too much, then there's not enough load, so you start dropping cylinders. If you drop cylinders, then things go bang, or they don't go as quickly. So one cylinder down is a good 1,500 horsepower, something like that. It's a lot. When you say is the engine more difficult to tune, it's all got to be happy. The whole thing has to be happy from top to bottom, because it's the jets, the fuel pumps, how much fuel's going into the engine, how much, believe it or not, they do return fuel to the tank because they can't initially use all of it. It's hard work. And then not only that, you've got the timing, because they can play about with the timing, so advance and retard. So there's a tie shake zone which is about 60 to 100 foot out, and if you don't kill the power a bit, the car will shake. They have to take some out of it then, and then ramp it in again. But it's how quickly, with those cars, it's all about how quickly you ramp the power in. It's just all about power management from one end to the other. But obviously, even if the clutch is doing its thing, if the engine is not happy, it's not going to work. If the engine's happy but the clutch isn't doing its thing, the clutch has the ability to make the engine really unhappy if it's not, if it doesn't meet up. And I've seen runs with fuel cars as well where the RPM goes way up, but there's not enough clutch in them, and it just soars through the clutch. You can see it. There's just completely, almost blacks out the start line with clutch dust, because it's just murdering the clutch. And what you're looking at there, i.e. a fuel car in a million bits, is what happens to them after every single run, whether they go from start to finish line or not. Even if they only get to 60 foot, they do exactly the same, because they're so, what's the word I'm looking for? Fickle.
I think the only advantage today that they're working on is everything is cool. It's not going to be
scorching,
and they're not under pressure because they've got all day.
Well, can you imagine? You can always spot the clutch bloke on any fuel team, because he's the one with burns on all sorts of bits. I mean, they do wear like really, really heavy duty gloves and everything, but it's not comfortable at all. It's not, and on a really hot day, that's why you see a lot of, especially racers in the States. God knows how they do it. Honestly, they just must sweat.
Well, I just think it's bonkers that they're stripping the car down before it even gets back to the pits. You've got guys like climbing over the car as it's been towed in.
That's it.
It's unbelievable stuff.
Well,
but
it's just to get a head
times,
start. It's to get a head start, and every moment from when the car pulls the chutes to it pulls off, from it getting back to the start line again, if they've won, is you've got to make the most of every single minute available and more. But yeah, you're right. I've seen, funny enough, Runer's one of them. Back when he ran the funny car in one of the Cannonballs, they were still putting it together coming down the fire up road. They still didn't have plug leads in it or anything like that. One of the crew guys was sat on the front of it, putting everything back together. So yeah, it's
crazy.
Yeah, it's never easy. And that is,
there's your hot seat, isn't it?
That's the one. Now that is not a shifter in the middle there. That is the auto release for the chutes. I'm pretty damn sure that is anyway. So when she goes through the finish line, she presses a button. You can actually use the levers, which are on the left hand side there. Yeah, that's it. That's the lever to pull the chutes. Now, with everything on a fuel car, when you go down the track, so those levers are pulled, so you have to push them forward to pull them.
Okay, so it's almost like releasing a like a
you
little
pull it.
ratchet, yeah?
Yeah. Well, if you look at that, you can see the cables.
Yes.
The cable goes through to the back, and it pulls the pin in the chutes, which pulls the chutes out. But everything has to be not backwards. That's the wrong word. But everything has to be slanted back because they accelerate so hard. If you leave, so for argument's sake, if on a run that handle was in that position, by the other end of it, it wouldn't be because the acceleration of the car will vibrate and push everything backwards.
Yeah.
Same with the fuel pump, same with everything else as well. Pretty sure that is a chute release. I'm not sure how because everybody has the car set up differently. I can't quite see where the fuel pump is. I'm pretty sure that's and that might be fuel pump too. It could be either or. Pass.
Yeah,
that's the brake.
That's the brake, isn't it? Yeah.
That's the handbrake. And one thing that you can see on that shot as well that a lot of people don't know about top fuel cars is that you've just got a clutch under your left foot, and that's the throttle. You can see the bottom of the loop there on the throttle. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Cameraman, for shoving the camera in there. I'm not sure Rooney's going to be your best friend after this, but anyway. So the throttle has actually got a loop over the top of it as well. So if you need, in desperation, if you need to pull it back, you can yank it back with your foot. But what they've got is when you go into stage, you take your foot off the clutch, you put both fuel pumps on. But you have to get your left foot out of the way of the clutch because the car accelerates down the racetrack. The mechanical action of the clutch pulls the clutch pedal backwards, and if your foot's in the way, tough, right? You get a squish foot. I know of a few people, one of them who will be here this weekend, I remember he told me, he said, I forgot to move my foot, and in the shutdown area, I was swerving. I said, why was the car swerving all over the place? And he went, well, because I've got my bloody foot stuck under the clutch pedal again. Anyway, so what they have to do is take the foot off the clutch, and there's a dummy pedal in the middle. You see where that bump is, that big bump in the middle? That's where the fuel rail goes underneath that.
Okay, yeah. So that's like what in layman's term would be a transmission tunnel if the engine was in the front.
Exactly.
That's like the fuel pipe. So does the return pipe go that way?
It does indeed. You can actually just see part of the pipe there because it goes.
It just comes downwards at 45-degree angle.
It can't
to
go
the camera,
straight underneath your bum. Otherwise, you'd have to have a serious. What's the word I'm looking for? Gap in your cheeks for the fluid for the pipe to be able to go underneath it. Yeah. So that's why the fuel pump actually splits there and goes around the sides of the seat, and then delivers it to the fuel pump at the top. But the dummy pedal in the middle. So when you drive the car, you rest your foot against the dummy pedal, and you have your other foot on the throttle. However, it's a really uncomfortable way to drive.
Yeah.
Really uncomfortable because you've got one foot almost on top of the other one while you're going through everything else that's going on with the car.
There's a really good videos online from Clay Milliken, top fuel NHRA driver in the States, and he has a pedal cam for when he's driving.
All right.
And you can see him go through all of the motions of all of the runs with his feet, and they're doing something completely different to his hands or his, obviously, but even to what you'd expect, because I never really knew about taking the foot off the clutch.
You have to get it. It's not. You can't. The trouble is, as well, is obviously no one can see what I'm doing up here, but you can. So, but the thing is, if you just take your foot off the clutch like you would in a normal car, right, and you just dangle your foot there, if you nail the throttle, your knee will be in your chest, right? It will not stay there. You can't. So that's why you have to have. We had a dummy pedal in the middle of ours, and you brace yourself against it. So you actually push against it, which means that you're tight in the seat. You're nice and comfortable, and then you can hit the throttle, and nothing else will move. Go on.
I was going to say, if the camera could just have a look at the dashboard itself, because that's one thing we haven't had a look at yet. Right. Okay. So what we've got there was basically like a race pack, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
It is a race pack.
It says race pack on it. There we go.
Right, okay.
So A-level in reading.
So what information will the driver garnish from that during a run? Because can they
Not
actually
during a
get
run.
anything at all off that, or is this more for the tuner to look in when they're getting the car ready to launch?
Very good question. Okay, first of all, from the rest of that, I can't see a fuel pump anywhere else, so I'm guessing the chutes of the button in the middle, and that over on the left-hand side there, that's the fuel pump. That's the fuel pump lever over on the left. So the dash in front there, the main one in the middle, believe it or not, they can look at the RPM.
Yeah.
So Clay Milliken is another brilliant example of that. So you can watch the in-car stuff, and you can see him playing with the fuel lever just to get the fuel pressure right and to get the RPM right as well, because they want the RPM about 2,500 there or thereabouts. God, that was American. 2,500. They want it about 2,500, and they need to make sure it stays there to make sure the wear on the clutch is consistent and everything else as well, basically. And if you notice, again, if you go and watch Clay's videos, they're absolutely brilliant. But you can see when he goes into stage, grabs a serious handful of brake, takes his foot off the clutch, and turns the pumps onto full, because they're not on full until they go into stage. You can see the RPM drop.
There's a little lever I've just noticed, like a bronzy one down by the leg. I think that one might be the fuel pump.
Oh, that might be, yeah. I was just, that's a good
this
point.
one,
I couldn't see that.
That's it. Yeah.
The only reason I said that might be is because Clay's is up there. And a lot of drivers prefer them. It's a personal thing. Mine was actually, believe it or not, the lever for the fuel pump for me was between my legs, and the chutes were on the left-hand side and the brake was on the right-hand side. It is a personal preference thing. Also, you can have a push or a pull brake too. I don't really know. They just turn the cylinder around. I drove one car that had a push brake and it was really weird. It felt really strange.
So the only car I've ever driven had a push brake.
Right.
And I preferred it to a pull one because when I was driving around the corner, well, usually you'd need 3 arms to operate the brake and the steering wheel, because obviously with the butterfly style steering wheel. But because it's a push brake, I could lock my knee on it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do that on a pull brake.
Don't tell anyone you did that. You're not supposed to say things like that out loud. But
he thinks he's in a rally car, he's left foot braking,
like
you know.
And if Mr. Cameraman or Mrs. Cameraman can hear me, if you just have a look on top of the dash, that's all the stuff that the crew chief sets up before the run. So you've got the computer on the left there, but you've also got all the timers, which are now very handily covered by T-shirts, by the looks of it.
That's cool.
That's entirely fair enough. I totally get that. Yeah. So anyway, those are the timers for all of the systems on the car.
Yeah.
So there are fuel timers, clutch timers, and there's also a separate one that does the mags, that does the ignition and everything else as well. And all of that is preset. Now, what you'll see sometimes is this happened at the main event. It happens quite frequently. Is that you'll see a crew chief dive into that part of the car. There's a little door on there, a little flap on top of it.
Yes.
They dive into that, and they'll be changing, because something they've seen just before, they might be changing the timing of either the clutch or the fuel or something like that for the run to come.
Totally and utterly fascinating. Just to let everybody know what was actually going on there, tomorrow we will have a big screen. Everybody at home was seeing that, but the crowd here couldn't see any of that. But tomorrow it will be on the big screen. If we get downtime, then the crowd can watch what we have just been voicing, as well as everybody at home tuned into the net will be able to see. So it was a good dress rehersal.
Thank you.
For
I
us
was just
here.
going to say, the thing is to just replay that now. That's all we have to do.
Yeah. Done it now.
That's great. Really, really good. Thank you ever so much indeed to our camera crew in the pits for... Yeah, that was excellent walk around. Thank you very much indeed to our camera crew in the pits, and we'll get more from them a bit later and definitely over the course of the weekend.
Whoever that was ain't on Runa's Christmas card.
I just love the strategic T-shirts. That was very, very good.
And very obvious on the start as well. But there we go.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
Rod, did you get any of that?
Yeah.
You'll do that next time.
Yeah, note to teams, if a camera crew, if there's nothing you want to see, just get some T-shirts out. Right, we're back with Super Pro, and of course it is Matt Peters and Patrick Dubois. Probably been waiting, 3 hours to do this run. 20 to 2 in the afternoon, goodness me.
So, 6-second bracket racing door cars, Ron. We spoke about this earlier. I mean, he's actually one of the quicker cars in the class as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Nice car.
Very, very nice car. That looks actually like... Yeah, thank you, Tom. That actually looks like, I would hazard a guess, probably a purpose-built top sportsman car or even an ex-IHI Pro Stock style car. It's got a huge 855 cubic inch engine, which I'm sure you could manage to fit in your car if you really tried. Big wheel stand at the start line. Pedalled it and got on with it.
Arrow straight though, all the way through. 707 at 203 miles an hour. And Matt Peters 766 at 174.
Everything. Hang on. It's all done.
Yeah, we've just lost a lot of timing screens up here in the tower, but we'll keep going. Fabien Dubois up next.
I think it might be a plug thing because it did actually flicker. Yeah, this is whoever says dragsters can't do kick-ass burnouts hasn't seen this car. I tell you, it's
All
mad.
wheelies.
Or yeah, any of that. It may well be a case of more motor than car, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it got into the 6s at main event, and I think maybe once he didn't hike the front wheels up at all.
It looked a lot of fun. Let's put it this way. I mean, from someone that's driven a dragster that don't really pull the wheels up much, doing that must be fantastic fun. Anyway, 710 is his dial in this time round, taking on AC Bell in the dark.
I think Fabian's car is one of the cars we preface with, if it goes straight, it should be really good. And AC Bell dials a safe 899. Of course, that is the slowest you can dial in Super Pro. He really wants to get much quicker than that, obviously, as everyone does. But just working out some issues on the dart in the Kestrel beer lane.
Okay.
710 takes 899, as I just said. See what we can do. Huge wheel stand and tyre shake for Fabian.
See, it's not just you, Ron. Honestly, not just you, mate. 728 and 192.
Wow.
Probably kept it the right side of the number, actually. 912 AC, nice job.
So up next,
AC goes 9, Fabian goes 12.
Championship elect for Joel Hartley Racing.
So, this is a commentary first up in the tower. Colin's got to commentate from the next room now.
Some would say that's the better.
Goodness me, they do have some quick old...
we got it back.
Quick old cars. That the Dubois team, the custom gang. Elodie Dubois this time. I always say that really weird because my littlest little girl is called Elodie, and it's really weird. It's not weird, but it's just very strange saying someone's name that isn't you know what I mean. Anyway, so Daniel Giles and Elodie. I did it again. 7 flats. For the young lady from France in the Slick Tricks lane, and 7:45 for, like you said, championship. What have they got to do to wrap it up? Because they've got a bit of a gap.
It's too close to call at the minute.
It's too close to call at the moment, yeah.
I know we said earlier about who had the most championships out of this team and Scott Hauser. It's actually Scott Hauser.
So Scott's got 4.
With 3.
Oh, that's what Scott had 4.
Oh, I'm reading what I've read.
Right, okay, could be wrong.
And then it's 2 for Giles and Hartley.
Right.
So racing against dragsters that sneak up on you at the finish line, Ron, how difficult is it from a personal perspective?
It's very difficult. We fitted a mirror in the car.
Okay.
Almost the width of the car to help. But you're looking where you're going. It's so difficult to be trying to look over your shoulder.
Yeah.
It is
especially
hard.
at that speed as well, you know.
You got to look where you're going.
Yeah, obviously. Especially in your car, yeah, exactly.
Right, so at the moment, Giles and Hartley got 2370, Scott's 2040. So yeah, there's 330 points difference.
That can be made up in qualifying.
Yeah.
And we've also got 2 championship rounds to go this weekend of the national finals in a couple of weeks.
005 red for Elodie goes 717, and a 743 and a 45 breakout for Dan.
So the man you mentioned, Scott Hauser. With what look like 10.5 tyres on the back of that now.
Yes. So the whole idea is you start to see a lot more cars go for a narrower tyre but quite tall. The whole idea behind it is you can have a stiffer sidewall, and it should make it slightly more consistent.
Okay, sorry. Oh, God. Well, it's not bad. It's only Thursday, mate.
I know.
Colin's just had a delivery.
Amazon
as
just turned up
usual.
at home again.
You thought you got away with that, didn't you? Theory me.
I thought I had.
Yeah.
Never mind. Right, now, I don't know if you can see it. If you look inside Scott's cockpit there, you see the bright green where his glove is there. He's actually got a new... Transbrake run, that's it. Thank you very much, Steve. Which he's actually printed himself, 3D printed with a spring. Yeah. And he finds it. So basically, what he'll do, he'll press the Transbrake run with the thumb, then he'll just flick his thumb down, and that will release it. So a lot easier for him.
He's still tuning it in, he said.
Yeah,
When I saw him
well, he
in the
will be with the point
Yeah.
seats. But and he breaks out 7:27.
Well, Mark Bailey, unusually off pace for Mark, 9:15 on an 8:7. Mark had a great time at the Door Slammers earlier this year. Won on Saturday, didn't race on Sunday. He's related to someone with a fiddler's elbow, that bloke.
Good old Harry.
Well, it's fun, isn't it, isn't it, Ron? Fun doing burnouts.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah. So, Harry Gibson, most recently racing Pro Mods, believe it or not.
Yeah, he was frustrated that he didn't get the win against Andy Robinson. And caught up with the team in the pits yesterday. They did actually notice a couple of tiny welds that needed redoing, and they were doing that in the pits yesterday, getting them sorted itself out today. Nothing major, but good job completed whilst they're doing their setup yesterday. So well done to them.
Well, I can confidently say this is the world's quickest bracket car, and the reason it is because Top Dragster, which is this is a similar thing to in the States, have a 6:10 cut-off. That's the 6 flat up there on the board.
Yeah. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, let's have you into the lanes, please.
And, sorry.
I thought they'd be there, but
yeah, interestingly as well, this car owns the quickest win in bracket racing as well, because it was a 5.99 breakout, if you remember a few years ago. Took the win to the lesser of the two.
right.
You run that in Top Dragster, you go home.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
You can't run a 5, it's not allowed.
It's another one of those chassis tag things, isn't it? Okay, so Lee Huxley, 8.60. Now, when it comes to racing, Lee will get a big head start. They ain't racing. They're trying to get a number on the board and get as close to that number as they can. See, I told you he was related to someone with a cool fiddler's elbow.
Oh, he drives it like he stole it. He really does. 780 against an 8. Oh, 859 with a 7 on
300.
an 860 dial. Oh, that was close.
It's very unusual. Very unusual to see the windmills blowing this way as well. It's definitely different. Okay, apologies, didn't get much of a word in there, Ron.
That's okay,
but thank you for coming up.
Did you enjoy your 4 hours in the commentary box with us?
It's been great.
That's how it goes, mate. That's how it goes. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
No problem.
We are moving on with Tom's speciality because he was pretty damn good at it. Junior Dragsters.
We'll see you for round 2.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much indeed, Ron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he thought we'd be up here just for like sort of 15 minutes or so. You end up 4 hours up here. Magic. Oh dear. Right, Eva Davis and Ada Cassisi. Now, Tom, tell us, Carfest, interest in the juniors?
Oh, an insane amount. I think we managed to get a few kids either converted to drag racing from karting or from, I think one of the little lads who sat in Ada's car was a motocross rider.
Okay.
And we converted the parents first because we told them how safe it was. Obviously, the kids are as bubble wrapped as they can be driving these cars.
Yeah.
You got a helmet, hands device, fire suit, 6-point roll cage, all specified. It's as safe as you can go racing.
Right, here we go then. Ada Cassisi, Eva Davis, all on reaction times. Wow. Double reds, but 006 and 016. It's the wrong side, unfortunately, but nevertheless, they've set their stalls out very early. They're just keen to get it done, aren't they?
Yeah, if you could hear us down there in the Slicktrix lane, that was a 001 or 006 red light for Eva. I know the green light came on, but
It was 006 red. Next up, Teddy Howe in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Frankie. Oh yeah.
So Teddy Howe, I was down in the parent lanes a second ago, and I was speaking to the Kent family down there, and Frankie was giving Kevin stick for being bad on the tree.
That was good.
So another car going into the deep stage. It's no issue, these guys qualify on reaction times, and Teddy goes 074. So any tricks you want to play to try and get you a better reaction time is allowed. There we go, 8th mile number at that time, 9:24 and 12:03.
Harley was very frustrated then, seeing how fast Ada had gone. This car's never been that quick in its life. Oh, brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Yeah, what's it like being the slowest, Harley?
Hang on a minute, that means...
Oh dear. Okay, Neve Deavy and Jacqueline Bartlett. Now then, Neve, along with Emmy Cromwell, Chloe Cromwell and Liam McDonald, all went over to Thunder Valley in Tennessee. Took part in that huge junior... Can you imagine? 860 junior dragsters on site for, 8 days racing. Unbelievable. Full respect for that lot for taking part. Neve goes 0333 red. Jacqueline gets one on the right side.
So, Samuel Hiscock with the gorgeous blue dragster in the Kestrel beer lane. Really, really, really nice paint job. Obviously, that is a championship winning car. It was in the hands of Lottie Bradford. Before Sam took the wheel, he's going to be taking on Kai Cooper, who went to Silverstone.
Yeah, we had a great time with the juniors at Silverstone with Kai and Jake, and also the Boost Monkey Junior of Grace. And I think Grace must have had hundreds of kids getting in and out of that car. They even put the caravan step next to it so you can get in and out. Probably the same as what they did down there. And also we had that junior dragster competition, which we'll give you news of over the course of the weekend, as we need to announce the 3 winners. And we will then get in touch with them, because we have 3 young people that will be having a go in the Santa Pod Junior next year. So
awesome.
Congratulations to the 3.
Can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please, for your first call? Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes. So,
right, Kai goes to number 1 with an 06. Sam goes to number 3 with an 08. That will not be good enough to take the number 1 spot overall, because that will change.
So there's been a lot of talk recently about how the junior dragsters do their qualifying, because they're the only class to qualify on reaction times. And there's been loads of talk about why they do it, why we're still doing it when all of the other classes qualify on the ETs. But every driver you speak to would say they love the reaction times, because when they move up into a larger class,
yeah,
they just phenomenal.
Makes them a threat everywhere they go. Freddie Taylor and Kendra Redshaw.
Yeah, the 3rd Redshaw in junior dragsters.
Well, neither wants to go in. I think we're waiting for the wind to blow them in, I think. It's not, it would happen, actually. Let's have a look and see how the lights are like. Whoa, 008 for Kendra. That's good enough for number 1.
I don't think Chris has seen that yet.
No. Yeah, Chris, can you look up here, mate? Kendra's just gone 008 to take number 1. he's like, what? Right, Daniel Ware and Molly Openshaw, your next pair. It's getting to that time of year where it's getting like this meeting and obviously national finals, and then a lot of junior dragsters will be swapping owners. It happens every year.
Yeah.
I believe Daniel's car is already earmarked for somebody else. And I can't say any more than that, just in case it's not public knowledge. But 028, that's for number 2 at the moment from Daniel. Molly just a little bit too keen to get the job done and put a cherry on the tree.
So championship elect in junior dragster this time, Teddy Sullivan in the Kestrel beer lane, number 2 in points.
Got to say at this point, actually, huge thanks to Lucas Oils, obviously for their continued sponsorship of Junior Dragster, but also supporting us over at Silverstone with the reaction time competition as well. Lucas got on board with that with us there, so huge thanks. Lucas really stepping up I seem to sort of ask them, and they say, "Yeah, it was really good support from Lucas, and hugely appreciated." So thank you very much indeed to them.
And in the other lane to Teddy is Dan Todd. So this is a JMA taking on a junior modified. So junior modified ages 10 to 13. Junior modified advanced to the JMA. That is, in fact, I think Dan's going to beat him to the finish line. That shouldn't have happened. There should have been about a second between them. But yeah, JMA, junior modified advanced from 13 to 18.
Yeah, Dan goes to number 2 with that one. Very nice indeed. Right, next up, it is the Boost Monkey Junior of Grace Smith. So this was a car that was down at Silverstone Festival a couple of weeks ago, and Grace did a great job trying to convince youngsters to give it a go. Loads of youngsters got inside the car and tried it for size. There's Dad Pete bringing it forward, and you got Grandad Tony the other side, bringing Lola Bell Kent up to the line. Oh, Grace 03 red. You can see she was trying to chop that tree down, literally. Lola Bell goes 0.1. And that's 15 of them that have gone through so far. Right, Liam McDonald, Jake Cooper, your next pair. Liam, your current national champion in Junior Dragster. Also, he's your current German HARA champion. And he was runner-up in the French Championship last year. And he also was the MSS champion in Germany as well. So, yeah, he had a bit of a European tour last year and did extremely well everywhere. Also, Liam, last weekend, was in the first ever Junior Dragster pairing to take place in Ireland.
Oh, cool.
So, very nicely done indeed there for Liam. Always out there promoting the sport with Dad Graham, of course. And another one of those that went over to Thunder Valley in Bristol, Tennessee. 03 for Liam. That's going to put him number 4. Jake 01, but it was a red. So the other side of the listings there. Right, Tom Peters with the Turbulence Junior.
Tom is ever enthusiastic about driving juniors and in fact just life in general. You can always see him running around the pits being a nutcase. That's what he is. He's running in the junior modified, so 8.90 is the quickest he can run. Goes
048.
Where does that put him? That puts him number 6. Good job, Tom. Next up then, Luke Mugridge taking on Mackenzie Love. Now Max, this is his first event out for a while. Hasn't run since the first event of the year, I don't think. But good to see him back out on track. Luke in the other lane, winning the championship at the minute. He's always been the bridesmaid, but never the bride of the...
Yeah, the last 2 years, hasn't he? He's been the runner-up.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
He's only got a 10-point lead over Ted Sullivan. It is that close. But then the third place is 600 points behind, which is Eva Davis. We're not saying they're favourites, but it's going to be a tough ask for Eva, Daniel, or even Freddie Taylor to catch up. But if Luke and Ted qualify badly, which ain't going to happen because they've both just gone 0-1. Very good indeed. So that's third and fourth. Mackenzie third. Sorry, Mackenzie's just gone third. Luke Mugridge has gone 4. Now where did Ted end up there? He's gone through, hasn't he? Ted is number 7. So they're at the moment they're at the sharp end. So they're in the right places. But as I say, 600 points is a big ask. That's 6 rounds of racing.
It is.
It's doable.
I've done it before. To come second in the championship, I managed to close up an 800-point gap in 3 events. So it can be done.
All right, Supercomp, can we have you into the lanes, please? Supercomp. Emily Moore and Harry Peters. That's a great looking colour scheme on that car, the hyperactive scheme. I think each owner that has had that car has kept it like that because it's so cool, isn't it?
It did change names once from hyperactive to Miss Hyperactive.
Correct, yeah. Well,
which is what it is
enough,
now.
Yeah. 08 for Harry, 0.19 for Emily. Right, and that's it for Junior Dragster. So, top of the pile is Kendra Redshaw. Fantastic effort there. Daniel Todd, number 2. Mackenzie, 3. Luke Mugridge, number 4. Daniel Weir, 5. Liam McDonald, 6. Ted, 7. Tom, 8. Kai Cooper, 9. And Teddy Howe, number 10. As we move on to Tony Morris Carburetors, Super Gas. Proper fight coming up here between this lot. The Banter Club, as I like to call them online, as they consistently insult each other, wind each other up.
Well, they've got a weekend off this weekend because Andy Dibley's not here, although I'm sure he can chime in wherever he wants to.
Wherever he likes, yeah.
No, very good afternoon, Andy. I hope your girlfriend feels better soon, mate. He's doing the noble thing, staying home and taking care of business.
Yeah, just going to have to hold on a little bit as there's a Junior Dragster sat just underneath the gantry. But it's alright because we'll get one of our track spotters to go for a bit of a run. Yeah, Emily Moore stuck on track. And the quad bike has just turned up to give him a tow.
Yeah, as I say, it's so small I couldn't see it. I really couldn't see it.
So underneath the tower then, John Dalrymple and Tim Moore will be your first pair in Super Gas. Is Tim Moore double entered this weekend in Super
No,
Comp?
just
the
gas.
one.
Just gas.
Cool. I can see Street Eliminator down in the lanes as well. Very, very excited for Street Eliminator this weekend. 23 cars entered.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. You can just see on the live stream there the Junior Dragster just been towed up towards the first exit. And then it will be that man there, John Dalrymple, with a full tilt Willis. As you can see, the gate is open. There we go. And Tim Moore with the 55 Chevy. Car is up for sale. And what a car it is. It is so clean, not that he will want you to, but you could eat your dinner off it. It's just a beautifully presented car, that. So it's up for sale. Pop round and see the team in the pits when they're not racing.
I think you might have the ump if you eat your dinner off it, mate.
That's what I said. I don't think you'd like me for it.
Well, you never know. You might want to give that a go before he sells it. So, Tim Moore has been known to run right on the money in Super Gas.
He's taken the money before,
9-0.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We still haven't dished any out today, have we?
No.
For either reaction time or elapsed time. Taking on John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. So if it looks like they stutter off the line, they kind of do, because that's where the throttle stops come in to keep them running 990. And it is a 998 over for the man in the slick tricks lane, 10.10 for Tim.
Yeah, John Dalrymple, he's not here next weekend, but the car is. And it's Lewis Trey, the crew guy, is going to be driving it next weekend. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed. See how Lewis gets on. All right, next up then, two guys that can run 990, no problem at all. Probably could go quicker. Well, we know they can go quicker. Vic went 9.7 earlier on. Mark Huxley and Vic Parsons, both from the world of Pro ED.
Yeah, Mark's got the slowing it down problem, which he does a bit too well, actually. 10-12. Very nice 995 for Vic Parsons, though.
Well judged. All right, Pete Cresswell, Stu Doyney.
I love the way these two cars' throttle stops are set up, because both of them hike the wheels into the air and then drop the noses from about 4 foot.
Yeah, the telling thing is the speed they go through the traps at. Stu Doyney is your points leader, only from 50 points though from Dave Fulton, so it is the two roadsters. Good job, there was a throttle stop
Look
there
at
for
that
Stu.
reaction time as well. 002. Not a surprise from Mr. 00 himself. Pete Creswell. Pete Creswell's the number one spot, 990 with a 4. None too shabby in the other lane though, with 002 like the 994.
If it was a race though, that would have gone the way of the full Monty Mustang.
It would, but it would have been super close, wouldn't it?
And how cool is it to have this man back, Martin Kirbishley, for his first event this year?
He did say that he was actually coming back with the Roadster.
Yeah.
Now Martin's moved down to the West Country, so he said it's quite a trip. He's used to sort of driving down from Chesterfield, I think he used to live, which isn't that far. Down there is quite a way. Taking on Bob Holden. Big wheel wobble for Martin. There you go. It's stopped now. So he does the only sensible thing and nails it again. 10.06, 118.
Oh dear.
That must have been fun. What do you do? Just let go? I suppose you have to.
You've got to.
Yeah. Well, I was watching the thing yesterday about Shirley, and when it ripped the wheel out of her hand, it took a thumb with it. You know, it's just like. Yeah, but anyway, he still goes through the 19-second run.
Now, Martin this weekend is in a truck this time instead of the trailer. And he's managed to get the roads to fit in, only just. And where the nose of the car is, the way they built it is it goes then as a shelf, and they got their bunk bed, or their bed over where the bonnet is on the car. So
race cars make great beds. That's what I was talking to Ron about as well with his bus. The bed normally goes on top of the car.
Yeah.
So to speak. Stu Morris, number one from last year, and don't lift Dave Fulton. Currently number 2 in points is Dave.
004 for Stu. $10.79.
That's something odd's going on. Dave was quite a way off in Pro ET. I was dialing anyway, so that is a bit unusual.
Yeah.
Okay, Don Scott, Dave Cherrett. So Don's another one of these that does bracket racing with the Mercedes Superstock and heads up against the one and only van that started life back in the 80s as Des Taylor's car, this one.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Revell in those days. He's deep stage.
Yeah, he's going to get a red light then.
Going to get an ET though, so it'll still count, but... Ho-hum both sides, 99 for Don and 10.11 for Dave. It will count though.
Well, you know, Dave Cherrett has to lift, only coast across the line, so to speak. Wayne Hiscock lifts even earlier, and he'll coast across the line at about 85, 90 mile an hour.
Not anymore.
Oh, has he changed?
He's not given in and gone for a delay box. He's gone for the old-fashioned style, which is a bolt behind the pedal.
Ah, right, okay. The manual tuning. Oh, it's a lot softer. 06 off the tree.
Yeah, block of wood, and depending on the weather, shave a bit off or add a bit on.
10, 11, 128. Not far off.
Well, that's my first.
Makes it a bit. I'd rather have him guessing when to lift. It's more entertaining.
It is,
and it's more confusing for your opponent.
Yeah, you could give
it really is. But Wayne will get that spot on eventually. So good stuff for him.
Yeah, 2-seater out again as... Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's a nudge you, Colin. I know you were going to do it anyway.
No worries.
Because we get sent a list of who's in the seats.
We got... it's Taff. Is it Taff from Thetford or Thayford? I'm not sure. It's a birthday present, this one. So we can obviously see the family connection to Taff filming it.
grinning, probably not as much as he is in the car.
Yeah. Interesting point of fact here. The photographer halfway up on the right-hand side there is Ian Blackett. Ian will be the passenger on the last run of the day. He's going for a ride in the two-seater. Yeah, he is passenger number 4 today. Paul has already been in it, but this time it's Ian.
It's time to clean it out.
Perfect light for
There we
Paul
go.
Brown.
Shame he can't have the money. Oh, he'll be chuffed with that though. Perfect light, 0007, and a 795 at 168. Well done to Paul Brown.
We move on with Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, the biggest entry ever, I think, for the class in its entirety. Welcome up into the tower, up the other end, Mr. Jamie Binney. Good morning, sir. Sorry, in California it's morning. Yeah, in California it's morning, not here, but anyway. Morning, sir.
It's morning for me.
It is morning.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Well, very big welcome. I just saw Davey Murdoch's car be the first time I've ever seen it in the flesh, unfortunately being pushed out the back gate, so we won't be seeing Davey. Yeah, it was really funny seeing a sad little face looking out the window going, I want to go that way, I don't want to go there. Anyway, Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please. Q1 for you, Comp Eliminator, please. So, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat and Sam Young. Great to see Sam with the electric Beetle in Street Eliminator. How cool is this, though, don't you think?
Oh, it's one of my favourite cars anyway.
Yep.
And now it's racing with a bunch of my other favourite cars in Street Eliminator. I'm very, very excited.
Well, Rob Carter was the winner of Street Weekend, Jamie, but earlier in the year that you took some of that tour in, didn't you?
I certainly did. The round tour, 400 miles of street driving. I wasn't in quite as fast a car.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to be on the road. Rob Carter with an amazing 1.16 to 60 foot. They're both on flyers, 770 at 175, and a fantastic electric driven 861 at 160 for that Beetle. I'm not sure what the quickest run is. I think it's a bit quicker than that.
It's been
with this version.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Both
okay.
black. This is the weird thing. Blackcurrant 3 and this one, which is in fact Blackcurrant 4, they both got a best of 828.
Wow.
But the difference is this current version goes sub 850 on a regular basis. The old Blackcurrant only did it twice.
Fair point. Well,
So,
it's great to see him in Street Eliminator.
Great.
James Murray and Nigel Hale. Nigel Hale with the postcode on wheels in the Slick Tricks lane. James Murray, though, been knocking it out of the park this year, getting on for the mid-9s.
He's there already, actually. He has been 958, I think.
Lots of wheel spin for the truck. James Murray's car, I've just noticed, does the separation that the cars like Rob Carter's and Anthony Higgs does, but 954, 141 mile an hour.
Wow.
And 10.55 at 137 with a pedal. Who said a tailwind doesn't help big slab-fronted, hugely overweight trucks?
Well, what about the van?
Now, I don't know whether you've had a chance to talk to anybody yet, Jamie. I don't know whether you've just got here or you've had a chance to wander around, but one guy I'm sure that was overjoyed yesterday was Rob Slater and testing.
Absolutely. Knocked about 0.2 off his personal best down into the 830s, first time on radial tyres.
And driving it here from Stoke
And
on Track
driving
as
it
well.
here.
That still does me in. Although saying that, when Rob Carter and Al Mack went to Street Week in Sweden, they
goodness me,
only
yeah.
went. They bloody drove there as well. It's like you don't have to do that, fellas, but you know they did. Well, it cuts down on paperwork, doesn't it? Because it's a street car.
Yeah.
Makes life a lot easier. Against the Transit God himself, Ashley Cooper, another one who I'm sure is going to benefit from a bit of breeze from behind. There we are. What a run from Rob. Oh, yes! Woo, woo, woo. 8.24, 171 miles an hour. Another new personal best for Rob Slater. Again, I'm sure it's the breeze because a lot of it really helps slab, fronted cars. You know,
Went from 8:37 to 8:24 in one
Wow.
yeah, I think they've definitely found the sweet spot. Why did they bother with block treads for so long? I don't know. Never mind.
They were saying it was more of an aesthetic thing.
Really?
They simply didn't like the way the radials looked on the car.
They do now.
They do now.
They do now. Jack McClure and Paul Morton, your next pair. Great to see Paul Morton back with the supercharged Zephyr.
Quite a lot of wheel hop for the Zephyr I can see on the track.
Remember the 8-second club? Oh, and again, 8.98. That'll work. 155. And 11.76 at 117 for Jack. We do have some seriously big hitting cars these days, don't we?
Mark Sheridan back out for the first time at a big meeting since a rather catastrophic engine failure last year. Brilliant to see that car back.
Yeah, he's run 200 miles an hour on a number of occasions, but only, I say only, in about the mid-sevens, because it does tend to, it ambles off the start line a little and then comes on strong for the last half of the track. He's also proud owner of the most ridiculous timing ticket we've ever seen, running a 10-second run at over 200 miles an hour.
Flat out.
Yep, when he spun the tyres off the line and then thought, oh, well, I'm not here for long, am I? Let's nail it again. Up against Phil Druitt. Phil, I'm very proud to say, sir, absolutely, matte black is the... Jamie won't like this. Matte black is the only colour for a race car. It's not, I know. But it just looks damn cool, you know? It just looks like a fast piece of the racetrack from here, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
You can't deny stealthy, very stealthy.
Stealthy, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Mark Sheridan politely reversing out to full stage there, I think.
Needs to build the boost. So Mark put some test runs in yesterday, was that right? See what I mean about the poodle off the start line. Phil Druitt is long gone. However,
here comes
that CUDA. Once again, 8.52 at 192. What a run though for Phil Druitt. 8.69, 158.
That is superb.
That's
Phil.
awesome. Well, the great thing is, I'm pretty damn sure this is the biggest field ever, the Street Eliminator, and they are all stepping up in Q1. Admittedly, it's Thursday afternoon, and they should have had a couple by now, but they are making the most of it.
Graham Smith in the Slicktrix lane with the new scoop on the front of the Bel Air. Dividing opinion somewhat, but it's getting the job done.
It's even dividing opinion in the team, let alone
that's what you
everybody
need,
else. Goodness me. Rachel says, I don't like it.
Yes,
well, only set 700ths off their PB yesterday in testing. So
I think Graham's argument is the engine needs to breathe. Yeah. However, in the other lane, we have Mr. Joe Stevens with the Cresta. Now, I read Joe's Facebook post earlier. I didn't realise, but not only is he rebuilding
the Sunbeam.
The engine in this is from the Sunbeam now.
Also, Joe has redone the axle ratio as well because it was maxing out, so he's totally adjusted all the ratios.
Good looking run for Gray, 8.42 at 163, he'll take that. And 8.94 at 160 for Joe. Lots of... It still pains me to say tyre shake for a street car, but tyre shake for the street car. So, come on then, everybody. Mr. Andy Bond, welcome back. Now, how did he do it? What did he do in that period of time? He hit the wall, both walls, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
At Bug Jam. Go on, Jamie. How did he do it?
He got some help from a lot of good friends, a lot of very talented people, and he also was very lucky to be able to send some parts over to the US and get them back 2 days later.
Wow. Oh no! I mean, there's I had a good look around the car yesterday. Literally, it's been front halved. The easiest way.
Really?
To put, yeah.
What, a new front end on it as well? Yeah. Goodness me. Up against Elliot Day.
Well, that is Andy Bond well and truly back.
200 miles an hour. What accident. 751 at 200 miles an hour. Great run for Els as well. 865 at 165 miles an hour.
I spoke to Andy about 20 minutes ago and he said, we're just going to ease back into it.
Yeah, right. He doesn't know the meaning of the word.
Well, I tell you what, it's people like him that make this place worth coming to, because seriously, I mean, when he crashed that before in a very similar way, actually. He hit both walls when the car was quite new. And it took him a while to get that back together after that, but a Herculean effort in 5 short weeks. Okay, Phil Winstanley against the one and only 6 appeal of Mr. Mark Todd. How cool is it to have Mark in the Aston back once again.
I think it looks great with that Huxley-built wing as well.
Let's see how hard Mark hits it off the start line at 126 to 60 foot. That car's been a lot quicker than that. He's just getting his head round, tuning it again.
Whoa!
As you can see, because he's number one qualifier. 747 at 197 miles an hour. No shoots for Mark, but he's got it under control. Great run for Phil Winstanley. 928 out of that moggy. It's because it's Matt Black, Jamie. That's what it is.
You can campaign all you like. I'm not.
No. It's not a campaign. It's a fact. It's very different, you know.
I actually just noticed something from Mark's car there. So these cars, radial cars, what you want to do, you want the rear end to separate up, push the tyres into the floor.
That's it.
Into the floor. His car, when he went past the 8th mile, sat back down again.
He's a very clever bloke, Mr. Todd.
He is exceptionally clever.
And crafty. And quick, but there we go. He's also your number one qualifier after session 1. 16 cars made it down the racetrack. Andy Bond in at number 2.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Rob Carter, number 3 with a 7.70. No Al Mack in that qualifying session.
Yeah, we're missing a few on that one. No Victoria
Smith.
Smith.
She has parts. They have arrived.
But, yeah, she
okay,
just
sorry.
had to get them. And she sent me a message with a photograph. I've got the parts, but obviously they've got to get them installed.
Of course, she does expect. They're trying as hard as they can to get out this evening.
Amazing, yeah. Nick Hale. I'm surprised not to see Nick with the Merc.
And obviously, unfortunately, Davey Murdoch being pushed out the back there. Anyone else?
Michael D'Souza.
Oh,
haven't seen him in the pits at all.
Okay. I was to say Al Mack, you mentioned, and Tony Higgs.
Tony Higgs' car's there.
Yeah. I know the problem with Tony's car, in case you didn't know. Yeah, he's got a steering wheel boss, and he's got twin pins on it because he can't get in and out of the car with the steering wheel on, so he has to locate the steering wheel on with the boss. But unfortunately, one of the pins, the casing is broken, and he can't locate the wheel properly, so he's having to get it welded, I think, to get it to go back on. Now, I can only assume that he hasn't managed to do that yet.
Yes.
Now,
Well, I saw Katie and Jenny over there watching, so presumably he's scribbling away while they're watching.
Yes, yeah. So, so that's the issue that Tony Higgs has got.
Yep.
But it's a one-off part, so just fingers crossed he can get it done.
Yeah.
Otherwise, his weekend is done.
I was waiting for you to say it fell out and it's in the garage floor at home.
No,
or something like that.
it's a proper machined alley boss, and it's where the two pins go in. One of the ends just
fine.
It's broken.
Well, the good thing is he's in the right place to get it done.
Oh,
John Webster's only just over there and everything else as well. So, excellent qualifying session for Street Eliminator. Jamie, thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. You're very welcome. We will have much more time to talk throughout the weekend. We will have much more time to talk throughout the weekend, but the pesky class went through too quick before we had a chance to do anything, didn't they?
These cars just go too quickly.
That's it. That was great. But thank you for your time, sir, and we'll see you again.
You're very welcome.
Shortly. So, Supercomp Q1.
Warren
Daniel
Watts.
Hefty and Warren Watts is your first pair. Daniel's a new name to me, from Switzerland. Warren, we all know very, very well indeed. Warren, another one of those that went down to Carfest. You see much of Warren, of course, you in separate areas, weren't you?
Yeah, so we were quite lucky with where we were pitted. We were pitted quite next to the track, around a corner of a bit of a straight. So, waiting to launch. I made eye contact a few times with Warren whilst he was doing burnouts. And he loved putting on a show for everyone. Looking for 8.90. Goes 8.88 with an 8, but an 8.91 for Daniel Hefty.
Nice run indeed. All right, Ronnie Mercer, Andy Clifford. Ronnie Mercer double classing this weekend. So obviously now he'll put the nitrous on, because when he was running in Pro ET, he didn't run it at all. Andy Clifford with snake eyes down there.
Andy Clifford has the great problem of having to slow it down. For a long time, he couldn't get the car lower than about 9.2. Now he can't get it slower than about 8.7. Something like that, isn't it, really?
His version of slowing down is going the long way round, though. That's where he loves doing that.
Or a quick pedal off the start line. That's normally how it works. It's normally throttle. Oh, maybe not. Yes, okay. Go on then. It's good to see the ranks of Supercomp growing again. Couple of new drivers coming along as well. Well, rather pedestrian launch for Andy, but that's probably what's needed to keep it the right side of the number. Doesn't look like the nitrous has worked for Ronnie. 9:07 at 1:36, it didn't. 10:33 at 1:30 would be his dial-in for Pro ET or thereabouts.
So Ellie Brown. So Ellie's got a unique issue with the fact that she's not 18 yet, which means she can't go faster than 150 mile an hour. So you can run Supercomp when you're 16, or you can run any class up to 8.90. You just can't go faster than 150. So they have to tune the engine down rather than be able to use the throttle start.
Yeah, because otherwise the car would go flat out through the finish line. And yeah, well, her last licensing run, or the one that I saw anyway, was down in the 8.3s. Slightly too quick, to say the least. The car is, or was previously, a Super Pro car. But a Dad Lee, and hi Mum Tracy, if you're watching. Nothing really wrong with the car, just a couple of spots of something out the bottom of it. That's why Ellie's been pushed back. I'm sure Lee'll have that sorted in pretty swift order. Okay, the one, the only Dolly Daydream, Leah Kellett. And yes, I'm still running for you, Leah, just about every morning. Well, not for her, obviously, for Macmillan. You know what I mean. Oh yeah, that was actually quite a big splash out there. I think that's just fuel, though.
I think it was actually water. Yeah. Looking at where they're all looking.
Yeah, wherever the, no matter what fluid it is, there can't be any. It's that simple. So, Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream, car with the number 1 from last year. I think she's about 3rd this year at the moment. Pro ET back into the lanes, please, for Q2. Finally, they all say. Back into the lanes for Q2, please. Yeah, so, don't know whether you know or you're following. One of the reasons that there is the pink ribbon on the Dolly Daydream t-shirts. It's quite obvious if you can see the pink ribbon. But yeah, Leah is undergoing treatment, but she is still allowed to race by her doctors. And a bunch of wonderful people from here. She's actually raising money for Macmillan, who she has the highest regard and respect for. And there are a bunch of us, started by the one and only Mr. Andy Dibley, and Kirsty Tram as well, who got everybody together and said, right, let's raise some money. And we have been running 1,320 miles. Sounds like a bloody long way when you say it like that, doesn't it, really? Throughout the summer. We made the target at the last event. I wasn't here, unfortunately. I just ran at home instead. But, yeah, it's been worthwhile. 897, 175 miles an hour. And for a terrific cause as well. So, Leah Kellett currently goes into number 2. That might actually be it for Supercomp for now. I know we had I think it was about 10 or 11 entered, something like that. As we're about to move on with Pro ET once again.
Yeah, so after that, actually, I think we're into Comp Eliminator next.
Good point, sorry.
So after that, Daniel Hefty, number 1 qualifier, then Leah Kellett, then is... Who ran the 907? I can't remember. You got the button. Let's have a look, shall we?
It may have gone by now.
Oh, missed.
Gone.
Oh,
it's not just us being old and rubbish, mate. It doesn't really...
Andy Clifford. There we go.
Yeah.
So up next is Comp Eliminator. 20 odd cars entered, 11 of which are front-wheel drive, which is very, very interesting. I can see John Turner down there. Awesome. I think he's the last car in Supercomp, actually. Thinking about it.
Could be. And Jacob's on the other side, which I can only mean he's first down for Pro ET, I'm guessing. Although, what threw me is the front 4 cars are all in Pro ET.
Yes.
That's why I said Pro ET, not comp. I do apologise. I wasn't missing anyone out, obviously.
Although I can see the intravenous altered behind John Turner. So there's 2 of them. There we go. We're just getting a bit ahead of ourselves. There are 2 more Super Comp cars left, then we're into Super Comp Eliminator.
Yeah, we always get a bit of ahead of ourselves. It's now Sunday afternoon. What a great event. What do you think, Tom? What was your highlight?
It was amazing.
It was wonderful, yeah. I think my headline moment, Colin eating lunch at 2:30 in the afternoon. He can't hear me, so I can say that. Right. Yeah, John Turner running in Supercomp. Racers are allowed to double enter into different classes. It's a great idea as well. Really, really great idea being allowed to double enter, because you get to run the same car, but you can run it with 2 different drivers, and lots of people do that. And it's just great value for money, really.
Or what people will do is, if they want to test for one class and they've entered 2, they'll quite often test for one in the other.
Just had some very interesting news, Sean. Sean, thank you very much indeed. So yeah, Sean, thank you very much indeed for the message, mate. Just to say, Patrick Pers is on his way down for a test run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Excellent stuff. Well, he's got Terry Haddock over with him crewing this weekend. Which unusually for Terry. Actually, Terry, we're thinking about it. Wasn't at Indy last weekend. And hasn't raced in the States very much at all this year, which is most unlike him. Anyway, on with John. Let's see what JT can do. The car has run in the 8s.
Well, that was a much better launch than what he did this morning. Looked a lot more planted. Issue with this car is very, very heavy.
Still wasn't entirely happy all the way through. 9.69. He's qualified at least anyway. So if history repeats itself, John, have a great rest of the weekend. Enjoy your trip home, because he's probably broken it. It's Thursday. He normally breaks it on the first day without fail. Steve Hudson is the last car in Supercom.
Honest.
Yep. We are making it up as we go along, but no one's paying attention, so that's good.
Yeah, that's right.
No throttle stops in there, apart from the driver's right foot. 897 and 147. Your number 1 qualifier will be Daniel Hefty. Well done, sir. Right, comp eliminator. The numbers you're about to see on the board at the finish line are their indexes. The idea is, depending on the type of car and the size of the engine, they have to run a certain amount of pounds per cubic inch. And that is their given number. So Reuven Dawson is FSSD, factory superstock. 9 flat. No, these are dial-ins. Hang on.
That's optimistic. Yeah, so Reuven Dawson's car usually runs 890, but his index is usually around the 980s. The whole idea behind this class in qualifying is you see how much quicker than your dialing you can run. So you'll see Gary Carr's car, although it reached the finish line second, will probably end up being the quicker of the 2 qualifiers. These 2 are very good in the class. 884.
Oh, wow.
153 mile an hour.
Probably by far the quickest I've seen that car go.
Yeah.
11.18 though in the other lane.
So I'm not too sure what Reuven's index usually is.
Well, it's normal. I just had a quick word. It's normally 990, but for some reason, anyway.
Okay, so Reuven is currently your number 1 qualifier, as if just to prove me wrong. 1176 was the index for Gary Carr, no?
So he's number 1.
But on the screen it was...
Sorry, we're just laughing. We see the index for the C-Turbo Altered of Jacob Bailey is 709. That is correct. However, if Jacob runs anywhere near that, expect the biggest party you've seen since the millennium. Kev Perkins with the super modified Cutlass, the one, the only super modified Cutlass. That car's been around a long while now. 31 years ago this weekend, that car ran the first 6-second pass ever in Europe for a door car.
So index for the supermods is 799. Kev would love to see anything quicker than about a 7.60. Let's see what the index was for Reuven.
Well, it said 9, but it's not.
No. I think he's... lots of wheel spin, unfortunately, for Kev. And he's lifting. I see something flapping on the bottom of the car. Not too sure what that is. Goes 953 and then a 10.
Yeah,
884.
I know. It's like the drone chute had fallen out, basically.
Easy, no more. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, so 1062 for Jacob Bailey. I'd like to know why he can't run under the front wheel drive index. Maybe his engine's too big.
Good question.
Up next is Dan Williams. Taking on Jordan Payne. Jordan, another one of the super mods.
I believe Ruben's index is 9.7.
Okay, so he will be your number one qualifier.
Yes, yeah, because I just went back to the main event, and Ruben's index then was 9.7. So I think that's where it should be.
Yeah, so he'll be your number one qualifier with
84.
Barely.
Wow.
Because I think Gary's index was an 1176. However, Dan Williams' index 11.20.
1172.
1172, yes.
Well, that's the same.
So
as it was
Ruben
before.
will be your number one qualifier for the moment. Dan Williams looking to run anything quicker than 11.20.
Well, car will go 10.5. Certainly go 10.6, but like to get in the 10.5s here. Jordan Payne 7.3s would be ideal for him. But if he opens up with a 7.4, that wouldn't be too bad. Big wheels down for Dan Williams.
But not much more. He looks like he's off the throttle. Jordan Payne
7.4,
goes.
yeah, 7.48. Bit of a shrug of the shoulders there for Nigel. And but Dan, big wheels up launch there. I always love it when the photographers check the back of their cameras to see if they've caught the shot. Oh dear. Right, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. One of those that went over to Sweden to have a go in the 760. Did really well out there, actually. Going alongside Nick Williams, defending national champion in comp, but having a battle royal with Gary Carr this year. The Williams boys, obviously Dan Racing and Nick with full support over the US Nationals last week. Well, for Nick to get into, well, in the top position, basically, he's going to have to go 7-8, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, sizable index drop, I think, from Nick.
Watch the way the Camaro just squats and goes, carries the front wheels beyond 60. And then just listen to the noise of Kev when he leaves the line. Yeah, good looking pair in that. Well, Nick goes to number one. We think he'll be number two, actually. 766 for Kev, 178 Nick, 806 at 172.
I was going to say, in fact, that was actually a really good race, let alone...
Cracking race. All right, Dave Swift and Luke Stevenson. Luke running the VW Golf, the Don.
So the index BBAF 9.18, that's dropped quite a bit. I can only imagine Ahmed's dropped that by accident. Basically, what we're saying when the index drops in eliminations, if you go quicker than about 0.6 of a second, you get an incremental decrease.
Only in eliminations.
Only in eliminations. Yeah. So right now it doesn't matter.
Luke's been pushed back. That's a shame.
You can go as quick as you want at the minute in qualifying, but come elimination day, if you go too quick, your index will get dropped, which will then affect you in eliminations or qualifying the next weekend. But at the minute, Dave Swift with the AM Express, pointing towards the centre line, index 727.
Unfortunately, ain't going to get a number there. He bumped through the stage, and he's gone for a little bit of a wander as well.
Yeah, so he's running the A-A index of 727, which means he's not running the nitrous. So the issue we have over here when it comes to Comp Eliminator and the indexes is that over in Scandinavia, they're very, very good. So there's cars over there that run very, very quickly, and they affect the indexes over here.
They do.
So last weekend or weekend, whenever it was in Tierp, a few weeks ago now, the A-A index was being used by what only can be described as a modern pro stock car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which
Well,
runs
that's where a lot of them
650s.
end up. Yeah. Well, Conrad's done it here as well with the Grand Am. Ran that in Comp Eliminator. So Terry Newton with the one and only Fat Pig taking on Matt Davidson. Now, Matt Davidson is an old romantic. Him and Rachel got married here and spent their honeymoon here back in May. So this is like his fourth honeymoon of the year, then, isn't it? Really. 9.18 is the index for the front-wheel drive cars. However, they can run a lot quicker than that, and they want to run a lot quicker than that too. Looks like Terry's off it by a half track.
Both are.
It's a coasting race. 10.89 for Terry, and 12.03 for Matt. Very, very close. What's the win margin on that? Where is it? There ain't one. What a shame. Because there was nothing in it at the finish line. Okay, Chris Todd with the Fiesta-Roo. Suffered terminal engine damage, wasn't it? Was that the door slammers, I think?
I think it was actually, yeah.
But he was back in a ridiculously quick amount of time. I don't know quite how he did that. Obviously found another engine, but it was very, very quick.
So Tom Herbert with the DNA index. 852. Again, if you see that, he'll be over the moon. And same with Chris Todd. If he sees a 780, he'll be over the moon as well.
Well, if he goes north of 170, it's going to be a stout run. 124, 153.
They're pretty good. Looks very calm these days. Have you noticed?
Yeah, because it was only running a 924. That car can go like mid-8s over 170. That's what I was hoping for there. It was a lovely launch.
Well, 12.03 for Tom Herbert. He's qualified at the moment. However, my goodness me, someone's about to get the experience of their life with Carl Cox in the other lane.
I think it's the... Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. I had a chat with Carl yesterday. I said, come and see us anytime you want.
Yeah,
come up with a chat in the tower if you're not
Top
running.
fella,
So.
1,000% into drag racing. You've got to love it, all the things he could do with the money.
Yeah.
And he does have a number of racing teams as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
His own personal car is a AA centrifugal supercharged Cuda.
This car is actually up for sale. So if you want to go and buy it, I'm going to have a word with Carl.
Oh, yeah.
And say this car is up for sale.
I'll be really popular when I go and say, sorry, love, we're not living here anymore. But guess what we've got instead?
Yeah.
Is it seriously?
Seriously, it's up for sale. Yeah, he hasn't told me how much it is, so you have to go and have a word with Carl.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's up for grabs. So, yeah.
Okay. Is something else in the offing? Any idea?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. That's the right answer.
Yeah.
Because this ain't quick enough. I think he's nudged into the fives.
I mean, this car is, I think it was built 2012. So
oh, really?
it's,
okay.
yeah, it's quite an old car. But obviously he's got a new car coming. Basically, latest technology. So he thought that was the way forward.
Why not? Well, the Pro Charger cars were out in force last weekend at Indy, running in Pro Modified. This car is legal for Pro Modified in Europe, which in case anyone wonders why he isn't running with FIA Pro Mod, it's because it's got a crank-driven supercharger on the front of it. That's why it makes a loud noise, but it doesn't have a those big butterflies sticking out the hood. It doesn't. It does, however, not hang around at all.
Well, you can smash the index, that's for sure.
And it has done.
Let's see how far under he goes.
I think he went red and ran like 6.0 before. That was a lot of shake instantly. Still went 0.97 to 60 foot, But the car launch shook, and the smart thing to do, so you don't give yourself a big repair bill, is back out of it.
So Amir is sat underneath the tower, nice and patiently, still waiting. He's actually swapped lanes. So
I didn't think he wanted to go outside car then. I think I can't want to hear what my car's doing.
So Amir Ashad with the Honda. Great to see a bunch of the front-wheel drive racers not only get involved, but the reason they can be involved is because their car is illegal for MSA competition, Motorsport UK competition, which means full cage, everything else as well, which is great to see. 9.18 index on the board up there. But they all want to come and be part of the biggest all-out drag race of the season, 1064, 137 miles an hour.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's what I said. I told you, he's coming down to put a test run in. Either that or we've got a comp eliminator class called AAFC, and the index is 5.5 seconds. What do you think?
Oh, dear.
You might laugh, but it's happened before.
I think Kevin Kent will enter that. At least he can go over the quarter mile then.
Yeah, there we go. That'll be why. So a little bit of track grooming taken care of in the Kestrel lane. Yeah, that's joking aside. They did I know I've mentioned this a number of times, but the Swedish Fuel and Gas Championships up at Piteå, the one I'm thinking of particularly, 1985, which is the first time I ever went to Sweden. It's amazing. It was a 16-car field of Pro Comp cars, Top Fuel cars, and Fuel Funny cars, and they all had their own index that they ran off, and it was a staggered start. Basically, it was like the world's most brilliant comp eliminator you'd ever seen. It was fantastic. So, like, Pro Comp cars would have a 7 flat index. I think funny cars were like 650 and Top Fuel was like 620, something like that. And they'd leave off of those, and then it was a heads-up race. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
So we've got one more comp eliminator car.
He's pumped, isn't he? Ahmed Jamshed there in the Street Racers Civic. I saw him last night, actually. He went back home to Birmingham last night, because he had to get the kids to school this morning.
Obviously.
And then once he'd done that, then he's come over to the racetrack, so he hasn't missed a thing. So, well done, Ahmed. Good lad.
Or hasn't missed a ting.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Moment of the weekend.
I'll
Thursday
set him up,
afternoon.
you knock him down, mate. Oh, dear.
Yeah, Ahmed is a more enthusiastic and fun guy you could ever wish to meet. And he has run some monumental times and speeds with this car. He's been well over 180 miles an hour with this car. Having trouble keeping the stock block together, so he had a billet one
Well,
made.
he could have taken number one qualifier at the main event, running into the 8.3s.
Yeah.
But the chassis only tagged to 850, so it wasn't allowed.
Until next year.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he's going to go to 750 with this.
Oh, don't do that. Build a 6-second one. Just be done with it, and then
Very, very juddery off the line.
134 miles an hour at the 8th, which means
Nice.
877. Look at the speed, folks. 180 miles an hour. That's why quite a lot of the time, especially with front-wheel drive cars, because all the weight's on the front end, and there's really like Luke always says, the back wheels just hold the back up.
Yeah.
When the chute comes out, they turn into a bike, really. Anyway, so it looks like we do have a test run for you lovely folks here on a Thursday. Hands up, anyone who's bunking off work today. Well, I'm technically still working, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Anyway, well, you get another great treat right now, because Patrick Pears with the Speed Ghost Nitro Funny Car is coming round underneath the town. Now, Colin, please tell us all about the Silverstone Festival where Patrick was.
Right, okay. So, as you know, you've probably heard us mention it, we had 2 big public events over the bank holiday weekend. The first one was down at Carfest, where Thomas went down with a few of the teams. I myself was at Silverstone, and we had Patrick Pers there with the Speed Ghost team, set up their pit bay and everything, and the idea was that we couldn't run the cars on a track, so all we could do was do engine fire-ups, and we had the likes of the Huxleys were there, we had Junior Dragsters, we had a couple of fuel bikes as well, John Bean, Brett Featherstone, they were there, Jason Pickett, Simon Prest was there with the Gas Circus cars.
Well, you can't have, everything.
Yeah, Simon Hayward was there with the Nostalgia Funny car, but we had the Speed Ghost team there as well, and we saw. When we told Silverstone we were bringing a funny car, they sort of knew what it was, and we say, what fuel is it on? I said, well, it's on race fuel. I didn't say any more than that. It was fine, you know.
Well, smart move. Well
smart
done.
move.
Yeah, smart move.
But they did their first fire up on the Friday, and it was literally just a warm up, no throttle whacks or anything like that. Mark Bodymead was desperate to throttle whack it, but we said no, not on the first fire up. Let's just get it progressed. Did another one, and they found a few things that they wanted to sort out on the car. Saturday they did the fire ups underneath the marquee because the weather was awful. Sunday, however, was a different ball game. We pulled the car outside, and we had the crowd a little bit close this time because we sort of nurtured them and they knew what to expect.
No, they didn't.
What we didn't expect was for the team to give it a full throttle whack, and they didn't put a throttle stop on it. And it went to 7,000. Patrick's in the car going, oh my word, and the thing jumped. It was staggering to watch.
It was probably reminiscent of that really famous one with Cruz Rodriguez in the desert, where the crew standing out the way and he nails it. It jumps off the jacks.
Yeah, no, this didn't jump off the jacks, but it was just like wow. And we had people come over from Cops, which is the other side of the circuit, and they heard it. Well, I mean, so basically the whole of Northamptonshire probably heard it. But it was amazing to be part of. The team were amazing. Once they had done that fire up and everything, the people were swarming in their pit area, and it was just happening. I couldn't believe it. And they did the same thing in the afternoon to give it another throttle whack. Only one whack, but it was enough. And I thank the whole team from the bottom of my heart. They were absolutely spectacular. Got to know the guys really, really well over the weekend, and they are a top bunch. You got Sweden, you got guys from Sweden, Ireland, the UK. It's a proper European team there. Full respect. Well, I respect all the teams, but it was nice to get to know these guys and girls. It was great.
So, one thing I would like to say to everyone who's not seen one of those before, please cover your ears.
No,
it does get very loud, especially if you're a little one.
Supervise into the bearing lane, please. Good demonstration then of why we think circuit cars are weedy. So Patrick with US Funny Car Racing tuner Terry Haddock over with him this weekend. Nice short burnout as well. Now the crew guy's going to go over there, just make sure the butterflies are closed so the engine's not idling a little bit too high, which means that they won't be able to get it in reverse. There we go, and they did, so it did. Now, Patrick's had this car for a couple of years, well, at the end of last year, and he's been running it here all season this season. The car runs like, it was number one qualifier this time last year at this event. The car runs like an absolute bandit, but it's been prone to dropping cylinders down the track and steering the car for him. So their main focus, I'm pretty sure, is making sure all the candles stay lit all the way through 1,000 foot. If they do, you're looking at a potential swap of the European record for the third time in one season.
Incredible.
Yeah. Well, we had it twice in one weekend, didn't we, at Buckjam? So this is an absolute latest and greatest, up-to-date Dodge Hellcat. With all the good parts and pieces on there, setback blower. I think this was actually one of Ron Katz's Napa cars, wasn't it? Yeah, is that right? So you know it's not going to hang about, let's put it that way. My lasting memory of this car was from, I think it was Friday night last year. It took off like an absolute rocket in the dark. So, in the interest of fair reporting, the first time Terry Haddock had ever seen this car happened when it arrived at the racetrack this week, so don't expect miracles just yet. However, the plan is to go quick. Just like that, really. Cruises through to a 4:53 at 205 miles an hour. That is not quite the whole story, though, because the 60-foot time was a new world best of 0.62. It weren't that quick.
Wasn't, yeah.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it was still a good run. It weren't 0.62 to 60 foot. No, it wasn't. I'm not sure it run 0.62 if you dropped it out of a plane.
He pedalled it as well.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm not sure that was a pedal. I'm not sure that was an ignition issue. Because,
Okay.
Well, the end there, yeah, anyway, I think you could... Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, we'll see the replay because you'll be able to see the butterflies close. Just a quick announcement for everybody out there, all you sportsman racers, due to the obvious time delays, the last qualifying session, Q4, is cancelled for today. Give them a cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's what they were hoping to do. What a shame they couldn't do that at Silverstone.
Oh, God, that
Seriously.
would have been brilliant.
I'd like to say as well, 3:45 to the 8th mile. That is outstanding numbers.
That's pretty good. Again, it's a bit skewed by the 60-foot, don't forget, because the 60-foot was squiff.
Yeah.
A point
But
six.
they will have
That
data.
may not affect the top end, though. If
it won't affect the speed, but it will affect the ET because
Yeah,
it's still
true, yeah.
knocked. It's still knocked at least 3. It's a cumulative effect. So if it's screwed up on the 60-foot, then so on and so on. But I think it may be just because he was rolling when he nailed the throttle. But still,
Good job it was a checkout pass, not a qualifier.
do you know what? It makes us look forward to the weekend.
It does,
doesn't it? Yeah. I hope everybody enjoyed that. The message I got from Sean, again, thank you very much indeed. Now de facto press officer for Speed Motorsport.
Yeah, he is. No,
Yeah,
genuinely,
there you go.
he is. Yeah. I had great chats with Sean over at Silverstone because we had to try and get him in, and we managed to get him on the team card right at the last minute. So no, that worked really well.
Yeah. Anyway, but Sean said it's the first of potentially 2 today. It all depends how it goes. It all depends what the crew want to do. There was some tyre chatter off the line, Colin, so you may well be correct. Guys in the TV truck, if you can actually rerun that, just it'd be interesting to rewatch that from the front end if you can, just to see if you did pedal it or the candles just went down for a moment due to ignition. If you can't, it's no problem. I do understand it's Thursday. I do understand that we've got a lot of this to do, and I'm going to be making a lot of great requests over the weekend.
Is mainly just, can I see that again?
Please, lots of the times, yes. Especially all the good stuff. Can we see that again? And
I like
again?
the way you said in the TV truck. Yeah, they got a building behind.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're much posher than that in the TV building.
Yeah.
Let that go out around the internet, around the world on the internet. Yeah, we have a TV building, folks. We have an on-site TV building. Sorry.
Looking round into the pairing lanes, I'm trying to just bring us back to normality now after that because that was incredible. We see Pro T, and I can already see a car we didn't see this morning.
Yes, I can as well. Head of the lanes. That's Ian King, I think you're on about, isn't it? Yeah, with the Chevelle. Yeah, he deliberately missed Q1, by the way. I knew that he wouldn't be out in Q1 because basically the Williams boys only got back from America like late yesterday afternoon, had to set everything up. And basically because Ian hadn't run the car since the last event and the boys had a chance, so they said, look, can we just give the car a once-over before you run it? So Ian sort of said, yeah, fine, no problem at all. So he deliberately missed Q1, we understand that.
Awesome.
New graphics on the car, looking really, really sharp out there. So look forward to seeing the car appear on the racetrack so we get a proper look at it.
So I've had an insider message me, and it's mainly Callum Pudge who's down there on the start line, saying Patrick definitely pedalled it next to me.
Right.
So he was stood next to the thing.
So he was the marker.
Yes, he was. He stood there.
Was he told where to stand? So, Patrick, you went. I love it. All right, Hans van der Speck with the pickup truck here coming over from the Netherlands, going alongside the Maverick Dragster, the Appliance Dragster. Sorry, with. Did Hans run first session? I can't remember.
He did.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is he missing a front bumper?
Right, Dial's 908. Hans is what, 1044? Yeah, Andrew is currently number 38 spot. Hans is number 18.
Yeah, Andrew ran into the 8s this morning. He's dialed it back down. Obviously, thinks that something's changed. It could be that the density altitude has increased, so the air is essentially less dense now.
.913, better for Andrew, moves up to number 13 from 38. And Hans goes 10.56. Right, Ian King then, with the Chevelle, his first run of the weekend, dialing 11.50. Don Scott, looking for 9.70. I've got a feeling that Ian King will be in the 10s by the end of the afternoon if he gets the third qualifier in. Oh, wheel spin off the line.
All he's got to do is cross the finish line quicker than 30 seconds, and he'll count.
9.70, perfect ET, Don Scott. Oh, yeah. Right, just make sure Graham's got that one. Perfect ET has indeed. So Don Scott, 9.7005, takes the money for perfect ET. Congratulations to Don. Very nice indeed. Ian goes 17.55. Right, now the money's gone. That's 50 quid. Well done, Don.
Right. Even though that's a perfect TT, will he be number one?
Ooh,
Sounds silly.
Good
Sounds like a silly question.
There is room in there. There is room in there.
There is wiggle room, and they do like a bit of wiggling. So Anthony Mitchell and Al Platt.
.70, 11.76. Actually stays 3, but Al Platt moves up from 23 to 16.
So, the way that Pro T is sort of how close it is at the minute, when you go dead on your dial-in, you're not going, yes, I might be number one. You're going, yes, I'm racing on Saturday. That's the only way. Yeah, that's all it is.
So Bob Molden with the white noise in the Kestrel A 943 and 11.75. Jack McClure won't be the quickest McClure on the property this weekend. We can confirm that. Uh, 948 with a 0. Bob's up to 13 actually. Jack McClure gets in at 19 with an 84 and a 75.
Right, so that now means all of the qualified drivers are the right side. So everybody that's not qualified are the breakouts.
Currently.
All right, currently. So that
how many have we had, mate?
47.
Okay.
So we're 3 away from the 64 car ladder.
So Laura Baton and Chris Waterhouse, who are both the right side of the number currently.
Right, so Laura looking for 10.39. 9.58. So Laura up to number 10, Chris up to number 23. Shuffling around once again. Right, John Bean with the Mustang. Dialing in 8.97. Good to see an 8 appear on the dialing boards there for John. Johnny McClure, 9.72 with the Thunderstruck Willis. Now, both of these two broke out in Q1. If they can get the right side, then we're going to start shuffling the pack around, because everybody that's 33rd or below were breakouts in round 1. So John Bean going to get there first with an 8.9. He still breaks out, 8.95. 9.81 there for Johnny McClure, moves up from 38 to 20. Right, next up then it is Mason Griffiths with the Sour Grape Javelin. Dial-in for him is 11:55. Bill Wilson with a Graffiti Racing F100. His dial-in 10.99. Now, as things stand, with 47 cars putting numbers on the board, we are on a 32-car ladder. We need 50 to activate the 64. It's as simple as that.
And I'm sure everyone in Pro ET is walking around the pitch going, please, just do one run. That's all you got to do.
That's one car we haven't seen before, and we still can't see it now. JT.
See, I knew he'd make the move from Super Pro to Pro ET. He does it every time, doesn't he? Yeah, because the Q1, he came down in Super Pro.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, went back to the pits.
So he'll be another one for the course.
Yeah,
then,
maybe
basically.
48 when he puts his number on the board.
And there's Lucille as well, the black Camaro. So that's another one.
That's 49.
One more is all we need.
Who else went back to the pits?
Tom Watkins.
Tom Watkins. So that we could have our 64-car ladder.
On Thursday.
Yeah. Wow.
The reason we're getting excited is only one time that's ever happened before in bracket racing, isn't it?
Super Pro Dave Nelson made the 50. Is that Dave's up here? Oh, he was, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yeah, he made the 50-car ladder. That made the 64-car ladder activate when he put that run in. JT's
pop is actually for sale. Will it run 150 with a big tailwind? Yes! 903 at 150 miles an hour. That's what made the difference for JT. Qualified number 9, 9.75. And it looks like Tom Watkins with Doris. Well, that's going to be 49.
Yeah.
Is he? Okay. A little off pace that time, unfortunately, for Dave Rudd. Again, the car's still not behaving itself. It's just not as consistent as it was all last season, unfortunately. But Dave and the team are pretty good. They'll get it figured out. We're still going to have our thing for 32 to see where top 32,
the bump would have been, if assuming we get the 50 plus.
So for the trophy in Pro ET, it's going to be 6 rounds of racing.
Yeah.
6.
So 898 place 967, 901 and 970. Tom goes in at 10 with Chris Newsom up to number 9.
Begging for a match race with JT with that number.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Right, here we go then.
Oh, yes. Bjorn Schednitzer, I hope, from Germany. How did that sound?
It sounded all right.
Yeah, but it always does.
As soon as this car goes through with a number.
Who's 25? Because there's no name. Is that a real ET? That's the only thing. Because sometimes we get like ghost.
25 is Lee Huxley.
Is he already in there, or is that actually his run?
No, that is his run.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so Bjorn in the Kestrel lane, up against Brett Featherstone. So will this be 50?
58 and a 49, yep. All right, that's it, we got 50. We have 50.
So far, and counting.
Yeah, could be more. We don't know yet.
51 entered, and we've added JT. It just depends if everyone runs and comes down. I can't think of anyone we haven't seen.
Have a look at the entry list to confirm.
Marie Mills and Neil Watkins, 2 purple cars that are in the show for now, anyway. Well, Marie isn't. She's number 44, but is if we run it as a 64.
Haven't Simon Swarbrick run yet?
No.
Okay.
So Marie goes up to number 20 with a 26 on a 20. And Neil Watkins, 33 on a 27, stays put at number 16.
We know Jeff Cowley's not racing this weekend.
Yeah.
And Simon Swarbrick is the only other one that's not.
Okay, no. Excellent.
So Simon Innes and Thomas Herbert. So Tom is running the Corrado in Pro ET and the Golf in Comp Eliminator. Is that right?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I've just spotted that. Right, so Simon, 1063. Yeah, he was number one after the first session, but Don Scott, the perfect ET, has taken that position. $11.30 for Tom Stays, number 32, Simon Innes. 1067 on the 63, stays in at number 2. All right, Tom K, Warren Watts. Now Warren, another one who's double classing this weekend.
How about these for some dial-ins? 888 takes on 999.
Yeah, but that's the difference. Obviously, he can dial in now, where he couldn't dial in on the other class. So there's a big difference there.
Yeah, I think what you'll see him do in Super Comp is roll quite deep into stage without deep staging, and that should take the edge off. Taking on Tom K in the Slick Tricks lane. 003 light for Tom, nearly gets the perfect light award.
Yeah, let's not forget it's 100 quid this weekend as well. Oh, 889 for Warren, 42 to number 6. Cracking move for Warren.
Tom K runs a 10.02 again, and if he'd have dialed 10.02 like he did the first run, it'd have been a perfect TT.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the split after that to determine who would be number 1. Whew. Right, Lee Morris, Will Clark. Now then, Lee Morris needs to move up from there. I mean, yeah, he's qualified because we now know there's a 50 cars, so it's a 64 car ladder. But the championship points-wise,
that's 500 points behind
massive
Don Scott.
Amount of points. So let's get the points back up in front of me. $9.75. Yeah, so Lee Morris moves up to number 33, but Nick Mugridge is right at the sharp end at the moment. I mean, Nick is... Oh no, he's 25, so not a lot of difference. 25 and 33, 80 points. Nick is 50 points behind. Right, next up, Amy Watkins, Chris Orthodoxou. Amy currently number 5 with the Firebird, 954, and Chris Orthodoxou 1175, currently number 29. Or 56 and a 54. I don't think it's going to help her though. She stays put, and well, Chris breaks out 1157 on the 75. So he's going to stay number 29. Right, Sean Law, who actually sits at the number 50 spot at the moment because of the monstrous breakout, going alongside Doug McClure with a success.
Now, if you ever want to know how good the air is at a drag strip, watch the nitrous cars, because the bigger the purge is, the better the air is. Just
right, yes.
It's basically the way the
yes,
DA is
yeah.
and the water grains. That purge was massive from Doug McClure. Fingers crossed we can get air like this tomorrow.
Oh, big wheels down there for Doug as well. Right, can Sean slow it down enough? Yep, 872. He's got one on the right side up to number 35. Doug moves from 47 to 37. He goes 1047.
Message
Right.
on the back of Darren's car. He's dialed 1111, but then he says chasing 10s.
Yeah, the Earth Met Nissan going really, really well these days, and going well. Goodness gracious me, the eye candy dragster of Susie McClure. The dial-in is 9:55. Wow. Right, how close can Suze get? Can Darren break out? Darren wants to break out. 81. 3. So Susie moves up to 37 from 50, and Darren moves up to number 30 from 47. All right, next up then it is Dave Cherrett, the Dark Revenger. Matthew Dowdy. How many times did you must have raced Matt quite a few times in the juniors, yeah?
I was actually incredibly lucky to avoid him most of the time.
Oh, really?
We
Right.
only raced each other once or twice.
Yeah.
Once when I was in junior modified and he was in the junior stock, and once again when we were both in JMA, and it's 1-1.
Right. So you have to go and get a door card to race him again now, wouldn't you? Well, you still got the improvised air conditioning, as he still has no back window in the car. Still can't get hold of one. Oh, 007 red for Dave Cherrett. Oh, 975 with a 4. What? He stays 8th. No way. That's weird. That number that hasn't updated. Okay, well they'll adjust that. But yeah, 975 with a 4. That moves Dave Cherrett up to number 3. That'll all come out in the wash. Right, Frankie Taylor with that lovely little altered. She's now sitting on the number 50 spot alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie 1028. And I reckon he's number 8 at the moment. So 10:01 dialing for Frankie, 10:28 for Ronnie. So Frankie just inching forward to the beams.
So it launches straight from over there. That was not a 10:01, was it? Really? 967.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
140 miles an hour.
Oh, that's a cracking run. I love it. Stevie Gates, Mark Huxley, your next pair. Stevie Gates currently number 35, dialing in 853. And Mark Huxley dialing in 977.
And the track goes quiet. I can see someone on track right at the top end. I think that might be Frankie by the looks of the shape of the car.
Yes, it is Frankie's car, yeah.
Probably too busy celebrating and not turning around the corner. Sorry.
No, it's actually stopped short, actually. Oh, no, actually, I'm not sure, actually. Oh, no, maybe just... Yeah, I think, yeah, she has overshot just a little bit. Oh, only, what, 30 foot, something like that?
Well, the good news is all of the medical and fire teams are staying put, so there's no immediate emergencies.
No issue whatsoever. It's just they just ran out of real estate to stop it, basically. So yeah, obviously we do need to get her pulled back. A little bit more work for Mick and for Matt and everybody to get that car ready for the next round. But yeah, it'll be absolutely fine. Got Plenty of clearance and everything. That's in fact, they're just pulling it back now. So a very quick pause. Right, let's have a look at the order then, because that's shuffled around immensely. Don Scott, now number 1, with a perfect ET. He's probably back in the pits now. So, Don, don't forget, come up to see Eurodragster.com to collect your £50, courtesy of Andy Hadfield and Twister Racing. And, yeah, 50 quid better off you. Simon Innes is number 2. Anthony Mitchell, currently number 3. We think... one of the runs that didn't shuffle correctly into the order is number 4. Now, I've now forgotten who it was.
Dave Cherritt.
Dave Cherritt, yeah. Because I've got Dave Cherritt number 8 at the moment, but he did hit his number, so he's moved up to number 4, I believe. Tom Kay 5, Amy Watkins 6, Warren 7, Ronnie 8, Dave Cherritt, we think he's moved up. So Ruben Dawson 9, and it is Chris Newsom in at number 10. That's where we are. I just noticed Stevie Gates actually got those front lights on. Proper cool job there.
Well, Ruben's got... not Ruben, sorry, Stevie. I had Ruben on my mind thinking I've not seen him yet.
Yeah.
Stevie had a unique issue this morning trying to slow the car down because he's always 850, 853, sort of that area. I know he's dialed 853 this time. And this morning the track was so quick.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to throw him a bit of a curveball by... well, by bracket racing standards.
Oh,
anyway.
well, the heat.
Nice. Now, Stevie Gates looked like he was going to be a real contender for the title. At the start of the championship season, he was doing really, really well, but a couple of not optimal outings. He's still not far away.
Yeah, but the DNQ didn't help him at all, to be fair. So where is... So let's see where he is in the points. Stevie Gates is number 13. He's on 1670. It's doable.
Well,
it's doable from back there.
Most of those were the first event, I think, the first couple of events, weren't they?
Stevie scored 950 at the Easter Nationals. Yeah.
Okay, so Billy Everett and Jason Pickett, your next pair. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I think he did start with a win, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
And then it all just kind of didn't after that. So Bill is number 48 at the moment. These two kind of propping up the order because they both broke out. 9:42, 10:30.
And neither of them wanted to stage first
in qualifying.
Wow, big old wheel stand for the cherry bomb.
Yeah, there's no awards for that this weekend, but we still like it. They both break out.
I was going slow down, slow down.
I wonder why you were doing a meerkat impression and then you were saying slow down.
Slow down, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, both break out by a bunch, let's put it that way. Nick Mugridge, 10 flat with a little dragster in the Kestrel. He has dabbled in the 9s. Reuben Dawson with the quickest dial-in I've ever seen on that car, 8.83. What did he run earlier? Was it an 8.7?
No, he was an 8.8 earlier.
I think it was an 8.84 in Comp Eliminator. He ran a 9.0 this morning in Pro ET.
Yes.
Can we have Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes.
No, seems to be no air in the front wheels for Reuben these days. Oh, wow! Number 1, I told you it wouldn't happen.
4 zeros.
Wow.
For Reuben Dawson, 8.83 with a 0 and a 0.
It's a shame the money's gone to Don Scott, but Reuben, absolutely perfect, dumps Don Scott down to number 2. Wow.
I told you, didn't I say that even though he won a perfect TT money, there's, you know, is it going to hold for number 1?
No. Well, that will hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, well, you can't beat it. I don't know what the next digit is, but wow. Fantastic run. Right, Vic and he had an 03 line to go with it as well. That's going to be tough. Vic Parsons, John Turner.
John's dialing is a lot slower than we used to. He's obviously got issues.
That's what he dialed earlier. 961 breaks out. Vic Parsons 986 on a 75. No improvement for him. Stays put.
Yeah, the air's not quite as good as it was earlier. Still got the tailwind, but as I say, air's not quite as good. Hence the drop off, I think.
So the Rover, driven by Josh Duncan.
Turned this car around real quick, didn't they?
It's been for sale for a while. I've seen it pop up here and there quite often. Finally been bought and it's coming out after the hairy moment in the Anglia.
I wonder if that was the, what made him do it, shall we say. 890 is the dial as well, which is a bit quicker than he ran earlier.
He was feathering the throttle quite a lot earlier.
Yeah, you're right. This used to be I'm pretty sure it's a Supermod car at one point. Yeah, that looks fun. This will be what the car can do. 849. Once again, great number, wrong class. Okay. That's the breakout of.
No, this is only his second run in the car.
He obviously thought, I'm keeping it pinned. I'm keeping it pinned. Oh, there's the finish line. There we go.
Oh, what a run. Absolutely superb. All right, Sophie Sargood from Tronebridge is in the back of the two-seater for this one. Partner had a ride in the car this time last year, so time to swap over, as it says here. So. Two-seater dragster is the only car on the premises this weekend that can't qualify for the perfect light. Oh, well, the Jets can't, obviously. But as the only one that's actually got one. Oh, no. He's been told to shut it off there.
There you go. Welcome to drag racing, whoever sat in the back down there. This is kind of how it works. So all you sportsman racers out there, if you didn't hear earlier, we do have news from the race director that the last qualifying session of the day is cancelled. So the fourth qualifying session is cancelled. Obviously, we had a whole bunch of delays. It took us like 4.5 hours to complete Pro ET and Super Pro. But yeah, I think that must have been the last car up that lane that did that, because they're checking out all the way up the end of the Slick Tricks lane too. So the car will be pushed back. I'm sure they'll get it run in very, very shortly. Yeah. So the last qualifying session for all of our sportsman classes for the day is cancelled. We've had 1.5 sessions so far. Well, no, we're just starting the second one, really, aren't we? And then will be one more after that, but that will be it. Okay. While we do the... oh, maybe not. That was quick.
Yeah, so two-seater just pushing back. Track's doing a little bit of sledding out there. So, what should we have an advert from Nitro FM? And indeed, thank you. So we'll take it back very shortly when we continue day 1 of 4 here at the European Finals.
Well, I did say the quickest way to get starting racing again was one of two things: send Ron Bartlett to get chips, or give it to Nitro FM, and it works every time.
Yeah, but that was super quick. I wasn't expecting the
no, not that quick.
Here we go then, the two-seater. Sophie Sargood in the back. .79? 793 at 169 miles an hour there for the two-seater dragster. So The next passenger will be Ian Blackett in the back of the car. Right, so the tracks are now doing a little bit more work out there, and a little bit of prep on the start line. So this time we will give it to Nitro FM for a few more moments, and we will take it back when we continue qualifying here with Super Pro ET at the European Finals. Okay, so it is Super Pro ET.
So do we have a bump spot after the first session, Colin? I know we've got more
In
cars
Super Pro?
entered. Yeah, in Super Pro. Let's have a look. I know we've got more cars entered than we have spots available.
Oh, it's not there yet, that's why.
That'll be why. Fair enough then. Anyway. So, Colin Morris aboard the family Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Sorry. Stop giggling. Go on. Oh. Yeah.
No, we've
I
got
know,
30 cars, so yeah, we need a few more, yeah.
Still missing a few. Fair enough. Okay. So both these two have put numbers in. Colin Morris is number 3 at the moment, and 8:51 I think is one of the quickest darlings I've ever seen for that Camaro over there in the Kestrel lane. And 8:41 is about sort of par for the course for Tom. Double 08 on the tree as well for Colin Morris, just for good measure. 8:44, 8:57. Tom Atkinson shuffles up to number 4. Colin Morris, no improvement. Well, Joe Kellett with the family rail, 7:25 is the dial-in. I think that's his quickest dial-in ever as well. That will be the tail breeze and the cool weather. Rob Brown. That's Pete Brown. If the helmets are correct, anyway. Do you know it was Rob or Pete?
Which one? Sorry?
I was going to say. Well, it says on the screen Rob, but
no, that's Pete.
It's Pete. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Anyway, so Pete Brown at home in the Slingshot Rebel. Again, another one of the cars that joined you at the Silverstone Festival.
Those boys are so good at that. You know, they would like doing the fire-ups and then going and grabbing people's camera phones, sit in the car. Oh, it's an absolute joy to watch these two.
Yeah,
well, and actually, to be fair, Natalie, as well, doing all the stuff out there. And of course, Hayley up front, the girls just as involved.
They're going to have T-shirts made saying Terry Grant copied us, aren't they? Something like that. Right, 7:25 for Joe. What can he do this time? 7:28. That'll work. And 8:49. And 8:49 for Pete, which I presume was what they were trying to run before. Anyway, that's 7:28 for Joe, number 5 at the moment. That'll do. Yep.
Yeah.
It's all right. You're in. Yeah, looks like Phil Toppin lost fire at the end of the burnout. Bradley did
He's coming
well.
back.
Yeah. Either that or everyone fancied to jog to warm up. Do you know what always amazes me to find out about this event is, you know, like in 40 years ago nearly, or something like 35 years ago, no, 40 plus years ago, like at the end of the 70s, early 80s and that kind of thing. This event was always at the end of September. I can't imagine anything more bonkers in England than holding a massive international event.
Yeah.
When it gets dark at 6 o'clock in the evening. All
Good
the
for
time.
evening racing, but no, I know
But
what
it
you
always
mean.
happened. Do you
Yeah.
remember?
Yeah,
If you,
I do.
I was here, you were here, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the racing, it just went on forever, didn't it? And also the other thing, if you remember, a lot of the times it was only like Friday was kind of a practice day. It wasn't even really a qualifying day, was it? It wasn't until Saturday and Sunday that everything sort of came to life. However, those events were fantastic and they were absolutely mobbed, weren't they? All weekend, if you remember. So, Brad at the moment is number 6. Phil Toppin is number 22. I'm guessing that's by virtue of not breaking out, really. Something flew off of the back of Phil's car, nothing major, obviously. Into the 9 zone, 95, the 138. The engine's been quicker, and I'm sure the car will do too. 8:69 for Brad. He'd already run better than that, or closer to his dial-in anyway.
All right, Mr. 760 himself then, John Sleeth, qualified in Q1 with a 762. He is currently in the number 2 spot. Bailey Ashdown, brilliant run in Q1. Broke out, didn't care less because she's almost in the 7s. Dialing an 805 for this one.
And only just broke out in round 1 of qualifying. Bailey did. John Sleeth, predictably, right on the money. That's one of the good things about running 760 and 760 and 760 is when you come back to running in Super Pro, guess what you can run? 760 consistently all the time. Another great looking run for John Sleeth. And a 7:59 with the 2. Bailey, though, up to number 6. Bailey with a 8.10. Nice looking run. And 8 pesky thousandths of a second for John Sleeth. He can console himself with the fact that he's in at number 2.
So Bob Doyle is on the, well, he is at the bottom of the pile at the moment. That's purely because he went 8:37 in Q1. Outstanding pass. I mean, Tracy and the crew just looked at it, what, is that right? They just couldn't believe what they've seen on the scoreboard, but yeah.
Great air, great...
Phenomenal.
Yeah, great air, great racetrack and tailwind, I think.
we have Supergas into the lanes, please. Supergas, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
So Harry Gibson trying to run a 6 flat. He was on and off the throttle all over the place earlier on. But one very capable young man behind the wheel. And has already been in the 5s, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Harry might still get there first, you never know.
Oh, wow.
6:01, 2:39, your new #1 qualifier in Super Pro by virtue of a couple of very clever pedals.
Very clever. That was a thing of beauty. 0.96 to 60 foot, 396 at 192 to the 8th, and 6:01 with a 5. 2:39.
I'm not sure tyre shake and pedal in the car were part of the plan, but anyway.
It worked.
Okay, we've got at least one more car down for this round of qualifying as well. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
I also, did we see Dave Russell last session? I can't remember. I don't think we
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Right then, so AC Bell and Callum Swinchat, both of these two currently in. AC with an 899 for the darts and an 882 for Callum. Both well capable of running that number.
Oh, AC being told to shut off there. Little bit of a fluid leak, I think, from underneath the car. Ian has spotted. Well, it hasn't been their day, actually, because it was Ash that had the oil down earlier on, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
896 for Callum, goes from 29 to 14.
Okay, Ian Brown will be round next.
Well, he was your #1 qualifier, but he's been dropped to #2 now. But what a way to come back, though, eh?
So this time round, he doesn't dial 760, he dials 761. Just going to be one car taking the tree. One of our friends from abroad is going to be coming round after that. I've just realised that paint job, that's like a champagne bottle, isn't it? It's a rosé, sparkling rosé wine. It only twigged what it was when I looked at the... It's
very clever.
It's a wrap,
very,
isn't
very
it? But
clever.
it's fantastic. Anyway, Ian Brown trying to take #1 spot back. He only has to improve by a few thou to get it.
It's good, but how good? 64. Stage #2. 179 miles an hour, but two consistent runs, a 71 and a 61, followed by a 64.
Well, consistent is the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always. And those are the two things. So, Kenneth Johansson from Sweden with the Olds Cutlass. How can you tell he's from Sweden? Apart from the flag poke. I'd love to know where they found a hole to poke that on the bonnet, actually. But 7.90 is the dial-in. Now, this is a car, actually, that does normally run in Pro Street, which is 760, but today he's decided to go for plump for 790. I think this is his first... No, he did run earlier, I beg your pardon.
Thanks, mate. I've got your message.
Well, we're always super grateful to all of our Scandinavian, Nordic and European friends, and American ones too, who make the long journey over here to come and see us. I'm sure he's got his own cheering section at home. He's currently the number 19 qualifier. Taking the pins out the chutes. So, wheelie bars measured. Chute pins out. Takes his crack at the sounds for a quarter mile. I like seeing everybody do well, but I always love to see our racers from, especially who've travelled the furthest, do really well. So I hope this goes to plan, and he runs as close to his number as he possibly can.
Oh, lots of wheel spin off the line. Oh, you can see at the time marks he's left behind as well.
Almost instant.
Bit of everything in there.
Well, that one was an 8:37 at 168. Without the tyre shake, he probably would have been right on.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Right on it. So, Jack Williams, another recruit to the fantastic 760 heads-up class. This time he's changed the dial in, but 757.
I can't believe you've done that.
Well, it's probably easier than that,
yeah.
than trying to tune the car to run 760,
Yeah,
for
true.
this weekend at least, anyway. Up against the Hall of Fame Huxleys, or one of them at least, anyway. That's Lee.
When they did their fire-ups at Silverstone with us, they always put somebody in the passenger seat just to give them the thrill. Absolutely loved it, they did.
Hang on, has he gone too far? No. Yeah, I think he's tripping that with the front of the car. Yeah, Ian's telling him to... yeah, there we go. That's the car doing it. That's the wheel doing it now. There we go. Not that it made any difference, really, did it? Sixth, finally, the car goes to the right side of the number when they change the dial in. But anyway, up to number 9 for now. Jack Williams. Everyone looking slightly confused. 862 for Lee Huxley, though. That'll be your new number 5 qualifier. Well, the Courcell family have a very, very ropey looking dial-in board holder. He's now put it away in his pocket, so we can't. No, I said ropey. Didn't say romantic. Ropey. Ropey. Mark Courcell out there at the ball breaker in the Kestrel lane. That is, of course, the lovely Thomas, who works up here with us in the booth. Going up against Patrick Dubois. I think Patrick, he waited around a long time, though, didn't he? I think he was at the front of the queue.
He was,
burn
yeah.
out.
Him and Matt Peters.
Good 2.5 to 3 hours, I think, unfortunately. However, it's best to wait that long, go down a safe racetrack and make sure it's in one piece, so you can come back and do it again. So, Patrick Dubois from Valence in southern France. The Custom Gang turning up with 3 cars here this weekend, I think. The Dubois family, part of the, pretty sure part of the ATD organisation out there that run the events at Clusters in northern France. It's not that far from Calais if you ever fancy a trip, and it's well worth going. Wow, Patrick's car just unloads the tyres completely, hits the wheelie bars really hard and spins the tyres. Mark goes 8.44 with a 1. That will be your new number 4 qualifier for Mark Courcell.
Just spotting a few of the sportsman racers sporting the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund stickers. I had another tour around the pits with them yesterday. I shall be going around the pits later on this evening with them. Many thanks indeed for those that got them off me yesterday, including Nick Good. I've just spotted where he's put those on the side of his dragster, so thank you to him. And my mission is for every car and every bike here to have them on board, and I will succeed.
You will indeed.
But no, it's working really, really well at the moment. The Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, it's been very well supported by all the racers and the crews, and trust me, it is helping a lot of people out at the moment as well. So big thanks indeed to everybody.
So 2 blown big blocks in very different shapes, if you like. Dave Russell 14, Nick Good 17 at the moment. See what they can do about it. That 680 for Nick Good is quite a bit quicker than he has been. And he runs it very well. 685 at 191. Moves him up to number 10. So 500 off, he's in at 10. Dave Russell actually gets bumped back one spot. 890 on a 76. No help.
Oh, that's Kieran Ashley with the Joker. Starting in at 7.72 for this one, going alongside Mark Bailey. With Barracuda wants an 8.73. Nice to see Mike Lacey down there as well, crewing with Mark this weekend.
That's one person we haven't seen for quite a while, Pete Dodd. I haven't seen Pete Dodd.
Yeah, Pete. Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. He's had a new engine built for the car because obviously he destroyed one completely.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
It is on the verge of being ready. I think he may appear at the national finals, but he was due to go down to Carfest, but unfortunately couldn't make it. But yeah, I hope to see Pete at the national finals.
Good news. Okay. Kieran looking for 772. That car runs like a bandit through the finish line. And off the start line this time, a 107.60 for Kieran. 771 with a 9, misses the perfect ET by 1 thou. 873 though in the other lane for Mark Bailey. It's another perfect ET.
Wow, goodness me. Yeah, perfect ET. Mark Bailey, that's the third of the day, and he takes number 1 spot in Super Pro. Kieran misses it by 4/10 thousandths, not 1,000, 4/10
Sorry, beg your pardon,
thousandths. It was,
I saw the 9 on the end. I just went with that.
Great pairing.
Nothing else. That was a great run for Kieran because the car did everything it was supposed to do. It was nice, straight, strong, no wheel spin movement or anything like that, and a good speed through the finish line too. So well done to Kieran, and well done Becky too, of course.
Right, Harley J and Elodie Dubois. 7:10 for Elodie. Elodie has got to be, she's got to be gaming into the 6s very, very shortly.
Do you know what? I really have a hard time because I said this before. My littlest girl is called Elodie, right? And we call her Ed all the time. And the reason we call her Ed is because she couldn't say Elodie, so we just went with Ed. It was just easier to do. I'm not going to do that, obviously, here. But anyway, so Elodie Dubois, Kestrel Lane, 7:10. Both these two put numbers on the board earlier today. That does not sound well at all for Harley J. 7.05 for Elodie breaks out. That really didn't sound well. 10.36 at 134. Well, he does actually move up a spot. I presume it's because he didn't break out, but that was bizarre.
Well, Elodie, I say, darling, 7:10, goes 7.05. She's halfway to that 6, isn't she? Wow. All right, next up then, the points leader in Super Pro Championship. It's the Giles and Hartley team. It's Daniel Giles behind the wheel this weekend.
Going to be taking on another fabulously quick French dragster. Try saying that quickly when you've had a few. Fabien. Oh, another fabulously quick French dragster driven by Fabien. There we go. Or Fabien's fabulously Fabian's fabulously fast French dragster. And they're glad I got it in the right order eventually. There you go. So
He's not from Fareham.
he's not from Fareham. No. He's from France. Yeah. So Fabienne's car is wild, to say the least. It loves hiking the front wheels. It loves getting out of shape. And it does the best burnouts of any big block dragsters I think I've ever seen. It's terrific. Got a lot of grunt in there. But however, Daniel Giles in the other lane is only like a tenth and a half off, so they're not that much difference in ET or dial-in. Yeah, could we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes for Q2, please? Street Eliminator, please, for the second qualifying session of the day. So Daniel, currently number 28, that's not where they want to be or where they want to qualify, because they get allocated qualifying points for where they qualify in the order. And it can make a massive difference come the end of the season when we're totting everything up.
Well, so they have got that 330-point lead over Scott Hauser at the moment. Well, they were both very... Oh, nice.
Thank you. 7 flat for Fabienne.
Wow.
They're very, very happy with that. That's 0.15 quicker than his darling, but I don't think they care. Daniel's some way off, though, with a 68 and a 35. Most unlike that team. They look overjoyed with that.
I think it's a battle between Fabian and Elodie to get into the sixes this weekend.
They're both in the 7-0.
I know. Fabulous. All right, Matt Peters, Scott Hauser. 726 and 762, the darlings.
Job Hastings very kindly delivered us some street waffles. And the one thing I've noticed about that, on the front it's got a colour code as to how good they are for you. That's the bright red E. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Thought I'd point that out. Thank you very much indeed,
nice.
Joe. Oh, they're lovely. That's
We love
the problem.
these. They won't last long.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
we do like them.
Both of these big block dragsters.
Well, it says here they've got to be eaten by 7:10. Is that PM?
Yeah. What, today? Yeah. They will be, won't they?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so Matt is in at 14. Scott broke out by quite some margin earlier. That's why there is a 7:26 on the board at the finish line in the lane for the Hauser Race Cars machine.
Nice.
27 with a 9. That'll work. Up to number 3 for Scott. Matt Peters breaks out by 3 hun.
Wow.
Unbelievably, Ashley Bell with the Limpy Slug is back for Q2. So how many have we had? We had 31 now. Let's have a quick.
Well, he got a number the first time, so...
He did, didn't he? Oh, he's still at 30. I wonder who we miss him, because I think we had 35 odd entries.
Let's have a look.
Just out of, again,
well, John
Tebenham
has gone to Pro ET.
Changed, yes.
So that's 1. Let's have a look.
It just must have been something loose
I
on
haven't seen
Ashley's
Paul
car.
Marston.
Ah, okay.
We haven't seen Elaine Hancock.
Okay.
John Tebner we know about. Alan Schofield. Did he run in Q1? He's here.
Let's go for it. No, I don't think he did. I haven't seen it. Well, I can't see his name on the board.
Jack Brewster.
No. So there you go. There's your 4. Stroke 5.
Andy Thetford.
Well, okay, that's another one. Well, they're all here.
Yeah. So yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 6.
Right, good luck, Ashley. Still with the growing smoke cloud towards the finish line for Ashley Bell. 898, 153, moves up to 24.
Yeah, Spotter's going up to have a look at that.
Yeah, there isn't a trail, a visible one at least from here,
Yeah.
which is a good thing, of course. So yeah, I think you've managed to identify at least 5 there.
Yeah.
Okay, up next will be Super Gas by the... Oh, no, beg your pardon. Junior Dragster.
Junior Dragster.
Junior Dragster.
Yeah, so Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils. They are all in the lanes ready to go. Don't forget the juniors qualify on reaction times, not on speed or ET. And they go to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. Don't forget we got junior drag bikes coming in tomorrow as they are part of the FIM series. A little bit of concern on the lanes there.
Dave's running for the tractor.
So don't forget, after this session, we've got one more, as Darryl has already mentioned to you all that Q4 is not going to happen this evening.
So we've got no Alan Schofield because he broke his gearbox on the testing yesterday.
Oh, ouch. Okay. And I heard in my ear that Andy Thetford has got some issues as well.
He should be getting sorted though, so hopefully we might see him later on in the weekend.
Right, okay. Well, fingers crossed. Sam Marston will probably message me in a moment to say why we haven't seen Paul yet.
Yeah, not too sure how long we're going to be. I can't see any major machinery coming out, just a quick sled of the tractor.
Yeah, it's just that pause to see if it's going to be a bit more than that, because the start line crew aren't going anywhere whatsoever. So if that tractor suddenly turns around and comes back, then we'll be good to go with Junior Dragster. Oh, Perry Edward Wilson's been in touch with me. He goes, Cole, we've made a lime drizzle cake for you. It's got no wheat or gluten in it, so it'll be good for you.
Oh.
Cheers, Perry. Thanks, mate. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. So, Street Eliminator making their way down into the lanes as well. Oh, look at those lanes. Absolutely chock-a-block from here. What a great sight to see. Obviously, tomorrow they'll be filled with all our pro race as well. Loads of traders, actually. Just having a look at the traders as well. Don't forget, they are all here supporting Santa Pod this weekend, so please pop round and pay them a visit. And they've normally got some pretty cool stuff here. You name it, from t-shirts to hoodies to models, all sorts of things that you'll find with our traders. Also, the pod shop, the main pod shop, is in the pits just past Half Track, where you can get all the FIA merchandise and, of course, your race weekend program. That's only £5. And it tells you pretty much everything that's going on site this weekend. And all the FIA merchandise, all the Slick Tricks merchandise. You've got the garages there as well with all the race support supplies there as well. So make sure you pay them a visit. The second pod shop is in the trader area next to us with all the caterers. So that's where they are. Right, here we go then. It is a Junior Dragster. That is Jacqueline Bartlett with the Slick Tricks Racing Junior Dragster. That's just appeared, of course, in the Slick Tricks lane. Going alongside Lola Bell Kent with the West End Motorsports Junior Dragster entry. With Tony Pearson bringing the car up to the line. Kevin Kent's down there. Good afternoon to you, Kev. Look forward to seeing you running tomorrow in Fuel Funny Car. And, of course, Suzanne Callin down there. Looking forward to seeing Suzanne running in Top Fuel Dragster tomorrow.
I've just noticed on the screen, so on our little timer screens up here, we get just a bit of information about the drivers, one of which is the engine size. Jacqueline Bartlett has entered as 480cc, and Lola Bell Kent has entered as 5 cubic inches.
Oh dear, love it. Cherry on the tree for Lola Bell, but Jacqueline Bartlett 022. That's going to move her up to number 4 from 15. The pack is being reshuffled straight away. Oh, Sam Hiscock and Neve Deavy. Now, you know these juniors pretty well, Thomas. You've raced a lot of them, and although it's been a few years since you've been out of it now, but the juniors that you know that you've raced against, do you know where a lot of them would like to end up, if you know what I mean? I mean, you, like, it's a dragster for you because that's what you love.
Yeah, so what tends to happen is the kids know exactly where they want to end up.
Yeah.
The parents have different ideas.
Is this because of financials?
Financials and no, you're not driving one of those.
Gotcha.
Tends to be.
Fair enough. Sam Hiscock, 06. Neve Deevy, 02. Now, so Sam, Wayne Hiscock is a dad, runs the car in Super Gas and Pro ET. So does Sam want to go into a door car, or is he? I mean, do you know? That's what I mean by.
Yeah, no, I don't know about Sam. Quite a lot of them, I'm just focusing on my junior for now.
Yeah.
And like Sam, he's just got his junior and he loves it.
Right. Okay.
But then people like Eva in the Kestrel beer lane, she's the world's the oyster. I want an altered.
But, does she want an altered or does she want a pro mod?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh dear, what a choice, eh?
Quite often though, it's like big 4-link Super Pro Dragsters or Super Comp, something like that. That's what they tend to be.
So Jake Cooper currently number 10, Eva number 16. No movement for Eva. Now Jake, I think he'll move up for number 10. He does to number 8. Well, big move.
We
but it's
didn't
right
see
direction.
Jake in the first.
Yeah, he went because he was number 10. So
No, that was his race number. We saw Kai. I don't think we saw Jake.
sure.
Anyway, next up is Frankie Kent, 11.90, and Teddy Howe, 8.90. So that's the difference between a junior stock and a junior modified. Frankie already given his dad stick on being bound in the tree.
Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, let's have you into the lanes, please. There's Matt Howe bringing his boy to the line there, young Teddy. I remember when Teddy started in junior stock, he's now in JM. He was a little bit too keen there. Frankie Kent gets an 07. Going to move him up to number 13 for number 15. All right, your number one qualifier from Q1, Kendra Redshaw, the 008, alongside Tom Peters.
Tom currently number 9 with an 04. That's a good, what I'd call a starting light. You always want to go out and put a number on the board, because there's been weirder scenarios where an event like this, you'd only have one shot at the tree. And if you go red, you immediately go to the bottom of the pile. Like that. 03 red for Tom and 04 red for Kendra, but it doesn't matter because they've already got those lights in. They can push the tree now when they've got the opportunity to, but if they didn't, then they'd be thanking their lucky stars that they put the lights in.
Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb Junior Dragster going alongside Molly Openshaw, the evil tuned machine. Again, I remember Ada when she started off in junior stock. Now she's in junior modified. It doesn't take her long to move up. I know it's only a couple of years, but you sort of think, oh, I want to go faster, I want to go faster, I want to faster. And then they do.
The biggest jump is between junior modified and junior modified advanced.
Yeah, but it's only 1 second.
It's only 1 second, but it's about a G-force.
Ah, right,
It's
okay.
whereas the jump from junior stock to junior modified is about half.
Yeah.
So you really, really feel it. 0.10 and a 0.25, no improvement for either.
Well, Ada is going to move up like 3 spots, I think.
Oh, and which
it's
one?
not much.
No. Oh, there we go. You're right. 3 spots for each, actually.
Kai Cooper and Emily Moore.
Yeah, it's only a second and 10 mile an hour, the difference between junior modified and junior modified advanced, but you really, really feel it. Oh, big red light for Emily Moore, 0.15. And an 0.46 improvement for Kai. Moves him up to the number 9 spot, and Emily stays number 17. Mad Max, Mackenzie Love. Currently in the number 2 spot with an 0.10 light. And in the other lane, Liam McDonald. Currently number 6 spot with an 0.3. It's already pretty close to the top of the back. Both of these drivers have been doing it quite a while now, coming to the end of their respective careers in Junior Dragster. Obviously, when you turn 18, you have to move out of the class. You can race the year of your 18th, but after that, you do have to vacate and go get yourself a big car if you want to carry on racing. You can leave at 16, which some do, like Ellie Brown has. She's racing in Supercomp this weekend. Well, a slight improvement for Liam. Goes 0.30, improving on an 0.32. 0.27 red. Keeps Max where he is.
Do you get any benefit from doing those, like those launches? Is that just putting heat into the mechanisms as such? Just a question because I don't know.
Well, there's many routines you can do, and they tried it once, and Luke started doing really well. It's more of a psychological thing. They did it for a reason. I'm not too sure what the reason was. It is for the clutch to help the clutch settle in, and now they just do it as part of their routine anyway.
Yeah. Well, they both go 0.4 red, so no help for Luke. No help for Daniel.
Two good buddies then, Freddie Taylor and Dan Weir. So this is Dan's last season. It may be Freddie's too. I can't remember. I'm sure I'll get corrected when I walk through the pits.
Yeah. You're right, it is.
Good spot from Ian. Dan's wings come loose on the back of the junior in the Kestrel beer lane, so it'll be a solo for Freddie Taylor. How you spot something like that?
Oh yeah,
from the other side of the track.
Got a proper wobble.
Yeah, it's really loose.
It was obviously vibrating. That yeah.
Yeah, but that's not something you want coming off down the track when you're doing 80 mile an hour.
Well, an 0.6 for Freddie. Stays put at number 11. Right, Ted Sullivan going alongside Harry Peters for this qualifier. Ted currently number 7 with an 0.32. Harry currently number 15 with an 0.82.
Oh, Teddy rolls in deep.
0.5. That's all right. It's not going to help him though. And the 0.2 from Harry's not going to hit, so they stay put. Right, Gray Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. Now, unusually, Grace has actually got a steering wheel instead of a butterfly.
Yes.
Which I only spotted at Silverstone. Never realised. Oh, she's in the 011, goes to number 3, yomping away there. I say yomping, it's on and off the throttle, but it was like, whoa.
Yeah, I think that was so she didn't break out and kept the light.
Yeah.
I've done that a couple of times. I know a few people have who've got a new best light.
Yeah.
So it would have raised them quite high in qualifying and then ran too quick.
Yeah, it's a nice move there from Grace. As to see. Oh dear. Jason Weir just carrying the front end of the junior dragster to turn it round. Right, here we go then. It is Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas.
So we're running fourth. So Don Scott was pretty much, well, he wasn't pretty much, he was bang on in Pro ET earlier on. He was also in the 990s in Supergas as well, when a 99. Vic Parsons as well. Both of these cars are leading lights in Nostalgia Superstock. And both of them are out here trying to run 990s, and they can. They're very capable. Also want to say a very big hello and a good afternoon to one and only Mr. Toby Owers. Toby, glad you're watching in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope your dad's doing okay. And everything else too. So, yeah, I do understand it's absolutely peeing down on the south coast. It's been mostly like, well, out the window all day here. We've been very, very lucky for a nice change. It does make a nice change to be on the good end of it for once anyway. So, heads up, 990. .79 too quick and 10.12 too slow. Not too slow, but you know what I mean. It's not ideal, let's put it that way. Okay, Bob Moden and Stefan Raffletrap with one of my favouriteest cars ever. That wonderful Nova.
Yeah, we didn't see Stefan on the first pass either.
Yeah, no elapsed time. I think there was 17 entered, but unfortunately when Andy Dibley had to pull out, we're down to, I was going to say still the 16 car field. It's none too shabby at all. So Tony Morris Carburetors, Supergas qualifying number 2. Bob Molden slows it down. Stefan speeds it up to a 9.99 with a 1, which gets in the number 2 spot. And Bob Molden stays put where he was in the other lane. Look at this. Battle of the Roadsters. Could we have Comp Eliminator into the lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, please, into the pairing lanes. So, two so-called Brogy Roadsters. There are subtle differences in the bodies as well, especially the aero around the front ends and over the front wheels. Got Martin Kirbishley and Stu Doyney, both well capable of running bang on the money. And capable of taking the top spot. There's still plenty of room up there. Wow, Stu heads straight for the tree again. That car hooks right almost every time. He goes 003 on the tree again. It's almost like he's taking a mick, isn't it? You know what I mean? Goes 998 and a 1063 for Martin. Whoa. Obviously not what he was looking for, but they've still got one more stab at it later on today. John Dalrymple and Stu Morris. Stu Morris is was number 1 in the championship last year. This weekend he's number 4, but that's only after one qualifying run.
Yeah, taking on John Dalrymple, who went into the number 6 spot with a 998 on his first pass. Crew were very happy about it. They spent quite a long time this year getting the car to, because there's 2 ways of making your car run, well 3, making your car run 990. It's tune it to run 990 flat out, put a throttle stop on it, or lift. John was spending some time just tuning his car to try and slow it down to a 9.90.
Both looking good. Both looking too quick. Only just too quick for Stu Morris. Way too quick for John Dalrymple. Okay, Wayne Hiscock, another one who's, well, interesting way of tuning his car to try and run 990. Is it a block of wood or is it a spanner? I'm not being rude. I just wondered, you know. What I always thought was like an adjustable thread that you could just move up and down a little bit depending on the weather. Basically that, yeah? Okay. Up against Pete Creswell, who was off the trailer number 1, went 990 with a 4.
So 026 and 07 for the drivers. And look at that. Next to each other over the finish line as it should be. Misses it by just that much, does Pete Creswell. 989 with a 9.
Do you know what I was just saying? Well, the thing is, when you've run 990.4, you might as well try and nail it down. And he did everything. You know, slightly less. Ah, it's the sun! Quick! Sorry. Press pause on the weather, quickly.
Like the dial-in for Mark Huxley.
Might as well try and nail it down. 99 plus.
Please.
Oh, please, not plus. Okay, right. So 11 and 12 at the moment. Dave Cherritt, Mark Huxley.
Ooh.
Last pair in Supergas before we get to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
That was very, very close to Mark Huxley. You cannot deep stage in Supergas.
Can if you're on 993, only in qualifying, of course. It still counts. It's still going to count. Looking at the mile an hour, he lifted early. Breakout again for Dave Cherritt. So Mark Huxley toodles up to number 3. So this is Andy Harrison, previous National Supergas champ, on a bye run. That's why I said that was the last pair. Andy hasn't put in a run yet either, so this will make it 15 on the ladder. Okay, Ian Hart says, there you go, you're in the right place.
That was an incredibly quick tree there.
That's why he was 0.4, wasn't it, I think? 990 with a 6 will be the number 2 man for now. Good afternoon, Mr. Gibbons. How you doing, okay? Looking very cool indeed. So, a very quick amount of track prep. I would like to bring in, if he can hear me up the other end.
He can.
There he can. He can bring me in. He can hear me. That's good. It's all right. We can just do a little bit of news and stuff before we actually get to the next class. The next class will be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And Jamie, who's helping us out this weekend. Jamie, I know you've had a chance to have a wander around and a chat with a few people.
Yes, indeed.
It's not all good, though, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. So round 1 of qualifying, we saw Dave Murdoch not make it to the line, get pushed back.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out they have broke a lifter and seized the motor, and that's it for them. So another long journey for not a lot of fruitful activity. I told him at least it still looks beautiful. It's one of the best looking cars I've ever seen. But that's not what they're here for, is it?
No, of course not. They're not here to win best of bearing. Well, it helps, but they're here to go fast, obviously. I don't... What sort of... Has he got any runs in yet? I think he's got a couple.
Bug Jam, they got a run in.
Yeah.
And I believe they broke something quite badly then, but luckily the oil they found didn't make it onto the track. So... it's not been great the last 2, well, the only 2 outings for that car, but rather have those problems early on, I guess, if at all.
Best not at all, but it is what it is, isn't it, I guess. Okay. And everybody else hopefully quite happy, because there's some great runs in that first session.
Yeah, certainly were. Rob Slater extremely happy, and Rob and Trudy very happy with the new PB. 824, 821? I can't remember exactly, but another tenth off their personal best, which they only set 24 hours ago. So very good progress for those guys. And Graham Smith and Rachel very happy with the Grim Hill Bel Air. only 100th of their personal best in round 1 of qualifying. Then there's still quite a lot they can get out of that motor as well. They are and the juice, shall we say, is not being squeezed as much as it could be. So they're creeping up on it. They're getting there. Elliot Day said he was a little bit, well, not unhappy, but it was a baby launch. His 60 foot was about 2/10 off what he was expecting. So
Okay.
Oh, and Rob Slater and Trudy said they're going to put at least another pound of boost in it for this run. So
The famous last words, all of those, aren't they? You know what I mean?
Of course.
You know how it goes. It always tends to go like that, doesn't it?
it does. I've still not heard from Al Mac. I spoke to Kai this morning.
Okay.
He was giving me an update of what they've been doing, but he hasn't told me whether they're actually on their way. I don't think I've seen them in the pits. So
Okay. So, but you saw Kai, but
I spoke to him. I didn't see him.
Oh,
I didn't
sorry,
see him in the
okay.
flesh, but he was giving me an update, letting me know how they got on. They've had a great time this summer. Sweden, Germany, all over the place. Not so great with the test session that they had with Kai in the car, but you've got to start somewhere, and he's learned what not to do. Or in fairness, not a lot you can do when he unfortunately tagged the wall a few weeks back. But they got the car back and running in less than 10 days to get it ready for Hockenheim, and took it out there and had a banging time. So yeah.
well, they were one of 3 English racers actually that went out to compete in Street Week in Sweden. So Al Mac did, Rob Slater did, and so did Paul Mander as well.
Yes.
The Volvo. But it was actually Rob Carter that won Street Weekend here, which again you were part of. You sponsored with your company, designed by Binny. Please check it out on the internet and on Facebook as well, obviously. Now, have you? I've got a sneaky suspicion you may have done designs for some of these races in this class as well.
Yeah, not for liveries on the cars or input into the build process, but a few teams have come to me for graphic design work, and the Boost Monkey logo was one of my favourite briefs of all time, which was we want an angry monkey making a rude gesture riding a turbo. So I thought,
Nice. Okay, we could do that then, can't we?
It's the perfect remit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I tell you what. I did graphic design at secondary school. Sorry, not secondary school, college. And nothing I ever had was that cool. That's great. That is, dear me.
Yeah. So there's, like I say, there's a few teams in Street Eliminator and a couple of other classes that have utilised my services, but most of my stuff's across the pond. There's an event happening this weekend with in Nashville, a big car show called the Triple Crown of Rodding, and it's happening at Nashville Super Speedway, and a car that myself and another designer, an American, kind of my US partner, if you will, we collaborated on designs for Born Vintage, which is owned by Kamaka Pocock over in the US. And we do a lot of work together on hot rods. Most of my actual sort of clientele at the moment is over there, because automotive design is the bread and butter. But of course, anything artistic, graphic design wise, that's right up my alley as well. So, cool.
Well, it's going to be fun. It's great to have you up here for Street Eliminator and Street Weekend as well, which is when obviously I first saw you up here.
Yeah.
So you travelled round. You did the trip.
Yes.
Up and down the country.
It was a lot of fun. It was such a good. Anyone who's been following drag racing will know that in the US, drag and drive has just exploded in the last few years. It's become pretty much about as popular as it gets, and it's great to see the UK and Europe, Sweden, as you say, getting on board and doing the same thing. And the amount of people with just baffled, wowed looks on their faces driving through.
I think some of them were me when I pulled out a Derby with a monsoon rainstorm, driving
Nice.
a Camaro with a trailer on the back. It's like, what is he doing?
Yeah, the weather was a bit lively that weekend.
Oh,
wasn't it?
dear.
Yeah, dearie me. Well, I remember turning up that I was up here that weekend, and Friday morning I turned up at 8:30, and the pairing lanes were solid, right? And I thought, I'm not late. No, I looked at it's one of those comedy moments. I looked at my watch and thought, what's everyone doing? But everyone was just keen to get on with it, weren't they?
Absolutely. There were guys at Melbourne who were in the staging lanes at 7:30 and were a quarter of a mile from the front of the queue. So, yeah, everyone knew. Again, given the weather and the how unpredictable it was, they just wanted to
get one done.
One done as soon as possible.
Well, what we're talking about, Street Weekend in the UK. Racers come here, street cars obviously, like the ones you're going to see, and some of the ones in the class that you're about to see were part of it. Come here, put down on time on the quarter mile at Sands Pod. You can run as many times as you like on the Friday, but you have to then make your way to Melbourne Raceway up near York via a number of checkpoints just to make sure that your car is very, 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 very street legal, and to make sure you use as much fuel as possible. And get to Melbourne, stay overnight, do the same thing again the next day at Melbourne. So you can put in as many runs as you possibly can when you're in, provided you don't mind sitting in the queue. But what most people did was put in one decent run at Melbourne, and then they got on the road back again via all the checkpoints back to Santa Pod for the Sunday. And then put in another time on the Sunday, and it's the cumulative time, provided you've got to all the checkpoints.
Yes.
That is your overall time.
And of course, the organisers not only did an amazing job, but they wouldn't make it easy. So it's not motorway driving. It's not cruising in the slow lane at 50 miles an hour for 2.5 hours. It's country lanes. It's winding roads in the Yorkshire Dales. It's
on that subject very quickly. What was your favourite part of the of all the? Because you went to lots of like Humber Bridge and all
Humber
sorts.
Bridge was amazing.
Yeah, was it good?
Yeah, Skeggy. Well,
wasn't by the sounds of that then.
The worst bit was Boston. Just the traffic was horrendous, and that's when the car started playing.
Did you go through the middle of Boston?
Yes.
Oh, ouch.
Rush hour.
I think timing. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Just
Timing's
horrendous.
a lot to do with it.
Absolutely horrendous.
Was that the same for everybody, or was that just your timing?
It's
of it,
just the route that the sat nav took us. So it is what it is.
But you don't. Key to that though, you don't have to follow the sat nav route.
No.
You just have to get to the checkpoint.
Yeah.
Don't you? I presume. Yeah. However,
Lessons learned.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was probably better to pull over for an hour or something, was it?
No, the best thing was we arrived at the Humber Bridge as it was just getting dark, and the mood shots and everything were just
really
fantastic.
Good, yeah.
So that made up for it. But then arriving at York at midnight. It was pitch black. Couldn't see anything. I slept in the car.
Yeah, that was.
Wasn't planning on doing that.
That's what you want to do when you buy. Get yourself the world's most expensive hotel room. And uncomfortable probably. Can we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Pro ET, please, into the pairing lane. So, qualifying session number 2 for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. James Murray with the ever-quickening Cortina Estate in the Slick lane, taking on Ash Cooper, the transit god, as he absolutely hates me calling him that, so much so, he had some T-shirts made. So, let's see what they can do this time round. James Murray earlier went 9.54 and 9.75 for Ash. Once again, tailwind, good racetrack, nice cool air, the kind of stuff you dream of all year, really. It's just so unnatural seeing something that big go that quick, isn't it? 9.53 and a 9.69 with a shootout. Sorry, transit with a shootout. Ashley Cooper. They improved their times, not their positions, though. Okay, Paul Morton had a bit of a... It's a beautiful car, this one. The Mortified Zephyr down there in the Kestrel lane. Taking on, as you said, Jamie, Rob Slater with the Co-Red. So what was it? One more tiny weeny pound of boost.
Yeah,
is that all, honestly?
What could possibly go wrong?
Whatever does go wrong. So the difference between this and other events is they're on different tyres because they're... just explain the tyres, if you can.
Oh, the radial tyres.
The radial tyres, yeah. So they're on radials now. They were on block treads. What's the difference between them, really? Is it compound? Is it just...
Well, we'll see in a moment.
Quicker 60 foot for Rob that time round. And you can see him go past Paul Morton to 8.19. 173. Check that speed out again. Trudy's delighted. And a really nice 885 as well for Paul Morton. 155.
If they take a 10th out every run, they'll be in the 6s by the end of the weekend.
Well, they ain't got that many qualifying runs, but you never know. They could have a go. Okay, 2 cars that are on radials. So radials, I'm guessing the compound is a bit softer. They're smaller as well, aren't they?
They are smaller, and unlike slicks, as we spoke about recently, you can be more aggressive. You can, as they dead hook as opposed to the tyres slipping and sort of controlled spinning as they go down the track. The idea is for them to dead hook, as Tom was talking about earlier, with the separation and the pushing the suspension down onto the tyres.
Which is one of the reasons we spray the track before Street Eliminator run as well. Taking on Sam Young. Well, that was Mark Sheridan. Is he going to boot it again? Yeah, of course he does.
He'll still do 190.
Great run, though. 8:32. 167
to 201 miles an hour.
He's done
on
it
a
again.
955.
He's done it again. Ridiculous timing tickets of the year go to Mark Sheridan every time.
He was on it until about 100 foot, got off it, and then just before the 8th, he pinned it.
Booted
and
it again.
did 201 miles an hour.
Well, the other thing to note as well, he put on nearly 70 miles an hour in the last 8th as well, which is pretty bear in mind the car in the other lane put on 30 miles an hour, nearly, if you're lucky. Yeah, that was exceptional. Nigel Hale, Rob Carter. Rob was the winner of Street Weekend, and he was absolutely delighted with it. This car, 60 foot like no other. And like you very correctly said, Tom, separation on the rear end, it pushes the tyres down into the track. Whoa, just a little bit too much that time. Rob Carter still legs it out anyway.
I think he might have backed off it there, down to an 894, only 126 miles an hour.
A 1098, no improvement for either of them. They will stand on their runs from earlier on today. That was finding the limit, wasn't it, really?
Do we know what the quickest 60 foot in Street Eliminator? I remember Mark Todd in the Aston did a 110 a few years ago.
That's it then. He went 116 earlier today. I've seen the odd 114 or 15, I think, but nothing as quick as a 1.10.
When Mark went that quick to the 60, I don't think it was a full pull. I think there was some issues later down the track, but he's still been 683 in that car. So.
Well, Mark's car was the first one over this side of the pond to actually run like the radial cars do in the States, with the separation at the back, with the slamming. Normally cars squat and go. That lifted and went, which was it was a really odd thing to see.
As Colin mentioned in the first session, Andy Bond in the Slicktrix lane, that car from the bulkhead forward is pretty much, not the engine, but everything else is pretty much.
So chassis and everything as well.
Yeah.
My goodness me.
I want to know who did his metalwork for him, because that bodywork still looks immaculate.
It must be a mould. It must be a mould from.
It's a steel car, though, isn't it?
Even the front end, yeah?
No, I don't think the front end is.
Okay.
But from what they say in the States, roof and quarters.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Up against Elliot Day, who has been nudging ever lower or deeper into the 8s. So Andy earlier on went 751 at over 200 miles an hour. What's he got for us this time round? 720 at 209 miles an hour. Just a whisker off 210, actually. 873 at 124. I think he might be feeling some pressure from Mr. Todd.
Potentially. He drives that car to McDonald's regularly.
Of course. That's what it's for. I'm just trying to remember. Mr. Todd was the fox in, what is it? Peter Rabbit. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Anyway,
just thinking
he'd make a very good fox, Mr. Todd.
Just thinking of Graham Smith in the left lane purging just moments ago. Didn't actually purge at all on his previous run. So they had issues there. Still managed to go 842.
That was assisted, I presume, though, but just without the purge. Up against Joe Stevens, Now, very interesting to find out the motor in the Cresta down there was the engine that was in the Sunbeam, or in the Stiletto.
Has he got the turbos bolted to it yet?
I think so. But I don't know.
Well, have a listen. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Graham Smith can do here. I do get what people mean about aesthetics and the radials, but who cares when you run that quick?
Graham bogged there at about 60 foot. That's what happened on the last pass, identical as the last pass.
Oh dear, trouble for Joe. Well, he still goes 874 at 161.
Yeah, because I thought he was he had to pedal it at around 60 foot on the last pass, but speaking to him, he said, no, that was not the issue. It was the car itself, and it seems to have done pretty much the same thing.
Well, it looked like unfortunately we have a stranded Joe Stevens out there. They will stand on their runs from earlier on today. We have a few more cars to go before we get to Super Comp, by the looks of it.
Yeah, that was a bizarre one from Joe Stevens. It span just as he gets to the Y of Centre Pod Raceway in the middle of the track. And then offloaded the cannons at 330 foot. Yeah, not too sure what goes on there for something like that to happen.
If it is a turbo car, then it's spooled up very quickly. I'm going to have a word with him this evening and find out.
The only reason I say that is because he still builds the RPMs up in pre-stage and then moves it in. And it is a big old engine in that thing, 632 cubic inches.
Yeah, that'll do.
In fact, it's the same, similar size engine as the one that's in Grimhilder, the nitrous car in the other lane.
Yeah, that's Joe actually won the championship, didn't he? He won the Street Eliminator Championship not that long ago, funnily enough, with the Sunbeam Stiletto. Of course he did.
You can't get more awesome than that, that's why.
Not really, no. You can't get a tiny amount of car attached to an engine than that either, I don't think, really. But
yeah, some people put the turbos mounted so they stick out the bonnet for showing off. He did it because there was no other option.
Yeah, they were actually just tucked on the top. There he goes, just being towed off by the quad up the top end. So underneath us now, we've got Phil Winstanley. Now, one of the great things about Street Eliminator, Top Speed Automated Street Eliminator, is that I think it's at the Mopars, isn't it? They have what they call Street Eliminator tryouts. So people can come along and just, without getting tagged or anything else like that, see what they think, see if it's fun. And a number of competitors have turned up as a result. And I'm pretty sure Mr. Winstanley down there is one of them.
Yeah, Michael D'Souza's another one.
He is indeed, yeah. We haven't seen Michael either session, actually.
Still no sign of him in the pits. But it's Phil versus Phil. And the Phil in the Kestrel lane was telling me earlier on that they're having not necessarily an issue, unless you consider having too much performance an issue. They've had to put 25 pounds of weight in the front end to try and keep the car down.
Yeah, it went straight up, didn't it? Not that long ago.
Because the only other option is to take timing out, but they don't want to do that because then the launch won't be as effective.
Yeah, you don't want to be putting weight in car, but either that it's either that or pick it up off its side.
Yeah.
The separation thing going on with Phil Druitt as well, but a great side-by-side run. Phil Winstanley goes 894 at 151 miles an hour, slowing down a bit for Phil Druitt at 937. But what a great addition to the class. They look very happy with that. Okay, the last car in the class, yep, because it's going to be Super Comp, is Jack McClure.
So no Mark Todd that round?
No Mark Todd that round. I tried to find him in the pits earlier, but I think he was in the staging lanes with the juniors.
Oh, okay.
With his lad, yeah, that's right.
And obviously no Victoria Smith. But again, they have the parts, but they are running that car as well as the juniors. So
they've got one more chance.
They do.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, today, sorry.
Okay, so Jack McClure currently is at number 16 with 1176. Everybody's stepping up big this weekend. $12.01, no improvement for Jack, unfortunately. So your number one qualifier at the end of that session at nearly 210 miles an hour at 7.20 is the one and only Ugly Sister. Or the even uglier sister, as it will now be called, I think, probably. So, Jamie, thank you very much indeed, mate.
Hey, as always.
It's unbelievably helpful to have somebody who can actually talk to people and find out what's going on, because otherwise we spend all our time up here guessing and invariably gnaws it up. Well, I do anyway, Colin Reed's Facebook. So, yeah.
I do not mind annoying people in the pits. In fact, I've heard I'm quite good at it. So I will I'll do my best.
That's what we like to hear. There you go. That's why I picked you for the job. Anyway, sir, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you for one more time round today. Yeah,
absolutely.
Top man, thank you. Okay, 8.90 is the number on the board. I think this may be Ellie Brown's first ever side-by-side. And look who she's up against.
I think she did one in the big bracket at Green Lights.
Okay.
If my mind serves me correctly.
But in Super Comp.
Yep.
And it's against the one and only Leah Gellin.
Well, Elliot Brown held the front wheel in the air past 60 foot.
She might actually back off a lot. No, maybe not. 868 at 139. And 889 with a 7. Oh, so close to Leah. Like daftly close for Leah. Never mind. Massive speed. 177 miles an hour.
Well, that's sort of what they're running in Super Comp in the States now, is 176, around that sort of margin. Obviously, there are guys who are quicker because they've got 6-second dragsters running in Super Comp, but yeah, that's world class, that is, that mile an hour for 890.
Okay, Andy Clifford with the slingshot in the Kestra lane. If you like slingshots and all things vintage, guess what? Next weekend is a Hot Rod Drags. Well, it's a week and a half away, actually, but, you know, because we start on Thursday. So Andy Clifford went 9:07, and Mr. Steve Hudson went 8:97.
How about that for a side-by-side race? They're going to get to the finish line almost exactly the same time. One goes 8:92 with a 6 into the number 2 spot. That's Steve Hudson, and Andy Clifford moves up to number 3.
Nice.
That win margin is a lot bigger than I was expecting because they were glued next to each other the whole way up.
That's the start line, I think. That's all about the reaction time. Okay.
Oh no, the chutes come out for Arndt Putzman in the Beetle. He's about to make his first run of the weekend in Super Comp, but it's one of those things, you can't just unbolt it when it's come out, because if you do a burnout with it fitted, it's got to work. Pretty much, it's essentially what the rule is. Oh, what a shame. Unless he can quickly get it packed.
Well, at least it's an easy thing to fix.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, Ronnie Mercer earlier went. He's actually number 6 out of 8 because he went 10:33 because he didn't break out. Basically, I don't think the nitrous worked. Is the short version. Did that time. 9:02 at 149. And he moves up one spot, actually. Improves by nearly a second and a half. Moves up one spot. Well, I think this might be the last car in this session of Supercomp because we've got the 2-seater coming round now. So, yeah, Arndt Putzman is not going to have the time or the chance to repack the chute on the Beetle. Warren Watts went 8.88 with 8. That is Mr. Blackett in there, don't worry. 887 with a 4. Well, he improves 100 by 100th, which is not the right idea. You wanted to go slower by 100. It's the only part, the only place at the racetrack he can't dance, isn't it?
I bet his feet are moving around inside there.
Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, so those that come to Santa Pod on a regular basis, in actual fact, those who just come to Santa Pod at any meeting, Ian Blackett is always out there taking the photographs. Blackett Photography is the unit next to the pairing lanes. But this is Ian's chance to go in the back of the 2-seater dragster with Paul Brown. Now we know Paula has been in the car, but this time it's Ian.
I'm sure Paula's not far away going, no, or something like that anyway.
There he is, Mr. Blackett. Hey, happy lad.
Yeah, there's nowhere to hide when you're in there, is there? Because everyone just walks around you and puts cameras in your faces, which is what he's used to doing to other people, ironically.
That's what I was going to ask. Who's going to be taking pictures of him?
I'm sure there's plenty.
Callum's out there, Julian's out there. They're all out there. Well, we've had one perfect light already from Paul Brown today. That wasn't bad, 0-3. So another 7.9 perhaps? Yep, 791, 169 miles an hour there for Paul Brown and Ian Blackett.
Now, who's the quickest and fastest in the family?
It'll be close.
Well, they both were in the same car, but just out of blind curiosity. Right, competition eliminator invasion.
Yeah.
Or front-wheel drive invasion.
Good to see Alan Duthie here as well. Saw him roll in earlier on.
I think the last time he raced in a championship round must have been 2019, 2018, something like that. Because he used to race quite a lot with the front-wheel drive, European front-wheel drive class. And then that fizzled out, so he had nowhere to race. It's nice to see him entering into a proper competition and not just a one-off like Door Slammers. Taking on Matty Davison with Mr. Boost, a regular.
Good-looking runs in both lanes, actually. Alan Duthie doing real well. Cruising through the finish line, though, to a 1085 at only 98 miles an hour. Again, Matt Davison with issues, unfortunately. 1183. Yeah, their index is 9.18. And there's quite a few of them that can challenge that. Okay, Reuven Dawson. Yeah. We have the correct index up there now.
Wow.
Check
Really?
that out.
Really?
Over a second under.
He was 970 index at the main event.
He may have changed class if he's added
could've
weight
put
and
weight
stuff.
in the
Yeah.
car.
Might have
Yes,
put some weight
you're
in it.
right, yeah.
Yeah, but he went 884 earlier. I think is that the first time we've had a comp car at this racetrack go over a second under? Did Nick ever do it?
No.
Gary
quite.
Carr did it.
Gary Carr has.
Main
maybe.
event.
Okay. Against Luke Stevenson with the Don, 9.18. If he gets anywhere near that, he'll be delighted. I think mid-11s for this weekend is Luke's goal.
006 light from Luke Stevenson.
882.
Even quicker. Quickest ever for Reuven Dawson. And Luke gets his 11.5 as well. Well done, mate. 11.59, 118 miles an hour. It wasn't that long ago. They were struggling to get that in the 11s full stop, and now he's nearly half a second in. Well done. Also, number 12 qualifier for now. So, Dan Williams not got an ET. Any particular reason? I thought I saw him out earlier. Spence with no car as well. Did Spence run? He did run. I'm sure he ran.
No, Spence hasn't run.
No, I mean, sorry, Dan, I beg your pardon.
Dan's definitely run.
I thought so.
Dan ran, but lifted.
It wasn't. No, it's not that. It's just he'll still get an ET, but there's nothing there. Anyway, we'll solve that right now because he's about to run.
Yeah.
Jordan Payne in the Supermod. 7.99 is the index in the Kestrel lane. He went in the 7.4s earlier with a 7.48. Nimbus Motorsport, BP Racing Fuse, Cam. There's loads of other helpers on there. Also for this weekend, Jesse Catalytic Converters. Eric Latino's firm from out there in the US. Eric drives a Pro Stock car. Nice to see him getting involved over here as well.
Oh, Dan aborted his run, don't forget. He did the big wheel stand, came down.
So he didn't even make it to the finish
No.
line. Oh, fair enough, that'll be right. Sorry.
747 for Jordan. Dan, 1043. Oh, wow. That is a monster PB. That's the first time in the 10.4s with that car. And he's
it's
got
10.43,
10.43.
Awesome.
Wow. No wonder he's honking the front wheels up like that.
So Amir's got no choice but to race car cops this time. He's in a different lane.
Yeah, pick your grey car.
So that moves Dan Williams up to number 2.
Yeah, look at that. Seriously. Nick, 6.6 under, only number 3.
Yeah.
Dan, 0.76 under, only number 2. Reuben Dawson on another planet.
He is. That's going to be tough.
Well, if that is indeed his index, that's the only thing. Like you said, Colin, you were sure that his index was a... I thought it was a 9.7.
Yeah,
before,
so
wasn't it?
I can easily work and check is the race number.
Yeah. What race number was he back then?
Yes, that's I will let you know.
Cool. Yeah, if he has added weight to move it down a class, if you like, he's gone quicker. So obviously happy with it.
So Carl Cox has the ability and the horsepower to be right up there at the top. An index of 670 is tough because to overtake Reuben Dawson, he's got to run a 560.
Yeah, go on, do that then. That'd be great. The car is very 5 second capable. It really is. Carl Cox's guys down there working on the car. They're his travelling team. Carl spends our winter in Australia racing over there in their summer, and our summer over here racing here in our summer. Not to mention entertaining people on Brighton Beach and many other places. We're so glad he's got involved in this. Well, 4:10 to the 8th. It won't be a 5, but it is a 5:23 at 230 miles an hour. In the other lane, Amir Akram Ashad's going, what the was that? Well, anyway, Carl Cox slips into the number 6 spot for now. He's nearly half a second under his index, but he was 1 flat to 60 foot, 4:10 at 183 to the 8th, and 6:23 at 230 over the stripe.
So the reason these two aren't running under the front-wheel drive index is because you're not allowed 6-cylinder engines with the front-wheel drive format.
Which is what they have. So they have to run under the CT-A, so C turbo altered and D nitrous altered. Look at the... Do you know something? Look at the... one's a C turbo altered, one's a nitrous car, but look at the difference in the indexes for each. Yep.
That's the difference between running a turbo and running nitrous, simply because nobody tends to run the nitrous on the smaller engine.
Very good point. Tom Herbert in the Slick Tricks lane, and it is the one and only Jetter of Jacob Bailey.
A lot of wheel spin off the line for the Jetta.
$10.77 at 130. Not bad. And a 12.50 for Tom.
Rob Smallworth's first run of the weekend.
I was just thinking I didn't see him earlier. Taking on Ahmed Jamshed. So good to see back down there on the starting line. Maybe not the legs, though. Adrian Spencer, crew chief. Both Aid and Rob go way back. They were crew and crew chief for Gordon Appleton way back when. Good to see Aid after all these years. Still doesn't look like a day over 80. Hopefully he doesn't give me a hug for saying that anyway. No, give me one. So, $7.99, another super mod car in the Slick Tricks lane. Rob has also been dabbling with 760 heads up. Got to the final round a couple of times as well. Ahmed Jamshed, currently number 7, went 8.77. He is the quickest of the front-wheel drive cars. Looking to nudge it further into the 7s. I think, did he go 180 miles an hour as well?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Mad. Really good straight runs for both of them. Rob Smallworth's going to get there first with a 7.56. Ahmed goes 8.47
and only 166 mile an hour.
Well, I think he clicked off early because he probably thought, this is a bit too good. But there we go. Anyway, Rob Smallworth, good effort, mate. In at number 8, would you believe? He's nearly half a second under his index, and he's number 8. But we do have 20-plus cars here. Okay, Gary Carr and Nick Williams. Now, Nick Williams took a monster hit to his index I can't remember what event it was. I think it might have been the Summer Nationals, actually, where he went in the 7s and he chopped a bunch off of his index. To say that his crew were a bit beside themselves was an understatement. They went, and he lost as well. They're like, basically, what did you do that for? Seriously, what did you do that for? Yeah, that was Lorne not looking that impressed. So, Gary Carr, 11.72. Superb launch for Nick. Absolutely no wasted motion whatsoever. Will he be back in the 7s? The answer is yep. Only just, but he is. 7.99 at 171. Here goes to number 5. Because Gary Carr just went 10.95 on 11.72 to take him to number 3. Have you got the answer, Colin?
I have. I'm just trying to find the indexes now. Reuben Dawson at the main event, his category was FS/B. This weekend he's FSSD. So there's a weight difference, but I don't know what the SS and the S difference is.
Well, he's obviously done well at it.
Yeah.
Whatever he's done. Chris Waterhouse and Han van der Spek, we're back to our 3rd qualifying session for everybody.
But nevertheless, Reuben is over a second under, and I don't think he's going to get caught.
Well, he's added weight and gone
quicker,
faster.
Yeah.
And quicker, sorry.
Yeah, but they've had that engine apart, and they've worked hard, and they've done everything to it.
Basically being a proper racer is what that is. Hans van der Spek. This is the last qualifying session today for Pro E2. 10.52 breakout. Chris Waterhouse, 9.72 on a 43, unfortunately for him. Your next pair will be Altered and Dorcar. John Turner, who's made 4 qualifying runs in a weekend. Well done, John. Against Marie, who is looking for a 10.20.
.001 reaction time for Marie Mills, also close to the Perfect Light Award.
Yeah, John Turner, 9.62 on a 60. He's number 10. Marie, 33 on a 20. No improvement, unfortunately. So, John Bean with the...
watch him climb 40 places here. He's 47 at the moment because he's broken out twice. He's now moved the dial into 894. Wow.
If he does that, that's got to be one of the biggest improvements ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has dipped into the 8s before, but he dialed 901 and went 897. He dialed 897 and went 894. Well,
now he's dialed.
He could be a contender for Super Comp at this rate.
Up against Bill Wilson, looking for 11.03 with the pickup. Eight, 9.7.
Yeah, dear, he gone back to where he was. Well, 47 to 13.
That's 34 places.
That wasn't far off 40 places.
That was good. And 11.12 in the other lane. No improvement, I think so. I don't think. Okay, Will Clark with the 4-sail and getting quicker. Little junior comp dragster
That's
down
bizarre.
there.
If John had left the 897 on the car,
that would have been it.
Yeah, he could have pipped Reuben because we don't know the 10th hour.
So Reuben's number 1 in Pro ET and in comp.
Yeah.
Holy bleep. Not only is he running really quick, he's running perfect as well. Okay, Al Platt, split drinks lane. Will Clark already scampering off into the distance. There you go. Change the dial and the pesky car slows down. Will Clark stays 27, Al Platt stays 26. Although we do have 50 blue cars. How many we got? So look.
It's 50.
It is 50, is it? Let's have a quick nose. Possibly. Go on. Do you know what? If this was this was seriously a computer game or whatever, we'd just lose constantly, wouldn't we? God. There we go. Yeah, 50. Again, as long as that 25.
Yeah, that's Lee
goes.
Huck. We say that's Lee Huxley.
Okay.
We know that.
All right. Okay, Laura Baton out there at the moment, currently number 18. Very safely in at the moment, looking for 10:39. Goes 10:34 with 5. It's a shame you can't pick the dial in after the run, isn't it, Paul? That would be perfect, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Just a slip of the stroke of the pen. It went a 9 instead of a 4. There we go.
Yeah, you go through the finish line. Oh, that's what I meant to run. Yes, I'll do that. Doesn't quite work like that. I'm not sure who was last down that lane. I think it was Bill Wilson, actually. Just doing a bit of a sweep. Well, it's just gone 5 o'clock. This is the start of the last qualifying session, which did take around about an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on the weather and all the other stuff too. But this qualifying session will be the last one of the day. We're not going to have time to get number 4 in after all the delays from earlier. But then we all get up bright and early tomorrow morning and do it all over again. And again. And again. Then sadly we have to go home.
So, Anthony Mitchell looking for 10.70. That's what he ran in the round before, I believe. He's currently qualified number 5 with a 10.75 on a 10.75 dial-in.
He's had a great day, isn't he? The big Buick.
001 reaction time as well.
.10.73, no improvement, but another great run. And like you said, coupled with that reaction time, yeah, that's what you need to do. Okay, Vic Parsons. What is his dial?
It's not 850.
It ain't. Isn't. Sorry.
No, 975. He's stuck with that all day long, to be fair. Car's been running in the 9.8s, so still got that tailwind.
It's still quite brisk as well. So I think brisk is the right word. Up against Brett Featherstone.
Brett, another one of those who came to Silverstone. A real good time. Unfortunately, Brett was our only casualty in the wind storm that we had. He lost his canopy off his gazebo. And later on they were selling ponchos as long as they were blue.
Well, he was 007 on the tree. Vic rolled the beam, so he won't get any elapsed time. 9.61. 61 on a 57 stays 19. Okay, Don Scott, who was number 1, picked up the perfect ET money and then got beat to the number 1 spot. How does that work? That's just mad. Up against Chris Newsom.
I'm going to improve on what you said earlier, Darryl, where you said that the MG would have been the UK's Copo. I'm going to say that's going to be the UK's Cobalt.
UK's
Chevy
Cobalt,
yeah. So I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
.71 up to number 10. John Scott goes 74 on a 69, no improvement. That's really quick for that big Superbird.
0009 red for Chris Newsom. That's the closest we've been to having the money taken away. It was just the wrong side.
Yeah, that car, the MG, that was the car we used to call the Pro Stock MG, because again, if you had UK Pro Stock cars, that's kind of what they would be. If you had French Pro Stock cars, no, it wouldn't be one of those, would it?
I'd love to see it.
Bob Holden. Sound like a 406 longer, 2-door. Anyway, Bob Molden, 947, and Chris Orthodoxy with the Cuda. They're both very safe at the moment. Chris is 31, Bob is 22. Nice for Bob. Chris Orthodoxy. Thank you, JT. Chris Orthodoxy breaks out by 200ths. Bob Molden moves up to number 11 with a 948 on a 947. Quick question, Colin, because you're the man to know. In King's car, that was a car that used to run in the 8s, was it?
No, never ran in the 8s. Went in the high 9s.
Sorry. Okay.
When Guy King ran the car.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of it. Which one am I thinking?
You're thinking of Gary Carr's.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, different Chevelle. Yeah, Gary's was the gold one.
Ah, yeah, of course.
But yeah, that was Guy King's car. It ran 1010. I think it ran in the 9s.
Hang on, I twisted my right hand and nothing happened. Oh yeah, foot. There we go. 905 and over 150 miles an hour again for JT. Actually improves to number 16. Ian King does actually move up to 43 with a 1206 on 1150, probably because he didn't break out. So was it Darren Huxley that didn't have a number on the board earlier? Was that?
No, it's Lee.
It was Lee, but it was there.
Yeah. Well, Darren's always, but it was Lee and Mark that didn't appear, but they're all in there now.
So these two are 32 and 37. Still lots of wriggle room at the top. 8.50, the quickest you can dial in Pro ET for Sean Law.
That was quite a lot of wheel spin for Sean. So hopefully this might be a bit closer to the 5-0. 78.
Say 37. Darren Huxley though, all the way up to number 12. 11.18 with a 0. On 16 up to number 12. Okay, Andy Brook and the aforementioned Lee Huxley. Yeah, the only reason I questioned it was because on there, obviously, it comes up with Lee Huxley like that, but on the actual list, it doesn't show the name.
Yeah.
Does it?
He's the invisible man.
So both these two, well capable of moving a long way. Lee Huxley at 49 is capable of moving
40 places.
Up, yeah, at least. He does almost.
37.
Up to number 16 with an 860 on a 58. Everybody, the top 16 are now 0-2.
Sorry, 33 place move up there. Well done.
So Matt Dowdy with the Nova. The air-conditioned, the accidentally air-conditioned Nova.
Right, so 32 at the moment is 09. Yeah, we're nowhere near yet.
So Matt Dowdy is number 27, 11-12, and a 965 for Dave Rudd. Let's hope the pesky car behaves itself this time.
Well, this is usually when Dave goes 965 with a 0 and a 0.
977 moves up 2 spots, but Matt Dowdy all the way to number 5, 11.12 with a 4. Fourth hour off, number 5, day 1. Need we say more? Well done, Matthew. Okay, Mark.
You notice how he's going blink, 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 because obviously if he's in gas, it's Pro Tree.
Yeah, remember which class you're in.
Remember which one you're in, yeah.
Quick dance at the dialing board will do that. But anyway, Mason Griffiths, again, number 47, with the Javelin. Way off what he can do anyway.
Yeah, that car's not launching at all.
Too
78
quick.
breakout for Mark.
Rough day for Mason.
Well, the 2.22 60 foot in the way, the car just lingered off the line, tells everything there. So, you know, I think they've got some overnight work to do to try and suss it out.
Okay, Johnny McClure. I would say looking to take back the quickest trophy, but he's going to have to go some to get round Susie using the 9.5s, I think. 9.80 still. Very respectable indeed. With the 33 Thunderstruck Willis in the slip tricks lane. against Tom Watkins. He's number 20.
There we go. There's the wheelie that we were always used to from the Charger. Goes 999 red and 902 over the line. The 975 breakout for Johnny McClure.
Well, that's what he ran earlier, so I was quite shocked they dialed 980. But there we go. Nice looking run for both of them, though, and well done to Doris the Charger. So Jack McClure is number 31 at the minute. Simon Innes was number 1 briefly. Does 1062 this time.
There's a very, very odd-shaped tyre mark on the start line I'm looking at in there.
Oh, yeah. That's probably someone manoeuvring up to the start line. That looks like a front tyre width.
Yeah.
Can Simon Innes get the top spot back? He's going to have to go some to do it because the guy at the top of his trip is it. Perfect. 962 in the 2 though, who cares? 1186 for Jack. Moves Jack into the top quarter of the field. Up to number 15. Tom Kay with the junior comp dragster, Kestrel side, 1002. Billy Everett. Billy is number 49. Probably only for a moment or two.
So Tom dialed 1002 first run, ran 1002 with a 7. Second run dialed 999 and ran 1002 with a 0. So now he's stuck 1002 on it, which means most likely he'll run a 999.
More than likely.
Billy has been unfortunately breaking out every single run. Not by much, but a breakout's a breakout. Second 00 of the day for Tom K. A 003 red for Billy.
That'll work. Another move up, 33 spots. I think that's sort of like the de facto move, isn't it? 33 spots, because that's what everyone's doing. Okay.
So who's been pushed out now then? I mean, nobody's
out.
So Frankie Taylor. Frankie Taylor's the only one that's got a negative next to her now. As in the only one that's got a breakout run that's qualified. But I think she's in the lanes. She'll be coming around soon, hopefully.
So these two are real players in the championship hunt. Nick Mugridge and Lee Morris. I think Lee's leading, but Nick is right on his heels, isn't he?
Literally. Yeah, they first and second.
Well, look at the dial-ins as well. 10.03 for Nick Mugridge and 10.04 for Lee.
Looks like Nick Mugridge has got some kryptonite in the back of the car going up the track there with
Probably
his
what it
dial.
is, mate. For the it's green for the car in the other lane. Up to number 23 for Lee Morris, 10.07 on a 10.04. So 23 is 0.3 off now. Okay, Ziva, the Camaro. I'm sure Mr. Goff is watching him from somewhere under a rock somewhere anyway.
Yeah, dial-in for the
dial-in board.
Ziva is 8.54.
Just kidding, always son. We love you. We miss you. Racing in Pro ET, definitely. In the Slick Tricks lane, 8.54, and Jason Pickett. Jason runs with the Gasser Circus, and the Gasser Circus is a tough crowd as well. Too quick for Stevie Gates. 8.53 with an 8 on an 8.54 will not get it done. Jason Pickett breaks out as well with a 10.04 and a 10.10. Okay, man who's having the time of his life at the moment. Josh Duncan He's another one that can move way up. Will it be 33 spots? Will he go to number 10?
Yeah.
Give it a moment, we'll find out. 850, I think he went 849, didn't he?
He did,
earlier?
yeah.
Against the one and only Dave Cherrett. Josh Duncan's probably thinking, I'm bored here. I've got to steer anything. Going straight. Pulls the chute to an 869. Well, it's the right side. He breaks the curse though, moves up 4 spots. Dave Cherrett, 978, 131. I think Josh Duncan didn't want to go too quick again. That was the main thing. And still they come. So Neil Watkins in the Kestrel lane, taking on Bjorn Sedenitzer from Germany in the Camaro. Sheds and Zena, I'll say that again, sorry. So Bjorn is currently number 46. He's got a chance to move up a lot. Up to 32. Oh, 1/10,000 breakout. Yeah, for Neil Watkins, 1/10,000th of a second breakout in the other lane. Perfect run that would have been. Thing is, he'd have only tied.
Look at the light. Look at the light as well.
So Reuben Dawson and Amy Watkins. Reuben is still your number 1 qualifier. Dials an 883, which is what he's run already. If he does it again, he's been in the low 80s every run, hasn't he? Every run.
Solo for Amy Watkins though. Not too sure what they've spotted on Reuben's car.
It's probably said, look, have I not done enough today?
I am actually surprised they don't turn it down for Pro ET.
Yeah, yeah.
But obviously means there's more left in it because it's safe enough to bracket race with it. Amy Watkins looking for 956, goes 956 with a 6, only moves up 1 spot.
Thing is though, what you said about turning it down for Pro ET, probably likes it, probably fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they don't need to keep mucking around with the tune-up, do they? So just leave it as it is.
I love his pickup truck that he had at Dragsters. That is...
Yeah, but that runs in the 9s.
Fabulous thing.
Fabulous truck.
Really,
and he did
really.
Street Weekend in that as well, don't forget.
It's awesome. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, guess who's been invited to Silverstone Festival next year with 2 vehicles? Yeah. Oh, I wonder.
Thing is that what I love is about it looks like a really cool pickup truck, and then you see it run, and it runs like a pro stock car. Comes up on the 2-step, launches, and just lovely, absolutely lovely. Okay, Warren Watts, class supporter for Super Comp, beg your pardon, in the Slick Tricks lane, 887 against Tom Herbert, 1125 for the Corrado in the Kestrel lane. Couple more cars to go in Pro ET, and we're on with, oh my goodness, it's Dougie against Susie coming round next. We're on with Super Pro, beg your pardon. While they both leave before the green, they could sort of like outwitted each other. 882 with a 6 for Warren. Breakouts on both sides of the track. Tom Herbert goes 700 too quick. Warren just goes too quick, full stop for everything.
Look at that, Susie Darling in 964. Fabulous to see that. Doug looking for 1132. So Doug, we'll see what Susie runs before Susie runs it. Sees it as such. So if you know what I mean. Yeah.
And she treated him as well. Just for good measure.
.68 on a 64.
That'll work.
42 to 29. A breakout for Doug.
Right numbers, wrong way round.
Yeah.
We've heard that before, haven't we?
Right.
Beg your pardon, I think Ronnie Mercer will be the last car after Reuben Dawson again. Slowed down at the finish line.
Yeah.
That's his worst run of the day.
Data gathering, I think, that run. Right, Ronnie Mercer purging the nitrous. And he is looking for 9:02. And then there'll be a little bit of track prep. And then be into Super Pro.
Hang on. 9:02 in Pro ET. First time all year I've seen him do that. He's been in the 10.3s the whole time, isn't he?
I think, yeah, because he's trying to run the Super Comp numbers.
What's the practice, if
Yeah.
you like, or what's the data? Junior Dragster into the lanes, please, for the last qualifying session of the day. Junior Dragster, please. Ronnie Mercer goes, 8.95.
With a wry grin. A shake of the head, but a
Doesn't
wry
matter.
grin at the same time. A wry smile indeed. Yeah, 8.95 breakout. Right, slight pause as a little bit of prep on the start line. The tractor is lined up ready. He is doing some gluing. Tell you what, we'll just take a pause from proceedings from the tower, so we're going to get the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. When we come back, though, it will be Super Pro ET for their last qualifier of today. And we look forward to being back with you very shortly.
Se on vähän titaani. Ainakin mun mielestä. Minkälaista merkeitä? Tulee hittona. Niin.
Okay, here we go then. Super Pro ET qualifying session number 3. The field headed by a perfect ET from Mark Bailey at the moment with the Barracuda. So let's see what happens in this session. Number 2 man is Harry Gibson with a Full Fortune Dragster. So first pair, Pete Brown with Rebel Slingshot Dragster going alongside Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina Estate. Joined once again by Rocket Ron Bartlett, who should really be down there on the track running the car, but he's thought, nah, I prefer to come up here this weekend.
Well, come and see you guys.
Yeah, it was good to see you, mate. It was good to see you. So what have we garnished information-wise for any of this lot as such? Or
Well, to be fair, all I've had is a bit of grief as I've walked around the pits.
well, we knew that was going to happen, yeah.
That's why we sent you.
Yeah.
Right, 8:48 dial-in for Rob, 8:43 dial-in for Tom. Yeah, that new Scott Sharroff motor that the Atkinson boys put into the Cortina Estate worked a treat. Unfortunately, had an issue straight away, but we got that fixed, sorted it out, and have been working great ever since. And well, side by side, 8.4s is what we'd like to see, and 8.49 a pair. Look at that, 8.49 with a 2, 8.49 with a 5. Pete Brown moves up from 16 to 3 with that one. Beautiful run.
Yeah, Tom's motor is very similar to mine. Very similar, apart from mine's got the Cutter Ram and twin carburetors.
Yeah. So Harry Gibson then with another Small Fortune Dragster. Beautiful driving job in his first qualifier. Went 6.01 with a 5. And there was a very slight pedal as well. It's one of the most distinctive sounding vehicles ever since I've been commentating, actually. Dave Russell, the man with no name.
Yeah, it's probably one of the loudest in the class. Going back to Small Fortune car, he's really driven that brilliant. He's really took to that. I would imagine it's not that easy to pedal something like that.
Well, this is the bizarre thing. He seems to make it look easy.
Yeah.
We know it isn't.
No, it's not.
But he's got a certain natural flair for it. He's got the knack. He's got it. I don't know what it is, but he's got it.
Youth, I think, Colin.
Yeah. And lack of fear. Done it again, you see. Front wheels lift, pedals. Oh, he's backed over this time. Yeah, coasting to an 811, 891 for Dave Russell. So no movement in positions. Harry stays number 2, and Dave Russell stays 17. All right, Jack Williams with Evil Edna. A great addition to the ranks of Super Pro this weekend. You normally find them in 760 as well. Raced at Door Slammers. I'm having a real good time with this car. But darling in 757 for this one. And it's the Morris boys. Colin Morris driving at the moment. 8:55 darling for him. Now Jack is 14. Colin is 8 at the moment. .53. Wow. Nice one, Jack. Bit too good. 8:53 for Colin Morris. So, double breakouts. Callum Swinchat and John Sleeth. Have you raced John, actually?
Not in this truck, not in
Yeah.
this. I did years ago when we was in the high power nitrous system sort of class, like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But not in that. We were talking in the stands, me and Simon, about how straight that car goes and effortless. You know, they're the sort of cars we got to try and battle against.
Yeah.
That's really difficult.
Well, it was well, the first time I saw the truck, it was diesel powered,
Yeah.
and then he switched to LS, isn't it, in there now?
Yeah. But it just seems to just get off a longer straight.
Oh, it's an amazing bit of kit.
Yeah. As I said before, Sleethy, John, is clever lad.
Well, John's going to get there first, but what flavour 7.6 is it? It's a 7.59 with a 1. Callum goes 8.89 with an 8. He moves up 3 spots, 19 to 16. John stays number 6. All right, Kieran Astley, one of those that broke out by 10 thousandths on his last pass. Going up alongside Ian Brown, Team Dadadoo Racing Camaro. He's currently number 5. Kieran, number 29, but capable of moving up as long as he doesn't break out. Have you ever fancied to go in a dragster on, or are you a door car man through and through?
I'd like to have a go in a dragster, but I prefer owning door cars.
Yeah.
Door cars for me.
You like the body around you?
Yeah. But the speed, obviously, for the cars are normally lighter, so with my engine and that, it would go faster. But it's not. It's a door car for me. I'm one of the nicest families in our class as well, the Browns. I've known them a long time as well.
Yeah.
From shaking.
Well, Harrison also runs the. He's driven this car as well. He's got driven the Dadadoo Camaro. He's also got the bike as well.
Yeah.
And he can pretty much turn his hand to anything. Wow, Kieran Astley, 108 to 60. Good pairing, this.
Yeah.
Well, this time Ian Brown hits the 760. Kieran Astley goes 772. Kieran goes up to number 10. Ian Brown stays at number 5. Well, those of you who tuned the live feed, yeah, we got racing going on, but we've also got Tommy Happenen's team putting the top fueler together. It's all going on here at the pod. If you haven't got your tickets already for the weekend, it's not too late to get them. Come and join us tomorrow. Still got another 3 days of the European Finals to go. Elodie Dubois and Bradley Didwell, your next pair. Elodie, darling, 7:02 for this one. And Bradley looking for 8:55. Now, will Elodie go into the 6s here? Beautifully away, 101 to 60 foot. 7:07, nicely done. Goes up from 22 to 14. Bradley goes too quick, 8:52 on that 55. Drops 1 spot purely. All right, Joe Kellett with the family dragster. I've got Jack Brewster down for this one. Can we please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Super Gas? Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
Was that Phil's best run, the last one? I think he ran a 9.
With this car, yes.
With this car, yeah.
So Joe Darling in 7:28, Phil Toppin 8:99. And that's basically as slow as you can dial in Super Pro. $7.26 for Joe Kellett, breaks out again. 9:40 for Phil, he's on the right side, getting closer. It's starting to come together there for him. Joe goes through 183 miles an hour there as well. Car working a little bit too well.
Great to see Jack back.
I think he did a test run yesterday, just went 7.6. So, yeah.
Yeah, another one who's destined for the 760.
AC Bell then with the Teenage Dream, the Dodge Dart, darling in 8.99. Jack Brewster darling in 7.3. Well, the good news from their test pass yesterday, the car launched dead straight, so all looking good good so far. Oh, no, AC Bell being pushed back. He's not had a good weekend so far. Very, very frustrating for AC. So Jack's got the track to himself for this one. Goes 8:49, 131. Was only a tiny bit of a drift there, but Jack pedalled the car just to bring it back round.
I've sat in that car, you can't see out.
Is it really that bad? Yeah, this is like a little bit of a letterbox, isn't it?
Yeah.
The thing I found about sitting in door cars, especially big door cars like that, is that the windscreen's just above your feet,
Yeah.
which is such an odd position
Yeah.
to sit in the car in, if you see what I mean,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or your feet are just under the windscreen if you prefer, because you sit with your legs straight out, don't you?
Yeah, it's absolute work of art of the car. It really is.
Right, Patrick did one. Mark Bailey. Well, all of the custom gang cars are basically between, what, 690 and 703 or something, really, really close.
He hasn't got a clean run in today.
Yeah.
Both Dragsters have. The door car struggled a bit to get off the start line.
Well, Mark Bailey's adjusted his dialing by 1/100th of a second. He's gone to 872.
You mentioned the door slammers that Mark won it. I was so pleased for him because he spent a lot of money over the winter rebuilding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's nice when it goes to, you know.
Nice when you can actually win a bit back in one weekend as well.
Yeah.
Because that don't happen very often.
No,
And
it
then
doesn't.
he put his feet up the next day because
Yeah.
he thought he'd give somebody else a shot.
Same again, the big door
Yeah.
car just jumped up on the wheelie bars, which unloads the rear tyres and still legs it through to a 747 at 199, but they can't get the car happy off the start line. 877, still another good run for Mark. Yeah, I was going to say, who doesn't spend a load of money at celebrities? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Another thing I always say is every class costs the same amount of money. Every blasted penny you've got.
Yeah.
Basically, no matter what class you're in, you can always have a new one of these or a better one of those or a faster one of those or a shinier one of them. You know what it works.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Daniel Giles, is he only just in the points league, Colin? Is that the
Yeah,
Giles
I think
and
it was
Hartley
like
car?
30. Oh, no, was it 300?
300.
think
Oh,
it's
that's
got
right,
good
yeah.
points,
That's
yeah.
it. Yes, I beg your pardon. Oh, it was Scott Hauser, wasn't it? That's right.
They're that far
Yeah,
ahead,
2370 to 2040. So, yeah.
Well, so far, Daniel is only 26. Now, is it? You'll know this because you work this out all the time. So it's 10 points per qualifying position, is it?
Yeah.
So if you qualify number 1 versus number 10, that's as good as a round or two.
Yeah,
is it,
plus you get 50 points
to be in
for
the-
number one
Oh,
qualifier.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, bonus as
Yes.
extra? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It does make a lot of difference, or it can do at the end
Yeah.
of the season.
Yeah. Well, and attending all rounds does too. But yeah, it's something you've got to be committed to. But it's such a tough class to win in, isn't it?
It is, but Daniel's so cool. He really is a good driver. And he doesn't really sort of feel the pressure. He doesn't appear to feel the pressure.
Yeah, people have different ways of dealing with it. I was watching Indy last weekend, and Gage Herrera in the final. It's just unbelievable. He's just waving to the cameras just before going into stage, or waving to the one on his dash. Pulls the triple O light and runs low ET the weekend.
I
It's
saw
just
that.
like
Incredible.
That was jaw dropping to do that. That really was. But looking at it another way, he was a thousandth away from shucking it all away. So there we go. So Daniel long gone, 741. Oh, look at that! Fabien Dubois, number 2.
Yeah, but in the 6s as well, 6.98.
How do we politely tell them, look, it's not the Olympics, this is the UK. You're not allowed to do that here anymore.
Ah, well done.
Just kidding, of course. That was terrific. Well done to the whole Custom Gang team. So Bob Doyle with the Z case runs nitrous on there to get it to run all the way down to 8.42. Now, Bob's another one of those guys that could run in Pro ET or Super Pro.
Yeah, it's. I suppose the preference is to run in this with the class he likes running against the Dragsters.
I guess so. But the thing is it goes back to the old, do you be the quickest car in one class or the slowest car in the other? So it's not an easy task, is it?
No.
Well, it's not easy. Well, not easy for me to decide because I don't do it. But obviously, he loves running all out. That's what it's all about. Talking of running all out, Nick Good, 683. You ever run against Nick?
Yeah.
I bet that's fun, isn't it? At the top end.
Yeah, it's very quick.
That's a beauty. And a 009 light to boot. 683 with a 4. He goes to number 3.
Wow.
857 for Bob Doyle. Right side of the number. So we always mention this, Ron. Sitting in the car when Nick comes blasting past you. I mean, you're not exactly hanging about at 160, 170, but he comes past you at nearly 200.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only like 20, maybe 30 mile an hour difference.
It feels like 100 mile an hour when they come past you. It really, it just blows your mind when they come past. Remember the Dutch guy with the black Chevy? And he used to pull the chutes and the car used to go up in the air.
What's his name?
I'm going to do this now as well. It was the Double Trouble 55 Chevy.
Yeah.
I know the car.
That's probably about as...
Not Stefan Reffeltrap, is it?
No, he's in Supergas.
That's probably the most scared I've been when the car's come past me. When I looked and it actually was off, all 4 wheels were off the ground. I was like,
what, with the chutes out before the finish? Oh, goodness me.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a... We've actually got that on camera. We've got the camera in the car.
Right, we're now going to sit here wondering who the hell it is.
Not Randy
Some of the
Hirschman,
messages
that's the orange one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It's the Double Trouble Racing 55 Tube-Box Chevy.
Yeah.
And he just pulled the car. He pulled the chutes because the car went wayward every time. But he ran bang on his dial-in pulling the chutes. So what do you do? Anyway, a couple of dragsters, old style, new style, down there at the moment. 844 for Mark Coulsell with the ball breaker, and the Hauser race car shop car with a Hauser behind the wheel. Goes 729 with a 5, no improvement. Mark Coulsell goes 846.0, nice run. Stays number 9 though for now. I want to say Ronald something again, but you'll find it in a minute.
Yeah.
Everyone's screaming at their TVs at home going, it's Found it? Okay, Bailey Ashdown with the Dragster, 8.08. Against our friend from Sweden, Kent Johansson, with the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Great to see some of our very good Scandinavian buddies making the massive trip over here to join us here at Santa Pod for the 4-day festival that is the European Finals. That's such a cool car as well, the wrap on it. Have you seen it?
It's lovely.
Brilliant, isn't it? Exploding champagne bowl, pretty much. So 7.90 is the dial for the door car. He's had trouble getting off the line the last couple of runs he's made. I want to say Ronald something, Colin.
John Gerritsen.
That's it. There we go. Never going to forget that again now.
Had to go back to 2019 to find that.
Well, much better launch for Kent Johansson that time. Will it be a 7.9? The answer is an 8.01. Not bad. 171 miles an hour. Bailey goes 8.11 though, up to number 13. And our friend from Sweden moves up to 22. Well, they're going to have a whole different kind of racetrack to deal with tomorrow in the heat. Still shook the tyres a bit. Still took the tyres a bit off the start line, but... So, Ron, so with your car, for like a blazing hot summer day, to a day like this, which should be a summer day, but it's blinking chilly. Well,
Yep.
Anyway, it's just a bit breezy, isn't it? It's not that bad. If it wasn't so windy, it wouldn't really be cold.
No.
What difference does it make to the car? How does it react differently, do you think?
To be fair, it didn't really make much of a difference to the car. The biggest thing that I changed, which did make a difference, was the converter. The torque converter I changed is a really more violent, more harder on the car.
Okay.
And if I try to get it on the cam where it should be, it just wheelie. As you said, it went up and went right. Where that's no good. And if we had it just underneath it, it wouldn't say it bulked, but it made a big difference to the reaction time. And it made a difference then to the end of the track. So the car would actually run a bit slower. And a few times I had really good lights last year, but lost because the car was almost a tenth down. You
You can't give that much away, can you? That's the problem.
Nope.
So, out there at the moment, Ashley Bell with a limpy slug. And Matt Peters. They're in the 20s at the moment. 21 for Matt, 27 for Ashley. 760 for Matt will help up to number 12. Ashley moves up to 23 with an 8.96. Right, I know it's September, but seriously, it feels like it's getting dark. It's been getting dark for a while now.
Quick call out, actually. Pete Walters, that should have been running in class, isn't at the moment, and they are desperate for a set of Chevy push rods. 9.150 and 8.250. They would like a full set ideally, but minimum 2 of each. So if anybody can help Pete Walters, that would be greatly appreciated. So Chevy push rods, 9.150 and 8.250.
This is the place to be if you need that sort of stuff.
It is.
Isn't it? Lee Huxley, number 11. 862. I think this would be the last pair of cars. We have Super Gas by the looks of it, and Junior Dragster, probably Comp Eliminator, and that will be it.
Yeah, it will be Junior Dragster.
Maybe Comp first.
Yeah, it will be Comp. Yeah, you're right. So 8.59 is the target for Lee. 66 is the number. Stays number 11.
He posted on social media today that was his quickest ever run. That was a new personal best of 59 from earlier as well, yeah. Well, I think a lot of people probably have been, just because of, the weather, again.
Yeah, massive difference.
Cool air, tailwind, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Ron, absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you very much for joining us.
See you again tomorrow.
Sound. Thank you very
Now
much.
you know how nice we are about people when they're out there, you see.
Don't tell him we'll really slaughter him tomorrow. Yeah?
Okay, no problem.
I should try and bring a bit more information.
Oh, mate, it's all good. Thank you very much for your time.
brilliant
Much
stuff.
appreciated.
Thanks,
Thank
Ron.
you.
Okay, Lucas Oils, Junior Dragster, your first pair. Teddy Howe and the very well-travelled Liam McDonald. He's been all over the place last year. He's only been to the States this year, and obviously doing stuff in Ireland as well.
I tell you what, it's getting a bit brisk outside.
It feels it. Feel it up here, mate. So, from what I understand, it's Liam's last season in juniors because he turns 18. Or has he turned 18? I'm not sure. Because you can have your birthday during the season, but at the start of the season, if you're 18, that's it. It's game over.
It's the year of that season.
Yeah.
So December
right.
31st you can't, January 1st you can.
Got it. Right, thank you. So that'll be another junior dragster up for sale then, because there's no more McDonald's to race. Obviously, Gabby raced that, well, not that car, but raced in junior dragster. Then Liam continued the family tradition. Teddy's got a few years left in him, though. 0-1-5 for Teddy. 14 all the way up to number 5. Very nicely done indeed. Cherry on the tree for Liam. So he drops from 7 to 8 because of Teddy's improvement. All right, Tom Peters, Jacqueline Bartlett. Tom is currently number 12, Jacqueline number 6. Now then, they're all zeros on the front page, so the top 16. We still got the money available for the perfect light. The ET money went to Don Scott earlier on, and we've had a couple of perfects since then. Reuven Dawson got a perfect ET. Mark Bailey's had a perfect ET, but it was Don Scott that got there first, and has already been up and collected the £50 courtesy of Bad Habit Racing and Eurodragster.com. Oh no, sorry, other way around, isn't it? It's the Twister Racing. That's it. With Andy Hadfield, and that money's gone. It's the Bad Habit Racing Perfect Light Award. £100 is still up for grabs, and it didn't go in this pairing. Tom Peters 09, Jacqueline Bartlett 09 as well, but hers was red, so no improvements for those two. Right, Eva Davis and Samuel Hiscock, your next pair. Sam currently 14, Eva 21. No help for either of those two. 0.1's a pair. Well, actually, Eva moves up 2 spots, but a 0.15 is not where she wants to be. All right, Frankie Kent, currently number 15 on 07. Grace Smith, number 3, with an 011 as it stands coming into this pairing. Will it change around?
So, Grace Smith and Frankie Kent. Frankie currently in number 15 with a 07 light, and Grace Smith currently number 3 with an 011. Let's see if we can get any improvement here.
Oh, nearly 007 red for Grace. Frankie 08 green. No movement from either, though. Right, your number 1 qualifier coming into this session. Just held it from the first session. That's Kendra Redshaw. And for company this time, Emily Moore. All right, both go red. So no improvement for those two. Both of them with 0 reds, but a red is a red, unfortunately. All right, Ted Sullivan and Neve Deavy.
Yeah, Neve looking to improve from the 22 spot. Teddy Sullivan currently number 9. Just having a look where Luke Mugridge is. He's in at number 4. So that means Teddy Sullivan is currently 60 points behind Luke in the championship. There's plenty more days to come. 0-3 improves Neve up to the number 9 spot. And Ted drops back down to number 10.
All right, Harry Peters, Kai Cooper. Both with zeros at the moment, but as with all the youngsters, they really want to cut the best light possible. And of course, in a couple of weeks' time, it is the national finals. It's the last round of all of our national championships for our sportsman classes. And still a battle, and there's still trophies to be won in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, as with all our other classes.
.04 from Harry, that'll improve him up to the number 11 spot. I think Max Love in the Kestrel B lane is in a unique position of he has to go 00 to improve. There's a little bit that we can go 01, but not a lot.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Freddie Taylor in at number 15 with an 06. So all ready to get into the top 16 after 2.5 qualifiers. You're looking at an 0.67 to get into the top 16. Whoa, Max goes 009 red.
Good effort, though. As you say, he tried his best on that. He had nothing to lose with an 010. Right, Ada Kasisi and Daniel Weir trying to get as close to each other as possible. As in Ada and Daniel literally as far to the centre line as they can get. Trying to keep off the actual racing line, they don't get stuck to the start line, which can happen, believe it or not. Well, Danny goes 03 red, Ada 08 green. And guess what? They stay put. Right, Molly Openshaw, Luke Mugridge. Luke doing himself some good favours here. Currently in the number 4 spot. 012 is where he is. This is only their 3rd qualifier. They've got more qualifiers to come tomorrow. And another one on Saturday morning. Right, 050 for Luke. He's already been 01. And Molly goes 0.12. Might move up a spot or two. Yeah, she moves up 2 spots. 22 to 20.
Oh, there's a speed ghost in the player
There
room.
is, yeah. Street Eliminator are down there. Still got juniors coming around the corner. All right, this is Jake Cooper, Daniel Todd. All right, Jake currently number 13 on an 043. That's actually pretty tight in the top 16. Just watch it tighten up even more as the event progresses. Daniel's definitely moving up with that one. He's going to go to number 16 from 23. Jake stays put, number 13. .036 for Frankie Kent. That's going to move him up from number 18 to number 12.
Oh yeah, that's Lola Kent, not Frankie.
Was it?
Look at the ET.
Sure.
Look at the ET.
Oh yeah, right. I've got the numbers the wrong way around there. Okay, well that is a wrap for Junior Dragster. Now I'm wondering what's going to come around the corner next, because
depending on the order, I think we had last time we had Super Gas, then Street Eliminator, and then I'm not sure what we got after that. Maybe Super Comp.
well, I'm just wondering when the funny car's coming round. That was all, because the Three Goes team are having a little wander.
You're not in the car yet, so maybe not just yet.
yeah, possibly,
Also,
yeah.
a whole bunch of glue before a fuel left. So
Well, it is Super Gas up next.
okay, and then on. So what have you got to go on the order, Colin?
Right, we are Super Gas, Street Eliminator, Super Comp, and Comp.
Okay, and then we're and a Nitro Funny Car.
And a Nitro Funny Car.
And then we are done for day one. Unbelievably, well,
Yeah.
I'm amazed we only lost one session from today after.
Yeah,
after the
quite
way it
staggering,
turned out.
actually.
Well, the good news for all you people that don't like wearing coats is it's going to be a lot warmer tomorrow. If you're staying on site tonight, don't forget, go and check out the bar. Go and have a word with all of your favourite drag racers that are hanging around in the pit areas. I'm sure the vast majority of you do. That's what it's all about, isn't it, Colin?
Oh, goodness me, yeah. I spent 5 hours, 6 hours walking around the pits yesterday, chatting with everybody. A really good day yesterday.
It's great, though. It's just like going... Well, one of the things I used to say to people is like having a sort of like a 4-day party with about a few thousand of your close personal friends.
Yeah.
And then, doing it again. Like, well, actually not this year, but you know what I mean. Anyway, you kind of get the idea. So the Bluebird's out there doing its thing. The tractor will need to give it a once up and down a couple of times before we're done. So Nitro FM, really just for a few moments. It won't be that long. We've got Super Gas, Street Eliminator, Super Comp, got the Nitro Funny Car to go, and Comp Eliminator 2 coming up shortly. Unbelievably perfect timing. It's almost like you were watching. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so Super Gas qualifying session number 3 for today. We just sussed out and had a look at tomorrow's run order, and all being well, everybody, sportsman-wise, has got 3 more tomorrow as well, which is a real bonus, to be honest with you. More track time's always a good thing. Warm weather might not be, but only one way to find out. Okay, so Super Gas is 9.90 racing. You'll see the number come up on the board. Everybody has to hit the same number.
Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp into the pairing lanes.
I think they're there already and it doesn't go.
Okay.
It's all right. Just waiting for quick timing, very quick timing reboot. So yeah, we've got Street Eliminator down there. We've got all kinds of good stuff coming your way. Capped off in the gathering gloom with a full tilt Big Show Nitro funny car. Obviously.
Comp Eliminator to the pairing lanes, please. Comp
Oh,
Eliminator.
it did change.
It just changed as I called Super Comp out.
Well, yeah.
So Stefan Raffletraff goes 003 on the tree. He's currently your number 3 qualifier. Up against, I'm just going to lift about now, Bob Molden. Oh, and nearly does
Bob.
it.
2 thou. Actually, less than 2 thou. Just over 1 thou breakout for Bob Molden, unfortunately. A 95 in the other lane with a 1 for Stefan Raffletraff. Gets him the number 7 spot. We've had 15 cars down the racetrack. Tony Morris, thank you very much indeed, as always, for your support of UK Super Gas Racing. Also, again, don't know if I'm sure he's watching at home. Andy Dibley, hope your girlfriend gets well soon, mate, and see you back sometime soon. Don Scott, Vic Parsons, Don 9, Vic 7, both in the 990s. Don's actually deep staged, that's naughty. We're still getting ET. .92 for Vic, up to number 4. No help for Don in the 10s that time round. He has actually been, they've both been 9.7 something. Right, pair of beautiful roasters. Martin Kirbishley. Never tell you run a paint shop, because you look at that. Absolutely immaculate. In the Kestrel Lane, and Stu Doiney, championship leader. Deadly on the tree, not quite so on the numbers by his own high standards so far today. 994. Car turns right almost every time off the start line. They cured it. See if they've cured the ET as well. Not quite. 92 to 6 for Martin. Bumps the guy in the other lane back 1 spot. 996 is pretty good, but they want to get it closer than that. His old car is in Iceland, isn't it?
It's for sale again as well.
In Iceland?
Yeah.
Excellent. Can't imagine there's much of a market for second-hand
drag cars in Iceland.
Well, no, there are, obviously, but there's plenty there. But, yeah, I was thinking more Vauxhall Victors and stuff like that. Anyway, Andy Harrison, Tim Moore up next.
Both of these drivers have been racing each other for a long, long time in Super Gas.
Yeah, Tim Moore's car, sadly for sale, as it says on the back. This car was previously a comp car out in Germany. I think it's tagged down to in 7s, I think, something like that. I think that's what it ran before. Oh, Andy Haverson wobbled in the lights, and he was really lucky that when him flicked the switch, he just bowled back in. 93 with a 0 for Andy Harrison, no improvement. Tim Moore does actually move up to number 10 because he runs a 9.9, but it's a 9.98. So the top 11 are in the 9.9s. How it should be. John Dalrymple, and your current number, I always say current because you know what, it changes every 5 seconds, doesn't it? Pete Creswell. Pete's over there in the Kestrel Lane. Been running the full Monty for a number of years now, both in Super Comp and Super Gas as well. 91 and 93. No improvement for either. Breakouts, just a little bit too quick, or a lot too quick actually, for John.
Well, Pete Creswell's package there was 04. 002 light and a 993 with an 8.
That win a lot of races. So he needs the ETs. So Stuart Morris, number 1 from last year against Wayne Hiscock. The car, he did actually run this in Supercomp for quite a while. Needs to slow it down to run in Supergas. .990 with a 7 for Wayne Hiscock, up to number 3. Stu Morris breaks out by half an hour for a Supergas car. 9.77. That's a bit quick, but well done to Wayne Hiscock. That's how you do it. Okay, right after this we have big loud nitro car. Okay, so Dave Cherritt will be the next one down the racetrack, or the last one down the racetrack in Supergas, unless Patrick has double entered in Fuel Funny Car and Supergas, which I doubt. Nail it for 60 foot, run 990. Well, Dave, you can clearly hear him come off perfectly at the finish line. 992 with the 2, that will get the number 5 spot for now. We have the top 13 cars all in the 9.9s. Awesome stuff. Okay, well, this is a bit of a treat. This is a bit of a preview of tomorrow, and I don't mean Mark's legs down there on the start line. Thank God. It's Patrick Pears with the Speed Ghost Nitro Funny Car from Stockholm in Sweden. I'm so glad he finally takes a break from doing burnouts on the motorway and comes and joins us here. You know? When I did mention that when Steve Ashdown and the team were out there looking at his other car, I said, "No, don't buy that. It's a street car." It's definitely a street car. Doesn't go anywhere near the track. Anyway, the Hellcat body on there looking absolutely beautiful. It's a really, really nice paint job. It's a lot of it's graphics, I know, but it's really, really smart. Patrick's had top of the line stuff for many years. I remember the first time I ever seen Patrick here, about 20-ish, someone's going to correct me here, but it's about 20 or so years ago, maybe slightly longer, when he ran in Pro Mod. He had a supercharged 63 Corvette, which was Ronnie Bergstrom's car before that. He had it with a blown motor in it. And he came over here that weekend, had a really good time. And if my memory serves me correct, which it often does, but then fails me at the most important times, I think he even got to the semi-finals that weekend. So here we go then. 11,000 brake horsepower nitro funny car, hopefully with no tyre shake off the start line this time round. No pedalling needed. You will clearly see those beautiful orange header flames this time round as they put the squirt bottle in the injector, spin it over and pull the mag leads. And all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. Fat indeed. More smoke coming out the headers than off the tyres that time round. So burnout on the throttle stop. The crew guy will lean in and take. It's a little clip basically that goes on the side of the injector, and it stops the throttle opening more than they want it to. It's like a predetermined RPM. I love the fact Suzanne's actually standing down there and her eyes are running. Thanks. Yeah. That's exactly what you do to the rest of us every damn time. So there we go. You deserve it. Okay, the body will come up, crew will do their last checks. I'm sure Terry will lean in, take the little onboard computer off, checking the RPM, make sure everything is set as he wants it to for the launch. This car very capable of resetting again the European Funny Car ET and speed record. There's a little bit of a side bet or two on for the first to be over 300 miles an hour in 1,000 foot this weekend. Andreas had to lean over again and shut the hatch. There we go. So Terry Haddock brings him into stage. Crew check the wheelie bar, which is a vital tuning aid actually, just to make sure the front end comes up at the right amount but not too much, because you don't want to unload the rear tyres. Okay, good luck Patrick. Let's see what he's got for this time. Still a test run, don't forget. That's the one he's been looking for. 4.44, 224 miles an hour, 0.96 to 60 foot, 344 at 242 to the 8th mile. That was lovely and strong.
Yeah, don't want to show your complete hand straight away, do you, when you're on test passes?
Well, the only thing is, though, is all these competitors have just heard what the numbers were, so kind of screwed that up a little bit, but there we are. Anyway.
Yeah, well, it would always be...
He was still having a meander towards the centre line, but he did the right thing. He lifted at half track. There's a lot more in that, and there's a lot more like that coming your way over the next few days. So, as all the crew, the multitude of them, stroll back over.
Yeah, representing Ireland, England, Sweden, and the USA
this weekend. Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Always nice to see header flames at any point of any weekend or day, for that matter. And somebody tell Mark to put his legs away for the rest of the weekend, please. It's not a great sight. Looks like cut the bits of string, doesn't it? Yeah. Suzanne, if you can hear me, that's what you do to us all the time. Thanks very much. I hope you enjoyed it. It's lovely, isn't it? You do that to us all the time. Okay, so we got Super Comp. Is Super Comp next, or is it? I think it might be Street Eliminator.
No, Street Eliminator next. Then Super Comp, and then Comp, and then we're basically
when we're done.
Thomas, Jack Taylor's been in touch. He goes, missing you all this weekend, sat at home watching the live feed. I bet Tom's missing crewing for me.
I was just about to say, I'm missing you too.
Oh, a little love in there. But no, it's good. Various other people tuned in. Craig Wright tuned in from got home from work, watching the live feed with Harrison. But he will be here after the school run tomorrow. So good to see you, Craig. And of course, good luck in 2 weeks' time at the national finals when he's going to be duking it out in 850 bike.
Just going to give a shout out to all of the top end crew. I've just had a message saying it's bloody freezing up here.
Well, you'll be pleased to know it's going to be a bit too warm tomorrow, but there we go. Afternoon, everyone up there, and all of our wonderful marshals around all around the racetrack.
Right, Jamie has joined us once again for Street Eliminator. So our last runs of the day from this bunch.
Yes, indeed. We won't be seeing a couple of competitors. We won't be seeing Victoria Smith. They have the parts they need. They're still working on getting everything set up properly. We also won't see Mark Todd. Had some extremely severe vibration due to an issue with his tyres. He's already got new ones sourced, but he'll be sitting out this final session of the day.
Good stuff. So,
any news on Tony Higgs at all, by the way?
He's still bossing the boss. It's not quite in. As far as I know, he was fiddling with it, but I left him to it.
Okay.
So, James Murray looking to improve on a 953. A 969 is Ash Cooper's number from earlier. Oh, James into the 9.4s. 948, 142. I can see Jenny texting us to tell us what's going on. Go on, Jenny. Thank you very much.
We also won't be seeing Rob Slater this session, but don't worry, no issues. They're just so happy with it, they're going to leave it alone.
Do you know what? When has a racer ever done that? It's like, oh, good, I'm really happy with what I've just done.
Mark Bailey door slammers.
Yeah, that, basically. No. Do you know something? I do think people should do that more often, as in go, Right, I'm just going to kind of quit while I'm ahead. Just take it easy. Don't, because normally you just find the next week link. Go.
Right, Jenny Higgs says, hi, Tony back with new steering wheel, boss. Just putting it all together now. He'll be back out tomorrow.
Rock and roll, Rob Carter and Sam Young. Look at Rob Carter's go 115 to 60 foot that time. Mid 766. 178 miles an hour. I heard tyre squeal, and I think it was from the Beetle. Okay, 877 though, 162. How cool is it to have them in Street Eliminator though? Fantastic. Brilliant. Okay, Jack McClure and Paul Morton. So Paul Morton back down into the 8s again with an 885. The really gorgeously turned out Mortified Zodiac. Taking on Jack McClure. Jack McClure is currently number 16. I'm not sure how many cars we've had run. I know there was 23 entered, I think, something like that. We've still got a few more to run. It is 16, is it? Yeah. It's gone somewhere. Where's it gone? There you go. I think it's 16. Yeah, it is 16. Okay, we've still got a couple more to run, though, haven't we? 8.62 for Paul Morton at 155. Great run. And 11.86 for Jack. Still stays.
Is that a PB for Mr. Morton? It's 2/10 quicker than his previous.
I think so. You notice the shift light was shining bright as he was going towards the finish line. So,
do you know you can get? I'm sure you know this. You do. You get big like orange plastic covers to go on them for night.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that people forget them and nearly blind themselves, or they get in the staging lanes and it's light, and by the time they run.
The best one for that was Kev's Liefeld because it was pointed in his eyes. That's how we had it.
Mate, well, in bright daylight, you need it to be light to see, don't you? Andy Bond, your number 1 qualifier at the moment. And Nigel Hale. We haven't seen Nick Hale either today. Well, Andy Bond not missing a beat. Also, on the brakes. That was more testing than anything else. 1084 at 131 for Nigel. So, Jamie, have you managed to find out whether the engine in the Cresta is just the lump with no turbos, or it does have the turbos on it?
It has a pair of, I believe they refer to them as dirty great turbos on it.
Nice, that's the best way to put it.
Phil Druitt found out earlier it has a bit of a bet on. I think Colin might have known about this. A bit of a bet with Graham Smith.
but I was told not to say anything unless they actually paired up, but they haven't.
Well, they both know about it, so no one's going to be surprised.
Yeah.
They are planning on getting side by side tomorrow.
Yeah, good stuff. So when Graham Smith and Phil Druitt line up together, there's some money on the line for it.
Fantastic. Well, it's black cars, it's got to be done.
Yeah.
Right, so Joe Stevens, I won't mention that again, Jamie, ever, apart from in 10 minutes' time and tomorrow and Sunday.
Don't you worry.
That's all right. Okay, Phil Druitt, great run earlier today, down in the 8.6s.
Whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. He's done that before.
Obviously just a little bit too much. 8.77 at 160 for Joe. Well done, folks. That's a happy dance, that is, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't think he landed it too hard, to be fair, but Phil always doing the discretionary thing.
Yeah, putting
Just
up to the side,
up.
that's the right way to do it. Well done.
Seems like they might need a few more pounds of extra ballast in the front.
The car's obviously got more in it than it's happy to keep on the ground, really. I just realised as well, Al Williamson busted some stuff last time out as well, didn't he? So we're still missing cars, even though we got 24, or 23, I beg your pardon. Well, it looks like Phil Druitt's going to make the turn. He's obviously still got everything intact, which is a good thing. So currently Graham Smith, I think his personal best is that number on the board from earlier, 8.42.
It's 8.41 from testing yesterday. Oh no, sorry, 8.41 from the last event. Yesterday it was 8.42 and he's done it again today.
Excellent.
However, the last 2 runs, they've had issues with bogging at about 60 feet. Again, I thought it was potentially he was having to pedal it, but no, neither time. It's all a little gremlin they currently have, and they're struggling to get that fixed. But let's hope they've got it sorted.
Still went 8.42.
He's 8.60 something, I believe, on the last one.
So good luck, Graham. Let's hope that scoop pays off, because otherwise Rachel will never forgive you. Yeah, that's bogged instantly, isn't it? Yeah, all the crew looking a bit disconsolate, to say the least, actually. That's a huge shame.
Oh, that's all right for Street Eliminator, actually.
It is so. Day one ends with Andy Bond being your number one qualifier. We've still got Tony Higgs. We've still got Vicky to see as well.
And Almac.
And Nick Hale.
Yeah, and Almac.
Wow, so we've still got another 4 cars to go. Yeah. So, Jamie. Very much appreciate your help, old chap. And you will be converted to matte black cars before the end of the weekend.
My pleasure, and no, I won't. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll
check
see you
out
tomorrow.
the colour of your clothing, mate. There we go. That'll do. It's very funny, like talking to graphic designers or photographers. No, we want shiny cars. No, matte blacks. It's just cool. It's just cool.
So on with Super Comp. Ellie Brown in the Castrol lane went way too quick earlier. Ran 8.68. And Warren Watts, who's been making a habit of running also a little bit too quick.
But not too far. But the key thing for Ellie, it was too quick, but it wasn't too fast. Like you said, she can't go over 150. That looks closer. Oh. It was closer.
Oh, Warren Watts, 8.899. Misses it by 0006.
Well, in the other lane, Dad Lee's doing a great job holding the speed down a bit to 138. Needs to hold the ET down a little bit as well. So Ellie's doing a great job in her debut event in Supercomp so far. I'm sure they'll get the hang of the handle on it very shortly.
If they're not already in the lanes, because I'd imagine they all should be, but Comp Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, can you get in there now, please?
They are there, I think.
Yeah.
I can see a Luke. And a few others as well. Oh, it might even be Luke against Carl. I can't imagine he engineered that, would you?
No, not at all.
No, never.
I'm loving the header flames coming out of Andy Clifford's Snake Eyes Dragster there.
Whoever thought a big block Ford would look that cool? Just kidding. I know you love them. I'm only really a joke.
Keep digging. Keep digging.
Yeah, well.
Well, these are currently your number 2 and 3 qualifiers. Stephen at number 2, Andy at number 3.
Yeah, Andy Clifford's really getting the hang of running this 890 stuff, you know. Just like that. 892 with a 4. He's now your number 2 qualifier. He bumped Steve Hudson in the other lane back by 1 spot. Well done. Okay, top players in the championship up now. I think Paul Hudson's actually in the lead.
He's got a good lead at the moment, but as we know, that can vanish very quickly indeed. Very quickly.
Well, this is the first run he's made today.
Ooh. Oh, it is.
Well, good news for him. At the minute, the worst he can be is 9th qualifier. And to do that, he has to go quicker than an 877. But if he goes the right side of the number, he will be in at the number 7 spot, no matter what. Leah Keller, though, currently in the number 4 spot with a slightly off pace for her, 897. Of course, they've only had 2 runs.
So, both these cars, they don't bog off the line, it's the throttle stops, and then they come on like goodness knows what at the other end. There we go. They leave and die, and then take off almost in unison. $89008. Leah Kellett takes the number 1 spot.
Perfect ET.
At 176 miles an hour to boot. A 905 at 160 for Paul. Also, another man who hasn't made a pass yet, Arndt Putzman with a K for Disaster. Was running last weekend at VW action in the 9s. There we go. He does have the potential to run really quickly. as you can tell from that. Certainly taking off at the top end, goes 136 miles an hour with a 12.53. He's actually in at number 8 because everyone else behind him's broken out.
Yeah.
At least he's got a number on the board.
Yeah, so it's Paul Hudson in the lead. Warren Watts is number 2 in the points chase, and Leah Kellett number 3. It's basically between those 3 for the championship.
So Luke gets to fulfill something he'll be dreaming about for a long while to come right now. In the water box underneath us is the Golf. Sponsored by RTMG Performance, GP Turbo, Street Racers, and 32 racing wheels as well. He's going up against Mr. Carl Cox.
What a glorious noise that car makes. Oh boy. Fancy some more of this tomorrow. We got Pro Modified qualifying tomorrow.
20 plus cars
yeah.
as well.
Not only that, we got top Fuel Dragster, Fuel Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car, top Methanol, Pro Stock.
Top fuel bikes, Super Street bikes. There's lots.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's lots.
Super Twins. Oh yeah. Bring it on.
So Carl Cox is currently number 7 qualifier with a 6:23, would you believe? Yeah, he's the quickest car in the class, but it's how quick you can go based on your index. His index is 6.70. He's aiming to go as quick as he can, quicker than that.
Well, at least they've copied each other with the one light on the rear. That's about the only thing they've got in common, isn't it?
Yeah, I have a feeling that Carl's is supposed to be like that and Luke's is broken.
Yeah. Oh dear.
No offence, Luke. Actually, yes, I did. That was supposed to be offensive. Anyway. Problem Luke's going to have is hearing his own car, I think, really. But he ran a personal best with the Don earlier, 11.59. The index is 9.18. You know, he might get near that one day, but maybe not with this car or not without some major upgrades. Great looking run for Carl Cox. That's quicker. 6:15 at 2:25.
Look at the light though, 007. You almost took the perfect light money there.
Well, he moves up 1 spot to number 6, would you believe? 0.99 to 60 foot. 403 at 182 to the 8. Other lane, Luke deep into the 11s again with 11.77, 114. He'll still be happy with that. I was going to say he tried to tree Carl Cox, but he was not going to beat a 00 reaction. No. So.
Well, he did tree him. He left before him.
Yeah.
It was red.
He treed him before the tree was even planted, let alone.
One way of putting it. Okay, Gary Carr, number 3. Jordan Payne, number 7. So, Carl Cox is 0.55 under his index. And 0.52 under his Jordan Payne. He needs to go quicker than 7:44 to be moving up. Gary Carr, he's way under his index, but he's got some going to beat the 2 in front of him, which are Dan Williams and Reuben Dawson.
Well, Gary Carr lifting the wheels almost higher than the tree there. Jordan Payne, arrow straight. Improves by 0.005.
Yeah, that's his quickest run of the weekend, just. And 11 flat for Gary Carr, almost in the 10s as well.
Yeah, no Terry Newton in this session, by the way. The turbo is completely dead, but his sponsor has built him a new one, and it is bringing it to Birmingham as we speak. Could they have a shout out? That's enhanced turbo. So he goes, well, he got a bit gobbledygook on his timing then, but I know what it is. He says, thank you, see you tomorrow.
That's terrific.
But yeah, absolutely awesome. So enhanced turbo, well done. for getting Terry Newton sorted out, and Terry will be back tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, you got it. Chris Todd and Matty Davidson. Let's see if both can put down a good run. Chris went 9.24. If Matt can get off the line, which is always the thing with the front-wheel drive cars, and keep it nailed, now he's coasting again before the 8th mile, unfortunately. 9.64 for Chris Todd. Would have been looking for more than that. No improvement, unfortunately. And 13-second pass for Matt. So we have, I think the last couple of cars, I beg your pardon, in
there's a few around there,
comp, yeah. This is the fraudster of Kev Jenkins. Kev only put in one run so far today. It was a pretty good one. He's been out racing 760 Pro Street in Scandinavia. He went to Mantorp. He went to Norway, didn't race at Gardermoen, but then went over to Tiepp and ran there as well. Managed to qualify, which was a major feat in itself. I think he took Billy out in round 1 as well from memory.
Round 2.
Round 2 was it? Okay. Up against Dan, or Dino Dan Williams.
I mean, 10.43, cracking run there for Dan. The car is normally very settled, but because he's running so much quicker, the front end is coming up a lot higher. So he's on the verge of wheelie bars, but, well, let's see. Another beautiful launch. Good looking run also for Kev.
Close to the centre line, 7.59 with the 4. Looks like the 760 tune is staying in the car.
Another 10.4 for Dan, 10.44, 124.
So is that right? He never run a 10.4 before. He's run 2 today,
two,
within a few hundredths, or hundredth of each other.
Yeah, he'd been 10.56, I think, prior to today. So yeah, he's found a 10th.
Haven't seen Spencer out today.
No, he's not. He's not running because I think because obviously he just come back from the States yesterday as well. So I don't know if Spencer is actually. I need to find out if he's actually booked in for this weekend.
Okay, Tom Herbert and your number 1 qualifier, more than a second
he is, yeah,
under his index. Reuben Dawson, he is in there.
Yeah, so probably run tomorrow.
Probably just having a bit of a rest. I think they didn't come back till they didn't leave till Tuesday. Well, they can't because the eliminations is on Monday. So yeah. Probably still a bit whacked.
Yeah, just a very quick one before they stage. Those that have got nitrous in the shop, can you come and collect their bottles, please? They're not allowed to have them in overnight. So anybody that's got nitrous bottles up there, come and collect them.
Reuben Dawson with a much bigger wheel stand than he's made all day long. And
Whoa!
it gets him into the 8.7 with an 8.79 with an 8. 153. 11.85 in the other lane for Mr. Herbert. No help.
That puts him in the realm of being untouchable now.
Yeah, totally.
Comp eliminator.
Not like he wasn't anyway, but the best part of that was his crew guy standing on the start line, just looking at the scoreboard going, you what?
Right,
Really?
update for Spencer. Kirsty just messaged in. They've got car's broken at the moment. It's a head gasket, so hopefully the boys can get all that fixed for tomorrow. Thank you for Kirsty for sending me the info.
Like the Williams boys don't have much to do apart from everything, but they are a great team. Emphasis on team, and they help everybody.
So just to put that into perspective, how impressive that run was from Reuben there. For Rob Smallworth to overtake him in qualifying, he'd have to run a 6.88 or better.
Which is not going to happen. No. I love Rob. He's a fantastic bloke. He ain't going to run a 6.80. Especially not with a pedal, unfortunately. Good looking launch. But it went south from there, unfortunately. Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. 9.97, yeah!
Into the nines.
At 1.45, happy with that. Well, if you're watching at home on the live stream, you can see Circus Fagerstrom is with us.
This is the last car of the day.
It is indeed, and it's Nick Williams. He got back into the sevens with a 7.99. What can he do? He's in a championship fight with Gary Carr. How much further into the sevens can he go? I think he's run as low as like 7.94, isn't he? Something like that, maybe.
Just drifting over towards the centre line. As Darryl said before, absolutely no wasted motion. Goes 794, 171 mile an hour.
Moves him up a spot as well from 5 to 4. Nicely done. Well done, Williams Brothers Racing. Well done, Keith.
All important qualifying points as well. So, what a great way to end the day. We hope you've all enjoyed it. We'll promise to turn the heating up a little bit tomorrow. We'll try. But
we'll turn the fans off.
Something like that, yeah. Turn those damn fans off that are blowing the wind down the track. So, thank you so much for joining us, sticking with us as well. We hope you enjoyed your day's racing. Loads more where that came from, and louder and faster. And a lot more flames too. This time tomorrow night we'll be getting into our night show. It's 10 to 7. So we've got that tomorrow night. We've got the firework display. Is it tomorrow night?
Yeah,
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night
after racing. So it's going to be a lot of fun. If you're staying on site, you've done the best thing.
Oh my goodness me, yeah. Now, obviously, all of our European teams that are racing here are pretty much here now as well. So they're all set up in the pits. Yeah. Going to be a good wander around tonight, and I've got the Benevolent Fund sticker, so I'll be trying to fleece you all for £5 for 2. Might as well get that one out straight away.
Yep.
So yeah, very good. Big thanks to those that have supported it already. But yeah, let's do it all again tomorrow. It is 2 sets of qualifiers from all of our pro classes for cars and of course bikes. It's more qualifying for our sportsman classes as well, and of course we have evening session as well. Going to be an amazing day. It's going to be a warm one, so don't forget your sunblock because you may well need it. I think that's about it. I think it's time to actually sign off and say good night, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.